I'll see you when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you, and I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. I remember it like it was yesterday.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
Letecia Stauch was taken into custody in Myrtle Beach.
Why are you saying Gannon is dead?
I didn't have anything to do with it. Why are you saying this to me?
You've seen my little man, because I want to live this earth knowing that justice was served for my boy.
Good morning, YouTube. Good morning. Hope you guys, it looks like you guys are all prepared for this morning's testimony from Miss Lewis. Just a reminder, we had a really abrupt ending last night. Remember the evidence emails that were spoke about, and then we were muted, and then it just abruptly ended. So hopefully we'll get like an update on that, because that was interesting. The way the judge did not look happy. So also they did let us know that we are going to be watching videos, and I think it's going to be videos of this lady in teabag. So on one hand, it's going to be really interesting because we get to see teabag interact with this lady. Because remember yesterday, the lady used the monster voice. She was like doing the monster mash on the stand. It was straight crazy. And I'm really excited, though, to see what happens, because I just got done listening to Lawyer You Know and his dad. They're both lawyers. If you haven't watched them, I really like watching them because he's like straight to the point. But they both were like, and he's like not one to bash anybody, you know? And he's like, that is like a horrible look for these lawyers, the way they are behaving. And then they also mentioned the opening statements, and they said that they came out and they were like apologizing for defending their client. So he's like, you know, if you remember, the opening statements were something along the lines of, you probably think you're looking at the devil himself or something because, you know, I'm defending her. Olive coming in hot with the bat. Now, I really think that this lady is got some kind of a mental illness for sure. Oh, God, Lacey. I don't know if I can handle 14 hours. But they were also saying that the judge, you know, probably won't sanction these guys or, you know, kind of draw attention to it. And it made sense the way they explained it. They said that the judge most likely doesn't want to like muddy up this case. Like he doesn't want to give any kind of loopholes or make it messy. And the defense already made it messy by doing this when they weren't supposed to. But they're saying that the judge doesn't want to draw, you know, that much attention to it. Just try to get through it and get the case done and over with. And that makes sense. That made total sense to me. Even though I want to see the judge hand their asses to him for acting so rude. I mean, those guys are like so rude. But they do not think that it's going to end in a mistrial. They don't think that the lawyers want a mistrial, was their opinion, Darius. They said that there's no way that the lawyers want to try this case again. Well, you came to the right place, Miss Christina Davis. Oh my gosh, Lucia, that's hilarious. Not now, Billy. Right. I think his nerve. Oh yeah, I think they're on his last nerve, but I think he doesn't want to draw attention to it. He just wants to get this over with. And Miss Dorothy, she sure likes to play the old lady, I don't know, can't remember bullshit when it suits her. And then at other times, she's, sharp as a frickin' knife. She sympathizes with killers. She has spent her entire life trying to understand killers. For what reason, I don't know. But for whatever reason, this woman has succumbed to this illness being the reason, and it's just really disturbing. So let's see if she showed up on time. She was talked to by the judge yesterday. She was told to be there at 9. Here we go.
Counsel, approach, please.
I wonder if their witness is there yet. So Judge Werner said yesterday, you were supposed to be here at 9 o'clock this morning, or 1 o'clock, and you weren't. I expect you to be here at 9. And she was like, well, and he's like, no, I expect you to be here at 9 o'clock. So if she's not here, I don't know what the hell is going to happen. Marie, Mike Sanner, hey. Hello, Mimi. And hello, Jammers. Lacey, Christina, Allison BD. Get comfy there in the lounge. We're going to get Kate CR. Hey, Olive. Marie. I missed you, Black Knight. Hello. Bang a gong. Get it on. Yeah, I think we're going to keep the gonger up there today. It fits her perfect. Look at her head. Her head fits on it perfect. Hey, Megan. Hey, John. What's up? What's up, Lexi? Everybody make yourself known and say good morning.
All right, before we bring the jury in, there was one thing that we should have done yesterday that we didn't, and I told Mr. Tellini we could do it at a different time, and now is that time. Mr. Tellini, did you have motions that you wanted to make?
I do, Your Honor.
Oh, Lord.
Acquittal on all charges, specifically first degree murder premeditation. There has been lack of evidence showing premeditation on behalf of the defendant.
Okay. Prosecution?
Your Honor, there's been more than enough evidence presented on premeditation as it relates to count 1, specifically and most glaringly in the form of those searches that were discovered on the defendant's phone, evidencing a desire to leave the state of Colorado to seek employment and housing out of state for a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment in Orlando, Florida. And then obviously all of the efforts that were put forth by the defendant to then cover up the crime, showing consciousness of guilt. And so we would ask the court to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
All right. The standard that the court must apply at this point or at this stage in the proceedings is that the court must take the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and determine whether or not there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges that have been brought against her. With respect to defense counsel's argument regarding premeditation, there are messages or indications that the defendant was conducting searches regarding a life elsewhere, essentially, jobs, places to live, perhaps even connections with singles in another area. There's also indications that the defendant may have been unhappy in her marriage, that there was a discussion about that, but nothing was necessarily reached. There was a statement by the defendant at some point in time in which she said, "I should have just left last week." All of this occurred before the death of Gannon. It's not surprising, or this would not be the first case in which someone was in an unhappy marriage and some crime was committed as a result of that. I think there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude, if it were to believe that evidence credible and give weight to that evidence, a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was guilty. Again, the court has to take the evidence at this stage of the proceeding in the light most favorable to the prosecution and must not make any credibility determinations at this point either. As such, the court believes that it is a jury issue for jurors to determine whether or not the prosecution has in fact established beyond a reasonable doubt all of the charges which it has brought. Is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution?
No, not anything that we can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Yes. Mr. Cook is retrieving Dr. Lewis.
Okay, so she's not in the building yet?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Oh,
Do we
shit.
know where she is? Or how far away?
Oh, we better check.
They're in transit.
Okay, so probably about, like yesterday, about 5-10 minutes or so, something like that. Okay.
They're in transit.
All right. Court will be in recess then until
Oh,
we have
God.
Dr. Lewis.
All right.
He better hope that it's only 10 or 15 minutes away, or he is going to lose it. He's going to lose his shit, guys. They're in transit. They were in transit yesterday for how many hours? Oh, my God. Black Betty, Ram-a-lam. Why is that stuck in your head? What's... I missed something. Oh my gosh, Jammers, I had to put Gannon up there. The G-Man. Speaking of that, I think Mandy made that and sent it to me, if I'm not mistaken. Speaking of that, I'm going to put it up while we're in recess. Because it's just a damn shame that he's got this whack job doctor who's obsessed with killers muddying the frickin' waters of justice for that boy. Shame on her. Shame on the gong lady. I don't like her. I don't like her one bit. And I'm not afraid to say it. I don't think the judge wants to do... I think they're pushing him, man. Because, like I said, when I listened to Peter Trago and his dad, or Trago, whatever... they said he doesn't want to muddy the case by getting sanctions involved and all this other stuff. But I mean, how far is he going to let them push him is the question. Cuz he wasn't having it yesterday when they moved the furniture. He gave someone a talking to. Her son was in the gallery smelling like ganj. Who's her son? Who's her son? Oh my gosh, Megan, you crack me up. Megan, I've been trying to get Luke Skywalker to come on the podcast. I DM'd him on Twitter and everything. I'm like, dude, I'm a fan from the 80s. He lives here in Florida. He lives by Mike Sanner. Maybe I can get Mike Sanner on it. Wouldn't that be great to have him on? And we can tell him about the story. Yeah, he said, don't you move shit in my house. I was like, oh my God. So he's getting mad about furniture. Like he's getting pissed. He's had it. He has had it.
Why are people such idiots?
Welcome, Marie Duffy. Come on into the lounge. Grab your tinfoil hat. I'm going to get a tinfoil hat emoji up today, too. Tough Tiff in the house. Hey, girl. They roll up listening to Bob Marley like Johnny Depp. That was hilarious. It's all you heard. All the media silent as they open the door, and it's Bob Marley. Full blast, and they don't turn it down. They just keep it up. Such a show. Such a show. That was funny, though. I just can't with this lady. I mean, and she plays on her, being in a wheelchair. Like everybody, like not everybody. Sorry, my minority yesterday was, oh, I feel sorry for her. Da, 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 like she's handicapped. Blah, blah, blah. Like I get it, but come on, lady, you're supposed to be a professional, and if you can't, like, get to court on time, maybe you shouldn't be testifying. Just saying. I wonder whose stupid idea it was to get her anyways. Which idiot? The one that's always late? I hope he gets bitched at too. I just have a feeling she's not going to be there in 10 or 15 minutes. I have a really bad feeling that this lady just straight doesn't care. And all the times she said yesterday about the rules and stuff, and she was like, well, that's news to me. And I'm like, if I was her, I'd be pissed if they didn't fill me in. And B, it makes them look so dumb. It doesn't make sense. I'm looking for the perfect tinfoil hat to use for an emoji. Scrolling. There's a lot of them with stupid people's. I don't want people's heads. I just want the hat. So I guess I'm going to have to cut it out. So did you guys see that the media is not giving up in the Brian Koberger case? The media is... they're not taking no for an answer. So their lawyers have filed more motions about that non-dissemination order. So between the media outlets, lawyers, and Gonsalves and Shannon Gray, man, they're getting a lot of pushback on this non-dissemination order. And the funny thing is, like, being that the hearing is maybe, a month, not even a month. Yeah, about a month out from that hearing. Like, they can't just wait another month. I mean, there's something going on. I don't know, man. So I also saw, was it Evil Exists? I think that's Evil. Yeah, Evil Exists, the robotic channel. They do like AI voice, but anyways, they do short videos, and I like watching them because you can get it really quick. And they played a call where this girl went into the Jack in the Box. Have you guys heard this? And asked the Jack in the Box about the DoorDash driver. And the people at Jack in the Box, like, they were on the recording. They said it was a girl with black hair. A girl with black hair. Who could that be? Could it be someone who knew them? I can't help but think of, like, Emma Bailey or who's the other girl? Yes, she's late again. If you're just joining, the witness is late. She was supposed to be there at 9 sharp. She was told yesterday. Oh, hey, Mandy. JL Rizzy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he got someone. He's got he's got connections up in the Moscow that go and do things for him. You think it's Emma? Could be. Could be Emma. JLLI. The judge demanded the witness and her attorney be on time. Yeah. And Mr. Cook wasn't there either, Casey. JL Rizzi is a street name. Oh, man. I don't think he went by JL Rizzi when he was in the federal clinker. I can tell you that. If they dismiss her, here's Desiree. If they dismiss this witness, at least her son got a vacate in Colorado for the weed. True that. Just don't mail yourself any. It's against the law. It's a federal crime. So, Casey, I was just talking about that. I was listening to The Lawyer You Know, and him and his dad were talking about like sanctions and things like that for how they're acting and the witness being an ass. And he said that the judge is going to be hesitant to do that because he wants to just get this over with. You know, they're near the end, and when you start bringing in sanctions and things like that, it muddies the case. So that made sense to me. Do you guys see the update on the Michigan trip? Flight purchased, hotel covered, courtesy of Tough Tiff. And I know she's here. I just saw her. Tough Tiff, thank you so much again. You are the best.
I'm sexy and I know it.
He was in jail. Yeah, he was in federal prison for 10 years. Tough Tiff, you are the bomb. Gangsta, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, no. That just went up, Shell. Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it.
Yikes.
Oh my gosh. How long have we been in recess? It's 11:11 here. Make a wish. Make a wish.
It's so cold in the deep. How the fuck do we supposed to keep peace?
I'm going to the D. I know, Tough Tiff, you are amazing. It really is. So generous. Thank you. Thank you. I will. I can't wait to see them. It's been way too long. And I can't wait to share my trip with you guys. I've never done that before. I've never like vlogged anything, and I think I'll be horrible at it. He was in prison for a white collar crime. It was back in the AOL days in the 90s, and like the internet fraud was like new, like credit card fraud and stuff. And it was credit cards and stuff. He didn't kill anybody, nothing violent in nature.
– 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch.
Maybe
Record
she's
should
there.
reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom.
Mr. Cook
We do
arrived.
have our witness on the stand, Dr. Lewis. I would just
She
remind
made
you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
She made it.
Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Damn. I was hoping she wouldn't make it.
Todd, tell you what's going on with
Melody to visit my kids.
Just keep an eye on it.
It's Mother's Day.
I'll try and watch and see if she.
Oh, this lady, she ain't dying anytime soon. This woman's going to live to 150. You watch. Jammers, as far as the true crime stuff, 100%. He doesn't put out fake anything. No. I can tell you that. I can vouch for that. You won't ever get him putting out anything fake or making shit up. I know, Melody. I'm so excited. 28. They're going to be 27, 24, and 22. Yeah, Mandy. Pretty much. I mean, I'm not going to say it wasn't a big amount, but it was like white collar crap. It was cyber, like before cyber crime was the thing. Made an example, I guess. And the kid he did it with rolled on him. So that's what happened.
All rise for the jury, please.
Awesome, Melody. Oh my God, you're by the new battery factory. All the hoopla at Big Rapids. How you feeling about that, Melody? Hi, Mary P. What's happening, hot stuff? Roll her on in.
Niggas wife me once they get that good punani.
I think they have towels balled up on the floor to
Be
catch
seated.
the grease dripping
Court will
from her
recall
hair.
20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has
morning,
anything
big
occurred
guy.
since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Good morning. Morning, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning.
You okay?
In truth, I've had food poisoning
Oh.
since last night, but
Oh,
we'll carry on as best we can.
Oh, for
I'm
fuck's
sorry to hear that. If you
sake.
need to take a break or anything,
If
just,
I do, I'll let you know.
okay.
Where is she?
I kind of want to talk a little bit more about dissociative identity disorder.
Who just
During
walked
direct
behind Werner?
examination yesterday, you mentioned that there was some controversy with regards to that diagnosis. Could you expand on that? What is the controversy surrounding that diagnosis?
Well, the essential controversy is whether people believe it exists or not. I could give you an example of that. When I inquired of the chair of our
shit.
department many years ago,
There
did
we
he
go.
believe that this existed? He said, I don't know.
Come
I have
on.
never seen it.
He says put it
And
down
this
more.
Is the kind of resistance.
love
there
you,
is to it.
Judge.
It's becoming more recognized. And
Oh,
it's
yeah,
in
there you
the
go.
Diagnostic and Statistical Manual now. So
Thanks,
that,
Werner.
it's gaining acceptance, understanding. Also, I think with the ability to photograph things and to show things, it's becoming a more well-recognized disorder. Dissociation has been long recognized. It was really described very well by Freud.
Got it.
She quotes
In your book,
she
you
loves
mentioned
Freud.
that oftentimes people can act out multi-personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. And there's been several movies that kind of portray that. Do you recall talking about that?
Sybil.
No, but I'm aware that there are movies such as, I think, Sybil and others like that where,
Oh, shit.
where this has been done, and more recently in movies.
And the movie Sybil was based on a true life story, right?
That's correct. But I think Cornelia, a very, very well-respected psychiatrist, wrote about it. And it has been also made into a movie.
And the actual person that Sybil is named for actually turned out that that person was faking multi-personality disorder. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with the case so that I can't comment intelligently about it.
Okay. Have you worked with any actors and helping them in their roles in movies?
Sure.
No, I don't. Wait, one moment. In their roles in dissociation?
Yes. Cape Fear, Robert De Niro.
I have assisted Robert De Niro in, I don't think it had to do with DID. I think it had to do with a different movie that he was making that where I agreed to assist them, but I don't believe it had to do with DID.
Yikes.
Had to do with him being a psychopath.
It had to do with his being a very dangerous guy.
And that's the movie Cape Fear, where he's a murderer and he has an urge to kill and things like that. I don't know all the details of the movie, but
Right.
is that a fair summary of it?
I don't know. There was a better one earlier than his that is a far better Cape Fear.
The
But I
original.
did assist him in it, and he did. I did give him access to some tapes that we had of people with different kinds of disorders.
Did they include dissociated identity disorder?
Among them, there were some that did, some that didn't. Yes.
So how do you tell if someone's acting and they want you to believe
well-
that they have multi-personalities?
Well, I can tell you what I do.
Tell us, please.
Okay. What I like to do is be able to show that there were unmistakable signs of these kinds of switches, changes, different states, different abilities to function long before I was ever asked to be involved in any case. And so that is one of the best ways. I think that's the best way. It's that to my mind, if I'm teaching, I will say to students, this is as close as you get to an MRI in this field, where you have something that was done. And again, I repeat, you can't retrospectively malinger. You can't write your name in a funny way or pretend to be somebody when you're 18, because when you're 35, you're planning to kill someone and you think you need a good excuse. That makes no sense. So that it's important for me and for the people with whom I work to be able to, well, identify in any number of ways whether these signs, symptoms, behaviors antedated any difficulty with the law or any current issue.
Sure. Things like family members coming in and saying, God, she didn't remember my name for long periods of time, or she blacked out and couldn't remember where she was at.
What are you referring to now? Who?
For signs of dissociative identity disorder, retroactive.
No,
It wouldn't mean anything to you?
well, that alone, no, that's very little bit. However, if you, let's say you're looking through somebody's work and you're looking through their high school, notebooks, or you're looking through early pictures, early signatures, things of that nature, and that these things way antedated any problematic behaviors later on, that, any legal issues. That is the kind of thing where, well, we've found, for example, in the workbooks of children at school, where we've gone through them and we have found a different name that was used, and that was used at different times.
And so if I could,
Yeah.
just, Dr. Lewis, you're saying that the writing would be more important than an individual saying, I blacked out for long periods of times. I have no recollection of what happened, and there's no explanation of.
I'm sorry.
Cell
Kid-
phones off, please.
I think it may be.
That's your cell phone, Dr. Lewis?
Yikes.
Okay, all right.
Mozart.
It's very nice.
I'm
Yeah, can you turn it silent?
trying to find it.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Well, okay, this should do it.
Okay.
Let's,
You mean to give it to Eric?
why don't you give it to Eric?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all part of my color palettes.
Let me know when you're ready, Dr. Lewis.
And I'm sorry, I don't recall your last
I'll
question.
re-ask it. You ready?
Mhm.
So is it more important to you to look at someone's prior handwritings than evidence of someone saying they had blackout periods and couldn't remember where they were at and they couldn't remember their loved ones' names and things like that?
Your second examples just don't ring true because it just is not something that people tend to tell me. And you can't measure this versus that. Often there have to be several things and combinations of signs, symptoms, behaviors.
Hey, Cal.
What is particularly useful is whether acquaintances or family members or people who have known the person over time have said, gee, when this person was such and such an age, he or she insisted on being called this and acted differently and did different things, so that it's a piece of data. And but that in and of itself, there is no single thing that you look for. But at least in the cases where we have felt that we were dealing with the real thing, there have been multiple pieces of evidence that at earlier times, for example, I noticed in some of my notes about Letecia that someone had said when she was younger, and I forgot this
Root beer
yesterday,
barrels.
when she was younger, she asked to be called Maria. And I had forgotten that
Can
yesterday.
you point me out where you found that information?
I'd have to look through all of this, but I can later if you like. I'll find it for you. It's just a note that I took because I thought it was interesting.
But what, was it in an interview or where did you get that note?
As I say, rather than take up the time of the court and look through all of this, I will find it for you. But I just noticed it in the past maybe several hours or so. And I can find it for you because.
Well, here's the deal. I only have a X
Yes.
amount of time to talk to you.
Right, yes.
And so I can't really let this linger around because it's
Yeah.
pretty significant.
I think so, yes. Oh, dear.
What?
Dude, what's going on right now?
I'm sorry, I can tell you though that I came upon it in the past maybe 12 hours or so.
Well, do you know if it's something that the defendant told you?
No, it was not. That's what was interesting, that I had completely forgotten this, but I saw that someone who had been interviewed said when she was a child, at times she asked to be called Maria. That in and of itself is not a proof of anything, but it's a confirmation if you have a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, it's certainly not in any police reports, correct?
As far as, no, it's not police reports.
It would be in a report that the defense gave you?
Um,
This is
well,
a
here,
disaster.
Again, I will be taking notes as I'm going through stuff and whatever. And here I have Letecia
Yes,
notes
Dr. Lewis,
relatives.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes,
the way we have to do this is you need to read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. And then once you've done that, I can ask you some questions, okay? Because I don't have that you have in front of you.
no.
Right. They're your notes, lady. I don't understand this. Right. My granddaughter says, call me Princess Elsa. Weak. Look how many people are in the gallery, though.
Again, these are simply what I took and labeled Letecia notes from relatives. Can't tell you exactly who, but here it says, L, Letecia called self Maria Sanchez as a young child. And I have a little explanation point saying retrospective malingering, because that, you know, you don't do that. At 12, you don't call yourself Maria because later on you're expecting to do something where you're going to have to make some sort of excuse. So this is what one of her relatives had told us, that that she called herself Maria Sanchez as a young child. This came as a surprise to me. I had not recalled it, but I was skimming it, and there it was.
And Dr. Lewis, you've testified hundreds of times, and you know that you need to turn over your notes and everything you rely on as an expert to the prosecution, don't you?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
No, when
You have
I,
obligations as an expert to turn over all the information that you use in formulating your opinions, correct?
well, when I am sitting taking notes over different things, I do not necessarily even keep everything. I jot down something that I think may be important later, and I noticed that I jotted this down.
And it's so important that you found out about it last night. You came in and decided to tell the jury about it today. Is that correct?
I came upon it last night, I believe before this morning,
And
yes.
it's so important you made an effort to put it in your report that you knew that the prosecution was going to get. Is that correct?
No, it is not. I sat when I was going over notes, trying to pull together things ages ago, and jotted that down because I thought, gee, that's odd. She had just mentioned Maria to me very recently, and somebody had said this when I wrote down L called self Maria as a young child. If I thought I was going to have to prove this particular statement to someone, I would have written down who said it or whatever. I was pulling together my thoughts at the time and going through and seeing what kinds of things seem to matter. And it is a note taken while I was going through hundreds of pages of notes. And to my surprise, this appeared. And I had no memory of having seen it before until I looked at it, skimming through it, and found it in the past, I would say, 12 hours or so.
It was until you realized you had nothing to corroborate your diagnosis that she was Maria Sanchez and you needed to come up with something. Is that right?
No, it was
Why
written.
wasn't that in your report, doctor? If it was that significant, if that's the only corroboration you have, why is it not in your report?
It is not the only corroboration that we have, sir. This is an observation as you go through hundreds of pages of notes and you see something there that you hadn't expected. And so I'll jot it down and think, gee, that's kind of interesting. But there are many other pieces of evidence that there were other times that that she apparently used other names and that she signed differently. But for example, there are notes where there are different names, but if you really study them, it turns out they were her names. They were before she was married, they were when she was married to one person, then to another. And I will write them down because what at first may look as if, gee, why is there this name? You know, did she use that? And then you're an idiot if you say, oh yeah, she was in an altered state, when no, she was in an unmarried state, or she was married to a different person. So that when I'm going through things, I'll jot something down. I happened to jot this down because I thought, how come that early? I didn't become aware of, I don't think I became aware of the Maria character until I had interviewed her.
Yeah, that's when everyone became aware of it.
Well,
The
here,
significant view
yeah,
that family members, including her daughter, Harvey Hunt, her husband, Al Stout, had never seen any signs or any evidence that she had different personalities.
I can't comment on that because people's ability to recognize things, the ways in things question, the ways things are asked make a difference. So I can't in general say, yes, this matters. No, it does not. This is interesting.
Well,
Somebody
let me,
knows.
before you go off on another tangent, let me finish my question, okay? You consider that there was no evidence by family members that she had no patients that she had disassociated.
That specifically,
Yes.
I did not think about that specifically because different personas are either recognized differently because of the sensitivity of the observer, or they don't occur in that setting and they occur in another setting.
And it doesn't help your diagnosis of a dissociative identity disorder, correct? Is that why you don't consider it?
No, it's interesting that they did not notice this. It may even be one of them who said this, who said, no, I never noticed anything different. And yet, one of these people said
I
that
think we got
she
what your
called
note
herself
says,
that.
doctor. Okay.
Well, that could well be one of the people who said, I never noticed she was different, but, oh, sometimes she called herself Maria. So that you're open to whatever comes your way. You try to jot down what seems important, and then you try to pull it together later. But there is no one thing that will say, oh, yes, this person suffers from DID or does not. There's, there's a whole constellation of different things that you look at, that you consider, and no one thing that matters
Okay,
particularly.
let's talk about something that matters to you that you put in your report, okay? You had Miss Stauch drew, I forget the name of the test, where they draw a clock and they have to put the hands of the clock. What's the name of that test?
I don't know, I call it clock.
We'll call it the clock test. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
So you had her perform the clock test and she did horrible on it.
Well, she did something that I have seen before on with like older patients who have been actually demented. And I actually consulted Dr. Marikangas about it and others because it looks as though there is some kind of a defect in the ability to see certain areas. And so that everything was crowded into one area. And I have seen this in patients with dementia, and dementia can be caused by many different injuries. So that I was surprised. The other thing that is surprising is that I didn't know quite what to make of it. I knew there was something unusual, and I had asked her again, would you do this again? And she did a much better job of it. And then I remembered I jotted down L, because when she had done something with her right hand, and then I hadn't asked her to change hands at that point, but I wondered, why are these different? And one with the left hand had been done one way, and with the right hand another way, so that she functioned differently, and also she functioned differently at different times, which puzzles me. This is partly why I very much wanted to consult a neurologist, because I don't feel that I am familiar enough, skilled enough, trained enough to say this is the section of the optic area that I think is functioning differently at this time.
Did,
But
did the thought ever cross your mind that she could be faking it, just wanting to have you have the opinions you have? Pretty easy, right, to mess up the hands on the clock,
she
knowing.
didn't mess up the hands on the clock. She created one section of it. I didn't know until relatively recently that this was typical of certain people with brain dysfunction in certain areas. No, it did not occur to me that that was faking something, because afterwards, when I said, would you repeat this? Would you do it again? That she did a better job on it. And this is still a puzzle to me. And if I had the proper consultation, I would have discussed it with neurologists and tried to figure out, because the optic pathway is a very complicated pathway in the brain. It turns upside down, it moves back and forth, and a neurologist is far better equipped to say, this is where things seem to be going wrong.
Did you
no.
know that she had performed that test before?
I did not know whether she had or had not.
Had you reviewed the state hospital reports, both the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluations, correct?
I'm not sure at which point, but I am not aware, I'm not aware of having seen that. That was kind of my last minute thought. Is there anything I can do that might show me any neurologic dysfunction of any sort? And so I said, oh, would you please draw a clock for me? I didn't tell her which hand. I tend to just put something down and then pick it up. And I was staggered at what I saw, because it's a specific dysfunction. It isn't like trying to mess something up. It was in part of it. And then when I asked her to do it again, she did it better.
And doctor, I understand that you want the jury to hear what you have to say, but if you can just focus on my question and just answer it, okay? Did you review any prior test that Ms. Stout took with regards to this clock test that you've been talking about?
I don't recall seeing another clock test at that time prior to what I had done, no.
Okay, if I can just have a second. For the clock test that Dr. Torres did. Yeah, okay. You know, may I retrieve an exhibit? It's people 736.
You may. Recall it, it's in
Where it's at.
a single sleeve, if I remember right.
That's fair. She did. How about that, Dr. Lewis? We've got a couple exhibits in this case.
I also have other clocks here that I had asked her to do. Here are some. And I think these were done the same day. So it is a puzzle to me, and I don't pretend to, I don't pretend to be an expert on interpreting this, but
Well, let me show you.
There,
because
yeah.
exhibit,
Yeah.
736, okay? Do you see there in the top right-hand corner,
yes,
picture of a clock?
yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
familiar with that?
I'm not, I don't recognize this as having seen this actual page before,
Okay.
but it is a clock, and see what she said, draw a clock, 10 past, what is it, 10 past 11? No, it's,
She did pretty good on that one, didn't she?
well, yeah, it's not 10 past 11 really, but it's, I have others where she did better with me. And it puzzled me that, right, you know, at the time I said, would do it again and do it again. And it did improve. And, you know, I am puzzled by this phenomenon and I can't explain it to you, except it is unusual that that particular way of drawing it has been found in individuals with severe brain damage, actually.
Well, and we were
and-
talking about insanity, doctor. We're talking about the time of the crime, correct?
We're talking about brain function at the time of the crime and
So a test that was taken closer to the time of the crime would be more accurate as to what the brain function was happening at the time of the crime. Is that correct?
not necessarily.
So brain functions change over time,
Yes,
like change after you plead not guilty by reason of insanity?
and before and during. I mean, it changed there. I was with her. And when she produced this, that was kind of my last fling at seeing, is there any sign of organicity? And then afterwards, when I asked her to repeat it for me right then and there, she did a better job. And then I kind of looked and I marked that she had been using her left hand and then her right hand or vice versa. And sure, it varied right then and there. And I can't pretend to tell you exactly why. I think that with the assistance of a neurologist, we could at least have an idea of what was blocked off during part of this. And
Okay, I'm going to
don't-
stop you again,
yeah.
doctor, because we're getting away from what the question was, okay? On direct examination, you indicated that a bookcase fell on her and she had to go to the hospital and she had a head injury as a result of that. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I remember reading it, yes, and saying it, yes.
And that happened close in time to the crime, before the crime.
I don't remember if it was close in time. It was a while back when she was teaching. I don't,
Colorado, correct?
I don't remember where or the date, but you would have to tell me.
It's misrepresenting the evidence. She was questioned about bookcase that fell in 2011 that's supported by the medical record.
It's up to the jury to make a determination regarding whether or not any question or representation by an attorney misrepresents the evidence. The objection's overruled.
Let me ask you this. You know that she was examined 2 days after the crime for head injuries, correct?
I'm not aware of how she was examined or by whom then right after the crime. I would have to look at it to, if I saw it, to refresh my memory.
Would it be significant to you if you saw that?
I would have to see what it said. It depends on what it said and how it said it and what they had done. So it could be.
Well, if she was examined by a sane nurse and the sane nurse was feeling her head and examining her head for injuries, would that be significant to you and your determination that she may have a head injury?
If it were there, it could be significant. However, you don't necessarily feel on the outside what happened. If you shake something head, there are little hemorrhages that occur in the brain. You would not feel that if you examine. Now, sure, if something hits you on the head, you like to feel, because there will be a bump, but you can get a far more severe head injury by just doing that. And you can actually kill an infant, not deliberately, but by shaking the infant. And the brain goes back and forth in the cranium, and you will get little hemorrhages. And depending on where they are, you will get certain kinds of disorders in functioning. And I can't tell you exactly what they are. That's much more in the field of a neurologist, but
Hey, doctor, let me stop you again. Is it significant to you that a nurse examined the defendant 2 days after the crime and found no injuries to her head?
is it significant in what way? Meaning that there were no injuries? No.
And that's because you could speculate and say she could have had a brain tumor, she could have had hemorrhages because someone was shaking her. Is that what your opinion is?
She had other injuries previously, so that it's good if the nurse actually did this. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of anybody's having felt her head. Maybe they did. I don't know, but it's that does not tell you enough. It tells you if there's a bump, you do know that something hit the skull, the other side.
I want to talk about psychosis for a while, okay? In an insanity case, it's real common that psychosis is involved if that person is truly insane, correct?
Often, yeah.
Doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists look for evidence of psychosis at the time of the crime in making those decisions, correct?
They look at it over a spectrum, but they do certainly look at it then, and they look at a lot of other things besides psychosis. But yes, one of the things that people look at are the signs, symptoms, behaviors of psychosis. Psychosis is not one little phenomenon. There are many different kinds of psychoses and signs of it, so that you're talking about such a broad topic.
I'm talking about them all. Any signs of psychosis is important when you're doing a sanity evaluation, correct?
Certainly.
And a classic example of someone who is truly legally insane would be a father who kills their daughter because they're hearing voices that their daughter is the devil. Feel like they have no choice but to kill their own daughter. And so they kill their daughter. Does that sound like something that might fit legal insanity?
It's your concept of one possible type of insanity.
Well, what's your concept? Does that seem?
There are many different concepts.
Let's just stick to this hypothetical.
Yeah.
Does it, yes or no? Does it fit your concept of what you feel insanity?
As I've said, insanity is many, many different things, and it depends. And insanity.
It's okay to agree with me, doctor.
Well, no, all that I'm saying to you is you've given one layperson's notion of what insanity is, and you could have given another story, and I would have agreed with it, or whatever. Sure, it's a possibility.
Okay, I'll take the possibility.
Okay.
In that circumstances, they wouldn't know the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their act because they had a psychosis that something was telling them that their daughter was the devil. Follow me?
If you believe that, yes.
How do you believe that?
In a hypothetical story, I believe that you are giving an example of something. No, I don't believe that happened, but I certainly believe it's one of your concepts of what a psychotic episode can be like. And
Well,
I'll buy that could be one. Sure thing.
I'll take that.
I'll give it.
The other, to add that hypothetical, because the individual didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, he wouldn't do anything to hide the body. He would stand there and say, I did what had to be done. Right?
According to your notion of it, not necessarily, but I will buy that this is what you believe it to be. Say, no, I'm not going to hide it because it was good. Right afterwards, a person can say, oh my God, what's happened here? I don't know what this is. I don't know what happened. There are so many permutations and combinations. I would have to say no. It's a story.
So you would find that person legally sane? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it takes a whole lot more to assess sanity and its definition. But no, that's a story that you made up.
Actually, I didn't make it up, unfortunately. Let me ask you another question about sanity and what you assess. Do you look at a defendant's actions, how the crime was committed, what they did before, during the commission of the crime, and what they did after the crime, and rendered an opinion as to insanity?
I do that not simply in terms of rendering an opinion of insanity, but it's a very important part of rendering an opinion of neurologic impairment. For example, it's extremely common to ask, particularly if you think that there has been some brain dysfunction, how about before? Before any of this happened, what were you feeling? What were you thinking? How describe that? How about during? Do you remember everything that happened then? Were you told that you did something you don't remember? And how about afterwards? How did you feel? Did you have a headache? Did you throw up? Did you, did you feel unwell? So that before, during, and after is a very, very important sequence. And you would ask it not just in terms of quote, sanity, but in terms of neurologic impairment and how that affects brain function.
Well, you consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological development issues, don't you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological issues.
I don't recall ever saying that. Did I give you that impression?
I said it on the HBO documentary. We're saying it there.
What would you quote this? I'm not aware of.
Well, let me rephrase. Do you think anyone who commits murder has a brain injury?
No.
Do you think when you're evaluating someone for insanity and you're asking them these questions that you just talked about, what they thought before, during, and after the crime, that would be important to go back and look at the evidence to see if it's consistent with what they're saying?
Any data that you could get that elaborates on what happened is valuable. I can't say how or what, but of course, anything. Even something where weeks before something could have happened. So that, sure, anything that you can learn about the act before, during, after, and at any time before, during, after is important.
The night before this crime, this murder, on January 26, 2020, the defendant had a video recording of her and Gannon talking about the fire. You recall seeing that?
No.
Think that would be important to look at, what she's saying the night before the murder?
I would have to see it, sir. I can't. I need to look at it and then I'll say, yes, I think it is important or whatever. But
Yeah, we'll play
I
it.
don't recall it.
Not a problem. We don't have one. We can't play it. Did you not remember looking at that as part of your evaluation?
I'm sorry, I do not recall exactly that. Also, some of what I saw was unclear and the sound was not good, so that I can't be certain of that.
Well, let me describe it to you and see what your thoughts are, okay? So she's, first of all, video recording a conversation she's having with her stepson, who's 11 years old, saying things like, it's okay, we can sell the couch, not a problem. We can sell the couch and fix it. And Gannon says, I'm just worried about my burns, and he's crying. Then she says, it's okay tomorrow, and then she shuts the video off. Okay? Remember seeing anything like that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall it, but again, much of what I saw was not clear, the sound was not good, and I am not aware of having seen that exactly. I am aware of having read that that Gannon, that she said he had little bubbles on his arm. That, so that's the part of that, I'm assuming it's the same issue. That is the part that stayed with me.
Well, what about the part of her having the ability to stop the video
Mhm.
after Gannon says, I had burns?
I'm not sure what that would mean. What would you have me agree to?
Well, do you think that would be evidence that she didn't want anyone to know that Gannon had burns?
I can't say. I'm not aware of that because she did say that he had little bubbles on his arm. If she didn't want anyone to know that, I don't know why she would have said that.
Okay. 4:36 in the morning, on the morning of January 27th, 2020, she sends a text to her employer saying, I can't come in. My stepfather was just killed in an auto accident. You remember that? You talked about it on
Yeah.
record a little bit.
Mm.
Pretty significant to you and your opinions.
Yes,
We'll get there in a second. Do you remember the rest of the text string?
the rest of the text, if you remind me, I can tell you if I remember it. I don't know what you're referring to.
Paraphrase, how's
Yeah.
that? So the boss returns, later in the morning because she's not up at 4:30. She says, just let us know what we can do for you. Let me know when you can come in, words to that effect.
Yeah.
And then the defendant texts back and says, I can't believe you can be so inconsiderate. I had a family member just die.
Objection, misstating the text.
I'm paraphrasing.
Overruled.
Remember seeing anything like that?
I remember reading about what to me seemed lackey, if you want, you can call it psychotic, but that made no sense. This man was dead, I think, for 8 years. And to call in and say, she clearly was not thinking clearly or cogently or accurately. And it was one of these ridiculous kinds of excuses that a person of her intellect would not be expected to volunteer. There's you'd almost say a stupidity about it, but she's isn't stupid. There's something
let me
wrong
stop you, doctor.
with how she's describing this.
Could it be that just didn't want to go to work that day? Could that just be out of the realm of possibility?
Unlikely, but possible.
And she had other things to do that day? She didn't want to go to work?
I think it's unlikely.
And you also know that her stepfather actually died in 2004, correct?
I know he died for 8 years, I believe, prior to this.
Well, let's do the math.
I'll go by your math. Okay.
Okay. She was also able to call in to Gannon's school and say Gannon's not going to be coming into school that day either. You seen that?
Absolutely.
Nothing psychotic about that.
At the time that I read that, became aware of it, I was puzzled because I thought, gee, then he must have been dead then. Why is she calling in? And it really did not make a lot of sense to me to be calling in. One person who died 8 years ago was having a funeral that day, and Gannon couldn't go to school, but I learned subsequently that he is reportedly dead a lot later than that, so that it's a puzzle why she called in to say he couldn't come in.
It had nothing to do with maybe planning and what she's going to be
I
doing.
don't know. It could have had to do with planning.
Okay. And then you know that she also sent a text to her husband, Al Stauch, saying, hey, I'll let school know that Gannon's not coming in today. Sick, he had some stomach issues the day before. For that one?
No.
The stepfather, you said that was psychotic or evidence of psychosis.
I don't know what you're referring to, sir. Could
The fact
you?
that she calls into school and saying my stepfather just died.
I think it's peculiar, it's bizarre. I'm not sure what that was all about, what she was thinking, why she did that. It doesn't make sense. It's a bit of a leap to call it psychosis right now, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense.
Does it make sense that she may circle back to that at a time where she wants people to feel that she's mentally ill? Blame it on her stepfather because it's on record that she's already talked about her stepfather dying. Does that make sense at all to you?
Doesn't make sense to me, no.
And then the morning of the 27th at approximately 8:14 a.m. and then again at 8:16 a.m., she takes pictures of Gannon in bed and sends them to her husband, Al Stauch. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing, no.
Not unusual behavior.
I beg your pardon?
Is that unusual behavior? Taking a picture of a child sleeping in his bed?
It's behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior.
Do you think she might have been taking pictures to show that Gannon was still alive that morning?
She might have been.
And then you talk about it with her in the interview, and you know from reading the police reports that her and Gannon leave the house about 10:20 in the morning. They go to Petco. Remember that part?
Yeah, in parts, yeah.
And they take Al Stauch's red Nissan truck. Remember that?
I don't recall it was a red Nissan truck, but I recall it was a truck that, actually, I thought it was her truck, could have been his.
And you can actually see Gannon walking to the back left passenger side, rear left door of the truck and get in. Remember seeing that video?
I don't recall seeing it, but I may have read other people saw it. I just don't have a clear memory of that particular film.
Now, in the video, you can see the clothing that Gannon's wearing. You see sweats with a white stripe going down them. You remember seeing that?
As I told you, I don't remember seeing that particular thing, but again, the equipment I had was not clear, and there was no one there with me to say, this is what we're seeing now, so that, but I don't question this, that there was that there's, it's peculiar that here he is walking around, and if I understand correctly, she had already called the school and said that he could not come in. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's
Yeah.
homesick. She's home because she's telling people that her stepfather died, and they decide to go shopping. Playing hooky.
Oh, was that
Maybe.
buying cat toys? Was it? I forget, something like that.
Needless to say, Gannon's wearing the same clothes that he was found in under a bridge on March 17th, 2020. They leave that morning.
I believe you.
Now, at the time that she drives that truck around and goes to Petco, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know. That's a leap where, if you can't talk to the person and you don't see more, I don't know.
You talked to her. Did you ask her that?
I don't recall asking specifically, did you know right from wrong at this point? I don't know, and I don't know the answer to that.
Would it be a stretch to say she did know right from wrong? The fact that she was able to go to Petco, run errands, and come back later that afternoon with no tickets, no accidents.
That she knew right from wrong then?
Sure.
I don't know. I would think, having called into school and having said that this child can't come in, and then taking him on a field trip to Petco, that she really did not have a good idea of what she was doing or why she was doing it. And I'm not sure that the idea of right from wrong is applicable to this just particular episode. It's wacky, but it's.
Is she legally insane at the time she's driving to Petco again?
I don't know. I think you would have to, I would have to know a whole lot more.
If you don't know a lot more, can you come in here and say that she was legally insane based on her driving the Petco with Gannon that day?
I can't say because I don't know enough about it.
They get back about 2:20 p.m. and there's video of them coming back. Do you remember seeing that?
Again, I remember knowing about it. What I saw and what I remember reading, I can't distinguish the two, but I do recall that I believe it was at 2 that there was a return.
And we see a leg drop on the right rear passenger door right about the time that the driver's door opened. Do you remember seeing that?
No,
Well, she tells you that they both come home together, right? When she's talking to you.
I'll buy that. Sure.
Do you not remember that?
Again, I don't remember word for word when she told me these things. And also, since I read other people's accounts of them, I can't tell you exactly where a piece of information came from.
Anything about the video about them coming back at 2:20 p.m. that would lead you to believe that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong?
It's a tough one to say right from wrong versus that she didn't know what on earth she was doing and
And
why
I'm just
she was
asking
doing
if she had the capacity, if she was able to know right from wrong.
it. I don't know that.
You know from the video that they sit in the truck for approximately 30 seconds as the truck is there before the doors open?
No,
Is it unconceivable that they might have been talking to each other
no, or not,
or arguing with each other?
or not.
The autopsy report. You've read that, right?
Right.
The autopsy report tells you a lot about how the killing took place, does it not?
I think so.
And the autopsy report tells you that there was at least 18 cut wounds and stab wounds.
Right.
And a lot of those were defensive wounds on Gannon.
Some, yeah, some on his hands.
He was fighting back, right?
As far as we know, yes.
Is there indication that whoever did that had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
I don't know. I would think so. I would think so.
Just based on the stab wounds alone, right?
Well, it certainly had that quality of, as I thought about it, whether there was an automatic quality to it, which is partly why I wanted certain neurologic tests done, because there was a repetition, as I recall. But there were signs on his hands of cut marks. So
And-
there
Fighting back, right?
looks that way to me.
And the location of the stab wounds, three in the chest, one in the head, several in the back and arms that we already talked about. Does that indicate to you that whoever did this had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
That's a stretch for me because when individuals keep doing this kind of act over and over and over again, it can be an attempt to kill, but it can also be a repetitious kind of automatic act. And not having been there, and I don't know what the state of mind was, whether there was a kind of an automatic going about this, or whether there was a real, gee, I haven't killed him now, I'd like to kill him.
Well,
That I don't know.
Let me have you take off your psychiatrist hat for just a second and just use good old common sense. Based on the stab wounds alone, whoever commit this crime had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I cannot answer that for the reason that I've just told you, that I don't know whether the person was automatically doing something which, with certain types of complex partial seizures, occur where a person just keeps, they may do something not at all violent. They may button and unbutton their coat. They may turn a light on and off and just keep doing it. And they may just keep doing that. Or they may say, not dead yet, I want to kill them. So that I don't know for sure what was going on in the head of the person doing this. I
Okay,
can
well,
only
let's,
say there are there are at least two possibilities.
let's move on from the stab wound.
Yeah.
Fact that there was blunt force trauma, i.e. some sort of object was used, caused 4 head injuries, one of which crushing Gannon's skull, causing skull fractures.
Right.
The fact that another instrument was retrieved and used lead to the opinion that whoever did this had the capacity to form judgment and reflection, and also had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I think you could interpret it that way, or you could say the person felt threatened, felt endangered. By the way, I did not understand where that came from or how, with all of those stab wounds, where this item came from. Perhaps I missed something in the report. But
Well, let me stop you right there, because in your report, you said you thought it may have been a baseball bat. Remember writing that in your report?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that. But it could have been a fear that the person himself or herself was being threatened, and that the wish was to get rid of this threatening, murderous object. I don't know what was going through her head.
What about the blunt force injuries to her Gannon's head, the 4 themselves?
I'm sorry, I don't have a good understanding of the object or of that particular aspect of the injury. So
Why does the object
puzzled.
matter?
I don't know. I would have to know.
The point is, they decided to move from a knife and go to another object, continue on with the killing, correct?
I'm not correct. I don't know what came first or what came second. And I'm not sure how when you're stabbing someone, you get around to hit them on the back of the head. It puzzled me, and I still don't know what was going on at the time or in the person's head. For all you know, the person could have felt threatened and felt that something was of danger to her. I don't know what was going through her head at the time.
Well, there's an 11-year-old boy who has 18 stab wounds lying in his bed.
Right.
And then she takes an object and crushes his skull. Does that indicate that he's fighting back at that point?
I'm sorry, I don't know enough about
Did you look at the crime scene pictures?
I looked particularly at the autopsy. I remember I'm not as clear of the crime scene pictures, except for the spatters of blood and this sort of thing. But I don't know what was going through her mind when this was happening. Was she defending herself? Was she attempting to kill him? The puzzle is all other data say that she loved him, and that he loved her. And
Loved him quite a bit, didn't she? The next thing she does is she gets another object, gun. The fact that she gets a gun, does that tell you she has the capacity to use it and reflection? It's the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I don't know, sir. When I spoke with her, her memory was, I could see a gun in my hand, and I do not know what was going through her head, or why there was a gun, or why she shot this. It would be a leap for me to speculate on this. It is not clear that she simply wanted to kill this. This is a child she loved. As if we believe what other people said, she loved Gannon, so that
And so I just want to make sure I'm
I don't know
understanding.
that she wished to kill him. I don't know that it was even he that she wished to kill. Clearly, she did kill him, but we don't know whether at the time she saw Gannon and she was trying to kill Gannon. We don't know.
So her actions mean nothing to you with
I
regards
think
to,
that's a leap. Her actions mean nothing to me. No.
well, everything's a leap to you. I just want to know what that means to you. The fact that she used 3 separate instruments to kill Gannon. Did she have the ability to make decisions when she did that?
And what I'm saying is, I can't be certain what was going on in her head because I pondered it and I thought, what on earth? How did she get this, whatever the blunt instrument was? When did it happen? And then when I think more than one person said that she loved this child, so that it certainly made me wonder whether she was misperceiving something there. And
Well, then let's go forward then, because what does she do after she does all that? She drags his body to the storage room and stuffs it in a large green suitcase. She had the capacity to know right from wrong when she did that.
it would certainly seem she knew that this was something that should not have happened.
And does that corroborate the actual killing, that she had the capacity to form an intent to kill, the capacity to use judgment and reflection, the fact that she immediately stuffs his body in a suitcase afterwards?
I don't know for sure.
What about cleaning up the crime scene? After she stuffs his body in a suitcase, she goes back to the room and cleans all the blood off the wall. Not all of it. Does she have the capacity to know right from wrong when she's cleaning Gannon's bedroom?
She certainly believes that other people will believe that she had done something horrendous or something terrible had happened. That's, I guess, as far as I can go right now.
Now, she then goes back to the storage room and throws a bunch of boxes on a green suitcase in the storage room. You've seen pictures of that?
Again, I've seen a lot, so that I don't recall those particular pictures.
And then the police come about 10:09 that evening, January 27th, and they search the entire house. And her demeanor is calm, cool, and collected. Gannon went to some friend's house, didn't come. Makes those statements with her demeanor like that. Is that evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't think that's evidence that she knew right from wrong. We don't even know whether she knew what she had done. I don't think that that's evidence she knew right from wrong.
What about, is it evidence of psychosis?
It certainly
When someone's
sounds out of
psychotic-
touch with reality.
When someone's in a psychotic state, it's pretty obvious, right?
No,
Looking around.
wrong.
things.
No, sorry. That's television. No.
Okay. So someone in a psychotic state can act normal and have a normal conversation with a police officer when their stepson is in the storage room underneath a bunch of
Mhm.
boxes in a suitcase?
Particularly if the person does not know that she has done that, or that this is what the status is. That, we don't know what, but there's something really odd about being in that a very calm sort of state. Here she is reportedly murdered a child she loved. This makes no sense. This is psychotic.
What, and just
Did
this,
she kill that boy? Did she think she'd killed him? Was it that boy? Did she remember what had happened?
well, let's talk about the next day then, if she remembers. Because the next day at 6:20 in the morning, she drives her Tiguan out of the garage and is gone for 10 minutes and it comes back. Remember that?
I don't remember that specifically here.
And then later that morning at 8:30, she goes to pick up Al her husband at the airport. Remember that?
Yes.
Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
Sure, I can, Your Honor. When she leaves at 6:22 a.m., I think she might be looking to see if anybody's watching.
That's a speculation. I don't know.
Because when she leaves at 8:30, do you know who's in the car with her?
I'm assuming that that the body is in the car. Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. Body that you just said that she may have forgot about. She didn't remember killing him, putting him in the suitcase, hiding him in the storage room. That body.
Yes.
Gets the body out of the storage room, takes it upstairs, puts it in the back of the Tiguan, drives to the airport. Sound familiar?
Is that a question?
Yeah. At the time she does that, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know because it is approximately then when she thinks that, at least what she says to some people is she thinks that she can bring this body back to life. And she says that she brings him or tries to get him a hamburger. That ought to do it. And then I believe she even tries to get him ice cream. This is psychotic thinking. This is.
Oh, that's what she's saying. What actually happened is she drove directly to the airport, parked the Tiguan, left Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan, rented another car, and Al and her went home. That's what happened.
Yeah.
What she's saying is psychotic because she wants you to think it's psychotic, correct?
I can't say that's correct. I can say you believe that's correct.
Okay. This is a good time to stop.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we will see you back at 10:40. All rise for the jury, please. Yeah. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 10:40.
All rise.
Holy shiznats. What did we just watch? Oops. Oh, we're not done. Didn't he walk away? Oh, never mind. That was on my phone. Whoopsie daisies. Yes, she does, Shelly. Oh no, you watch it break. She's gonna be sick. Hey CEO, welcome. Hey Yvonne. Okay, so I was reading on this lady, and get this. This is what she still talks about. How old? I know, roll her on bones on in there. It's like Weekend at Bernie's. Weekend at Tisha's. Anyway, so this lady. Oh my God. Okay, so she's how old? And she was talking about how she's scarred because her sister. This is her excuse of why, she's this is her not her excuse. I'm not even making sense. Hold on. I'm trying to do something. Let me gather my thoughts about me. I'm stressed out because all I see is Summer Lou, like her ass end. I was trying to fix it. So anyway, no, she is scarred because she's still talking about this in her interviews and shit. She's talking about how her sister used to hop out of oh, she's got her head way down. That's why. Well, hello there, Summer. She's got her head down on the side of the bed. Anyways, she is scarred from her sister hiding in closets and jumping out at her, saying that the Green Witch is going to get her. And at first I didn't get it. I was like, oh, okay, why is she so worried about that? Well, her name's Dorothy. So really, is it that big of a deal that her sister made fun of her? I mean, after all, they probably like watched the premiere of the original Wizard of Oz in real time. But that's what she wrote about in her bio. Her fucking bio was about her sister scarring her as a child and jumping out of closets saying the big green witch is going to get you. So then she went on, yes, she's obsessed. She obsessed on Reagan's killer. She first became obsessed with Hitler in kindergarten. Yes, yes. Shelley, you must have read the same bio I did. She was obsessed with Hitler in kindergarten. She needs to find Toto. Someone bring Toto into the room and wheel her on bones on out of there. Before Technicolor. Yeah, before Technicolor. Yeah, she's really creepy and she just doesn't seem to have much emotion to her. She's a disturbed person in my opinion. And I know Mary disagrees. Mary, you still here? I know Mary was gifted a membership. Congratulations, Mary. And thank you, whoever donated the membership. To the lounge. The tinfoil hat lounge. Oh, I got to get our tinfoil hat up there. In the emoji section. Let me do that now. You guys, what are we going to do after this trial ends? Have you thought about that? Because we usually don't get free reign to just stream openly. Judge was cool, you know? You guys, those plumeria trees, I can still smell them. Okay, let's see how this one works out. Oops. Shit. Forgot to rename it. So, if you guys ever want to put emojis and you don't want to, like, find it, you can, you put the colon and then the name of the emoji and then another colon. So like do colon tin, T-I-N, colon, and it should pop up. So it's in there. I gotta come check it out. You can. It kind of looks like a Hershey's Kiss. Oh my God, Shelly. No, I can't. Ballo, Chad's Chin, and Coburger. Start shipping them out. I know, right? How come it's not working for you, Daisy? Colon, tin, colon. It's the 2 dots. It's this. Oh my God, I hate you, Mandy. We have a frog in the regular emojis, don't we? Hey, if you guys have any suggestions for emojis or that's a semicolon, Daisy. If you guys have any suggestions for sound bits or anything, you can do exclamation. Oh, whoops. It's bits.
Oh, whoops.
You can do that to find out how to send your suggestions. When you hit the second colon, it should pop up the emoji. So just do colon, type 10, and then hit colon. It should pop up. Unless you're on your phone. I don't know if it works on a phone. It might only work on a computer. I'm on a computer, so that might be the problem. That just might be the problem. Let me see if I can find a good frog. I'm going to find one that looked like that little fucker. Oh, I found... Oh, no, this one's cute. I found a perfect one. I can't have something ugly on there. I can't look at that all the time. So I'm going to put a cute tree frog. So what do you guys think is going to happen with this lady? Are we going to listen to videos? Because she clearly has not reviewed this case. I think we can all agree on the fact that we don't think she's watched anything. She didn't even know what weapon was used. I can't with this lady. She honestly reminds me of like how they explained Koberger and how he, did his questionnaire and all that stuff.
Brian Koberger.
Wait till you guys see this frog. Yeah, I think that function only works on a computer, guys. Sorry about that. All right, we're going to get this one in here. We got a frog. Should I get rid of the gong show? I will. We're going to put frog. Oh my God, he's awesome. Check it. Check it, check it. Coke Zero time. It's 12:36. Okay, here. I didn't yet. I have to get on my phone and get Messenger. Wait, that's not the frog I put on there. Here he is. Ah! Look at. They are feminine and they smell so good. Plumeria flowers almost don't look real. They almost look like, like they're fake. I love them. What else do we want an emoji of? Oh, no, this one. This frog's better. I'll leave it. What else do we need an emoji of while I'm in there? Edible time before old lady Rivers comes back. Joan Rivers. Summer, what are you doing? Is she sleeping? Look at, she's sleeping. Oh, no, she's not. Watch this. Oh, yeah, the Wicked Witch of the West. I can't believe this lady is still talking at age, whatever, 70, 80 years old, that her sister jumped out of closets because her name was Dorothy and teased her about the witch. Oh, boy. The big green witch is going to get you. I think it would be funny if someone went in there and went, ah, like the fucking witch. Fucking freak her out. And you know what's really funny is that this lady claims to be scarred by her little sister jumping out of closets talking about the big green witch, but she'll fucking meet with serial killers and killers of kids, and that doesn't spook her. Get the fuck on out of here. That lady is a ball of issues. I can't stand that woman. And, you know, it's not funny, and I'm not making fun, but damn. I mean, if you go back and look at her photos over the years, she has clearly suffered from some type of eating disorder for a long time. And I'm just stating the obvious. Okay, witch is up. Let's see if you can see what it is. Tell me if you can make it out. The Wicked Witch, the big green witch. She is. Shelly, I'm with you. Letecia Stauch. And I really feel like the only thing that's like kept this woman from killing someone, because she's so freaking curious. She's so curious about killings and death and murders that she made a career out of her sickness. And it's almost like had she not made that a career for herself out of that, she may have done something bad. Who knows?
You know what I have to say to Ann C. Taylor, the defense lawyer? Bring it on, woman.
Yep. Desiree, I agree. I really... Frag, what is that? Look at the little lines. Yeah, I really feel like she does live vicariously through them. And I feel like shame on the defense, because they're the ones ultimately making a mockery of justice for Gannon. I mean, they know that Tisha did this. They know she's not suffering from any illness like this doctor claims. They know this. They're just doing their job. But when do you draw a line between ethics and morals and your job? Like, it really floors me the way that some lawyers sell their souls to the devil to have a job, to go down as a defense attorney. It's like, dude, isn't there more important things in life to be proud of? I mean, it's great to have a successful career, but when it makes you look like you're not a good person, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it. Thanks, Lex. Mandy, I don't know if you were here earlier. I was wondering the same thing, and I watched The Lawyer You Know. You should watch it. Him and his dad were appalled. His dad was like, what the fuck is this? But his dad said that he thinks T will testify. And then Peta says, I don't think so. But his dad seems to think that T will testify.
Okay, before we start back into the case, there's two things that I need to address.
Oh, shit.
That have come to my attention. One is I've issued general orders regarding usage of cell phones, video cameras, all of that stuff. What we have provided for the general public is that they can capture what is being broadcast as a webinar. They can rebroadcast that, and that's fine. Everyone here needs to understand, everyone in this courtroom is prohibited at any point in time from audio or video recording any part of this proceeding in the courtroom. Don't have your phones out. There's not a reason for it. There are press that are here that may be part of pool press. They may be part of some other commercial entity for press, and that's fine. But even they are not recording any part of this proceeding. If that happens, it could be, number one, your phone gets confiscated. It could be, number two, you face direct contempt proceedings with me. Don't do it. Second issue is, I know that we have some people from out of town. I know that we have some people from out of state. And I know that perhaps they're not familiar with the laws in the state of Colorado or the etiquette and procedures for this courtroom and this building. This entire building, the El Paso County Combined Courts, in its entirety, is a non-smoking facility. Also understand, we have cameras everywhere in the building. So when you leave this courtroom and you go down a hallway, and then you go into a stairwell, and you're smoking, we know who it is. Especially if you've been warned about it before and you go down to another stairwell and smoke. I want to be very clear. There is no smoking of either tobacco or marijuana products anywhere in the courthouse at any point in time. Anybody who is here that I learn continues to do that, I may bar from the courthouse pending the outcome of this trial. So, two things: no phones, no smoking. Let me ask, anybody in the gallery have any questions about that? Raise your hand. Yeah. No response. All right. I'll take that as everybody that's in the courtroom understands my message clearly, and I don't have to take any further action regarding it. Is there anything else that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Prosecution?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
Given the fallout, given the fallout.
Stand up!
Brit, I'll vape to that. I'll smoke to that. Did you see I put a little tinfoil hat on my little face down there by the bottom of the screen? Yeah, it's legal recreational there. Someone was smoking in the stairwell. Smoking in the stairwell. He looks like he's looking at me. Smoking in the stairwell. Werner always told me. I can't remember all the words. Werner always said, smoking ain't allowed in court.
All rise
Someone
for the
said
jury,
he smelled
please.
like dope.
Stand up!
May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of cross-examination. That's where we will resume.
Thanks, Judge. Dr. Lewis, we left off with the Tiguan being at the airport. You recall
It was
that this
probably
morning?
Dr. Lewis.
Now, the fact that she moves the body from the storage room to the Tiguan and then to the airport, is that an indication that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't feel qualified to say, to conclude that she certainly had the capacity to move it from one place to another for one reason or another. And certainly it would seem to be for keeping it a secret of some sort. Whether or not she thought this was right or wrong, I just can't speculate.
Well, she knew that Al was coming home because she was picking him up. Correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And she knew that she had to move the body before Al got home, right?
He handed me that
Perhaps.
law book
The
over
body
there.
was hidden, so it could have been hidden somewhere else. Yeah.
And she knew she had to rent another vehicle because Gannon's body was in her Tiguan, correct?
I know she rented another one and it was in the T1. Yes.
She thought this out, right?
Yes.
Rational thinking?
That's a leap. Thinking, yes.
Okay. Is she psychotic when she's making these decisions to rent a car and leave the body in the T1 at the airport?
Again, speculation. I don't know.
We're now into January 28th, 2020. Al and her go home in the rental car, the Kia. Do you remember reading about that?
Yes.
And then about 4 p.m. that day, she leaves in the rental car and goes back to the airport. Do you remember seeing that?
Reading about it, perhaps, yeah.
Is it inconceivable that she's going back to check on the Tiguan to make sure no one's disturbed it?
Any speculation is possible.
Is that rational thinking under the circumstances?
Don't know.
If the body's in your car, do you want to make sure no one's messed with it?
Body's in your car, you might want to avoid going anywhere near that car so that you're not involved with it. So that I think it would be speculating to say this is why or that's why. We don't know why.
That's fair. But we do know that she goes back to the airport once again on the 28th at 7 p.m. Correct? You remember that?
I believe you. I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers or the times, but certainly seems likely.
She leaves the white rental car, the Kia, in short-term parking, keeps the keys to that car, and leaves the airport in the Tiguan. Is that rational thought processes under the circumstances?
I have no idea why she's doing that. I can't say it's rational, irrational. She did it. It would be speculation without finding out more.
Well, is it evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong, collecting Gannon's body that way?
No.
She takes the Tiguan and leaves, puts her phone on airplane mode, and drives for several hours. And we're mapping her on her Life 360 app. Do you remember seeing that?
No, I recall becoming aware of it in one way or another, seeing or reading about it. Go ahead.
And as she's doing this, she's texting her daughter, Harley, don't open the door. Don't talk to the police. That kind of thing. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, it suggests that she has the capacity to know that that she could be in great trouble if this were not hidden. Knowing right from wrong is such an abstract it's hard to comment on that.
Certainly, if she would have stayed with Gannon's body in his bedroom, that might be some good evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong.
Welcome to the lounge,
Right.
Canadian. Thank you, Frankie, my love.
Again, that's one interpretation.
And of course, that didn't happen here, correct?
That she stayed with him.
Right.
She did not stay with him.
Because what she does is she eventually drives her Tiguan up to Palmer Lake, which is a small town north of Colorado Springs. If you're not familiar with it. She finds an isolated spot, drop the suitcase off on the side of the road. That evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong and trying to hide the body again.
Again, she had the capacity to know that she needed to hide the body. I don't know. I can't move on to yes, she knew right from wrong. That again, it's an abstraction, and I can't comment on knowing right from wrong simply from that.
Is that evidence that she's suffering some kind of psychosis? The fact that she goes to an isolated spot to hide the body?
Maybe, don't know.
Is it also evidence that she may not be suffering from psychosis? The fact that she knows to go to an isolated spot and hide the body?
Maybe.
During this whole time, she's texting with Harley and still controlling what Harley's actions are. Do you remember seeing that?
You would have to remind me.
She's multitasking. She's kind of controlling what's happening at her house as well as getting rid of the body.
I'm sorry, I have not juxtaposed that, but if you clarify what she was saying to Harley, perhaps I can say something.
But don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the police, that kind of stuff. Don't let them in the house. You consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Certainly a form of trying to control what happens.
Around midnight, between the 28th and the 29th of January 2020, she meets Harley close to Harley's place of employment. Remember reading about that?
Not specifically, but
And she leaves her Tiguan there. Harley then takes her back home in her car. The fact that she's thinking about leaving the Tiguan somewhere other than her own home, is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
again, it shows the capacity to know what will be regarded as incriminating or not in her best interest. Again, right from wrong is abstract, and I hesitate to comment on that specifically.
Well, I'll ask you this then. Did she know the fact that if there was blood in that Tiguan, it might be incriminating to her?
I would think so, yes.
The next morning, her daughter Harley gives her a ride back to the airport where she takes the keys that she still has for the rental car, the Kia, that she left in short-term parking the day before. And she tosses the keys to an Avis representative out on the sidewalk at the airport. That evidence that she has the capacity to hide the fact that she is no longer in that rental car and was in the Tiguan the night.
I don't know.
Her daughter Harley then gives her a ride back to where her Tiguan is, where it was at all night by her place of employment. Massage Envy, you didn't know. Okay. And she then is talking to detectives at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office saying, I'm on my way. I want to come down and interview you. Remember that evidence?
Again, I've probably read it, but I don't specifically remember that, but I'll certainly believe you.
And she drives the Tiguan to the sheriff's office, which is right across the street from the courthouse. And on her way, she stops and washes the Tiguan. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but again, certainly I could have it. I just don't remember specific.
At that point, does she have the capacity to destroy incriminating evidence by washing the Tiguan?
Yes.
When she gets to the sheriff's office, she's interviewed. And this is what the story that you alluded to yesterday about Eduardo and the rape happening. You remember that story?
That I remember.
Jury probably remembers it too. We're not going to get into the whole interview, but I do want to talk about a couple things that she says in that interview, okay? In that interview, she alludes to the fact that Eduardo took a suitcase. Remember that portion of the interview?
You'd have to continue on.
Weird, isn't it? You're describing being raped, your stepson's kidnapped, and by the way, the kidnapper took a suitcase.
It's wacky. It is
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you think it might be an indication that she knew that Gannon's body was in a suitcase out in Palmer Lake at that time? And if someone was to find the body, she had an explanation as to how the body got there?
Could be.
Pretty rational thinking, isn't it, under the circumstances?
I don't think much of what she was thinking was rational, sir. So that, again, that's a.
What about smart? Was that smart to tell the officers that?
Again, that's a judgment call. The whole thing is so convoluted and wacky that to call it smart doesn't quite hit the mark.
The other crazy thing that she says is, after he raped me and kidnapped Gannon, he just leaves the gun at the house and then leaves.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah. But is it really crazy? Because she knows the gun is still in the house, and that's the gun that she used, and she has to have an explanation on why that gun was used.
I don't know if it was really crazy. It sounds crazy to me.
Or really smart, right?
Not to me, but
Setting up the story.
again, you're thinking more logically, I think, than we can give her credit for through much of this. But I find crazy what you find logical.
It's crazy when people kill their kids.
It's crazy when you say Eduardo comes and rapes her and takes off Gannon. It's the whole concept is crazy. If a little bit of it is seems logical that a gun was here or there, the whole story of Eduardo is crazy.
Yeah, that's why she changed it later on and came up with Quincy Brown and some other stories, right?
I don't know why. Because she realized it was crazy and then changed it.
Yeah.
Less crazy?
People who are pathological liars, when they lie, they tend to have small crumbles of the truth in it, and they have no problem changing that lie to something else. Isn't that true?
This is what your understanding is of a pathological liar. I can't, I can't ascribe to that or not. This is what you believe.
What do you believe? You've interviewed hundreds of people on death row. Have you ever come across any of those individuals who may have not been honest with you?
Oh, yes, from time to time, sure.
That may have been, have antisocial personality disorder?
May have.
Where they're manipulators, they're pathological liars, they have no sympathy.
This is a bit of a fantasy, and
I don't know what's a fantasy about. I'm just asking you, have you ever come across anybody like that?
exactly like that, I would say no.
Never come across anyone with antisocial personality disorders?
Certainly, I've come across many people who have been so diagnosed.
And those are some of the criteria of antisocial personality disorder, are they not?
There are some of them.
Jump forward to January 31st, 2020, okay? Her family now has come to Colorado. Her aunt has rented a Nissan Altima from Denver and drove it down to Colorado Springs. Remember reading about that?
No,
Nothing crazy about that, right?
don't know the ultimate, but
That
Okay.
Altima, at some point on January 31st, a tracking device is placed on it, a GPS tracking device. You remember reading about that?
yes, I think so. Yeah.
And then her family, including her daughter, her brother, indicate that Ms. Stauch disappears for 2 hours that afternoon, January 31st, 2020, in the Nissan Altima. Remember where she goes?
You'd have to remind me. No,
She goes right back to that same spot in Palmer Lake where the body is. Is that evidence that she has a capacity to know right from wrong when she goes back to collect Gannon's body?
in my opinion, that's evidence of stupidity. If you want to cover up something that you've done, you don't drive back to the body. You just don't do that.
But she did.
Yeah, it's not too smart and not too well thought out, but she did it.
Is it not conceivable that I didn't hide the body good enough? I need to go get it. I'm driving to Florida, be better off in the Gulf of Mexico than where it was at. Is that inconceivable?
You've just conceived it so that clearly you've thought about it. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do or the best way to hide your implication in a death, to drive back to where the body has been placed. Not smart.
Probably a panicky thing to do, right? Criminals aren't the smartest
Not
people.
necessarily panicky, not smart.
And we know what happens after that, right? She rents a van, and her and Harley take Gannon's body in the back of that van and drive to Pensacola, Florida. Surely you know about that.
This is when she drives with her
Right.
daughter.
That's something you remember from reading in the police reports?
From perhaps numerous sources.
Along the way, Ms. Stauch is able to rent hotel rooms. She's able to deceive the people at the hotel. So she works for the Ford Motor Company. We only need one room, one person, no pets. What else? Remember reading about that?
Not specifically.
The whole trip to Florida, do you see any evidence of psychosis or any evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong during that trip?
I'd have to say I see neither the capacity nor a lack of capacity there. It's to my mind, it's incredibly peculiar behavior to drive that distance with a body, and the body of a child that you allegedly loved, in the back of your car. There is
I'm glad you used the word allegedly there, because you're familiar with a search that she did on her phone that was later deleted by her that says, "I don't like my stepson." Remember that search?
I'm aware of the statement, "I don't like my stepson."
Kind of contradicts what you've
I
been
think only
saying the whole.
once. I think I only became aware of that once, but it could have happened again. I don't know.
So she takes Gannon's body and dumps it over a bridge in Pensacola. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she once again is hiding Gannon's body.
Again, I don't know if that shows she knows right from wrong.
And then his body was discovered on March 17, 2020 by a Macon ponder. Do you remember reading about that?
I remember reading that it was found.
Bridge inspector who inspects that bridge every 2 years just happened to be there on March 17, 2020, and he finds the suitcase.
Okay. No.
If that suitcase is never found, do you think we'd be here today on an insanity case?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I want to talk about the interview that you had with her, the forensic interview that took place over a period of 3 days in November. Okay, I'm going to play some clips of those interviews with you. But before I do that, going into this interview, do you have any concerns that Ms. Stauch may not be truthful with you during the interview?
Of course,
Skepticism, right? That we talked about yesterday.
of course.
And so with that, Your Honor, and some of these clips are shorter than others. I know you may be more comfortable sitting there, but if you want to get in your wheelchair and go somewhere else, we can do that.
Wherever I could see it more clearly, because I have not seen it as clearly or heard it as clearly as I would like. If there's a better spot, that would be
There's a
good.
TV right behind you, and then the other TV's here, so you can work out whatever you want to do, Doctor. I mean,
Let me figure it out.
you tell me, and then
Yeah.
we'll start when you're ready. We're gonna go.
I wonder, can we move this back a little and can we see, can I hear this clearly?
You're gonna be able to, you're gonna be able to hear it clearly. We could also get you in a wheelchair and put you.
I-
Right here, so that would be easier.
Well, why don't we try it? If it isn't clear, we can pause and go.
Yeah, let's.
Why don't we try it?
Well, here's the deal, Doctor. I'm going to ask you some questions after the clips, okay? And so this one's, I think, only about 5 minutes long. I'm going to try it from sitting there and see how it works out, and then we can go to plan B if we have to.
Roll her on bones on out of here.
Well, yeah, we certainly could. What I would like to do is grab a pad or something so that if something strikes me that I see, I can jot it down and recall it.
No problem.
And I can
Do
just
we have a
wait,
pad or
Mr.
something?
Delaney,
Yeah.
While you're, when you come back, it's okay. When you come back, if you hit both of the green buttons so the perimeter lights are out, it may help her see a little bit better. Okay. That? Yeah, and the other one. Yep. There you go.
And so for the record, we're going to start with People's Exhibit 729, which is an interview that took
Oh, whoops.
place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning time. And before we hit play, Doctor, we have a freeze frame here of the video. Obviously,
Of the what?
it's just the video.
Everybody does that. It's
you can
okay.
see the image. Do you see Miss Stauch there in the center of the video?
Yes,
Who are the other two people behind her?
I see Caitlin and I see the foot. I assume it is of Josh. Is that, I'm not sure. Is that?
Mr. Tlaney?
Yes.
Now, are you seated where Miss Stauch is looking right now?
I think that you can see, I'm not positive. I think those are probably my papers. And so I would have been seated across from her, looking at her and where they could have been in my peripheral vision.
So we're going to start the video at 11 minutes and 5 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 15 minutes and 41 seconds.
Can I try to fix this seat so that I can see what's going on?
It doesn't move. You'd have to adjust your.
I'm just trying to turn it.
Oh, okay. It will turn all the way around. There you go.
Okay, we're going to hit play then.
What you call your return? Well, I'm not necessarily calling names, but like, how can I get this name when you talk to, like, what do you call them? So I can call them the same. No, I mean, for example.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
I call Josh. You call Josh. Yeah. Do all of you? Yeah. 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 We're sometimes. Like Maria called me. And then the bed. No, like Maria sometimes calls them Betty. She is called them B-A-D-J. Like that would be like, it's like Spanish for asshole, but that's all she gets mad at. Like they always asshole. Yeah. Really? I mean, it's not really an asshole, but it's like, yeah, that's part, no, no, that's, but, I don't know Spanish, well, she does, but no, she was well, I mean, yeah, the basic, but if you talk to her, she knows Spanish. Who knows? Maria does. Maria knows Spanish, yeah. That's in any other language. No, I know that my friend said she's taught Russian or. But, Brandon is sitting for. I don't, and you're not aware of any Russian kind of aspect of you. I know I've been to like a lot of countries and ended up there and I've had to adapt to them and I know that I'm able to talk to people there. What's the I still live. By what they're telling me. I'm big John. I've been to all the islands, all the Caribbean islands. Yeah. Yeah, I've been to Dubai.
So I need to sit back further and just, it's too hard to see her from here. Can we move perhaps I can just move the wheelchair over there and look
Sure.
up here.
I can help
Okay.
you out. We paused it at 1311.
Thanks.
Let's see what,
See what we can do here.
yeah. And if we just move that around there, maybe,
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
yeah, okay.
You want to sit back?
Let me see if I can see and hear, this looks a whole lot better.
That looks better.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
How's that?
It's better. Did you-
Yes.
Yeah, I think, however, I think this is better.
Okay, that's fine. You'll just need to, if you're going to be asked any questions or give any answers from there, you'll just need to speak up so everybody can hear you because the microphone's not there and there are jurors behind you.
And it may be easier, like when this
Where the fuck
question,
is
then I'll
she?
just
Okay.
turn her that
We
way.
can do
That's
that.
okay with Mr. Young?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Hey, we'll go ahead and resume
Oh,
the video at
she's mobile.
1311.
Jesus.
What the date of this, just so I have.
Sure, it's November 15th, 2022 in the morning. Okay, here we go.
She's a princess, went to Dubai, living. She's a princess, she went to Dubai. She's not part of you, or she is. And so Jazz, what part of you is that? She's risky, like she doesn't look past like very risky, what do you call it? Like risky, yeah, like. I'm gonna say it, like, get me in trouble. Yeah. So that. Can't go out, party alone. Yeah. I'm not a partner. You're not a partner. So I was just. So like what happened is something really happens where they're like really stressed out. I can be at like work and be okay and something stressful will happen and then I'll just end up somewhere, end up on a plane. Do you know how you got to the plane? It's like my body goes through the motions, like obviously.
It's probably her old lawyers.
Passport, buy a ticket, I don't really remember doing all of it. You don't remember? I know it sounds crazy, but no, it doesn't. But like, okay, so like. If you see my credit card's by me, and you're like, oh, okay. Obviously she did it, because obviously it's under my name, it's easy to, and my body's gotta know that's whose credit card you got claims to be able to pay for it, but yet at the same time, like, I won't know I've done it until I'm on the plane, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm going to this place, or I'm going to that place, find yourself somewhere. Not even really. I've been to a lot, even symptoms. We just drinking wine, like, oh, I didn't remember it's wine bottle. Simple things like that, all the way up until being in another country. I did that a lot where my daughter's even texting me, and they're like, Mom, it says you're in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, oh, I am. Because, and her, one time I was in Jamaica. So you were there, fine. No, I got a plane to live in Jamaica, but I was also at work that party and then that meeting with night. Well, so maybe Josh can look it up.
Okay, we stopped it at 15:44. Okay. So say I'm more than happy to help out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get all of her words there, so.
If the question I ask you, if you want to have us replay something, we can do that, okay?
Or perhaps if someone could reread it and,
I'll do my best to paraphrase. How's that?
Great.
Okay? In the beginning, you asked the question about how she refers to her attorney, Josh. You remember asking that? The question you ask is, do all of you call him Josh? Do you remember asking that question? Why did you ask it that way?
I think something fantasy that where she had talked about other, and that was, I did not make that up myself, that it came from other entities of some sort. I don't recall the earlier part, but knowing myself, I know I wouldn't introduce it, it would have been something.
And I guess, yeah, can the jury hear okay, Your Honor? I just want to make sure.
Looks like it.
Okay, great.
We're getting thumbs up. It's all good.
I heard Eduardo with like a
She
D.
talked about Maria having a jail call and speaking Russian. Remember that?
There was something there about the Russian, yeah.
Did you ever see a jail call where the defendant was speaking Russian?
I don't recall a jail call, so I didn't.
That would be something important to you, would it not? If she's saying that, and then lo and behold, there is a jail call where she's speaking Russian, that could corroborate what she's saying, right?
Well, it could. I have to see it kind of in a bigger picture because I remember different things. It had, in retrospect, but it has special meaning because much later, I believe, in my interview, she starts to speak in what sounds like a Russian accent.
And Dr. Lewis, we're going to play that.
Well,
We're gonna-
this is the first time I'm aware that I did not recall that she had mentioned the Russian at this point. But it's some kind of entity that sounds like.
And we'll talk about that more when we get that portion of the video. We're gonna play that portion where she's speaking in an accent. Okay?
And one other issue here was, and that puzzled me, but I didn't pause there, was when she said, part of her, I thought it might have been Maria, spoke Spanish. And so I kind of caught my ear from my husband's family. I too, did anybody speak Spanish? I don't know whether any speak it or whether this is part of it is that sounds. Speaks
And there's nothing in the record whatsoever, including the records that were given to you by defense, that indicates the defendant has ever spoken to anyone in Spanish.
As far as I could determine, but I sure wanted to know.
Yeah, sure.
It's possible.
Yep. She tells you that she's been to Dubai as Jasmine, and Jasmine's a princess. Remember that?
Well, there's a lot of stuff there.
If she had in fact been to Dubai, that'd be something pretty easy to corroborate, right?
I suppose. I don't think I took it that.
You mean you don't think that she went to Dubai?
Are you saying Dubai?
Yeah.
likely to be at that point.
Okay, so she's making that up?
Well, if she's making it up, or that is a fantasy. Like when we have dreams, and they're very real, and we think we've been there, that at that time that she had been to Dubai, she has a whole history of going to all sorts of different. But she has gone to several which. Here,
Well, the history would be documented because there'd be plane tickets, there'd be family members knowing that she was gone for a period of time. Things like that that you can corroborate, right?
if at the moment I thought that was an easier thing to corroborate, yeah. I think that it was testimony.
What about Alaska? Remember her talking to you about Alaska later in the interview?
Oh,
How
yeah, I had trouble with Alaska because
you know what?
husband went there, and I think she had gone there.
I meant to say Australia. I'm sorry. I think
You had the same trouble I did.
we're having the same problem. She never said she went to Alaska. She said Australia, right?
She did say Alaska.
Oh, she did?
Sir, she said.
Okay.
Not only that, your head is spinning when you some of the stuff. But later on, I'm pretty sure that she had a husband who was stationed in Alaska. So I was a real suffering. And she Alaska, and I believe it. I think in my notes I have down that. I think there's really Alaska.
Alaska happened. They lived in Alaska. Okay. That was my fault. I meant to talk about the Australian trip where she says her and Harley went over there and she blacked out and was on a beach and doing crazy things, she said, and then realized Harley was by herself. Do you remember that?
It's something like that. And I'm relieved that you were as confused.
And we know there's nothing in the record to indicate that she's ever been to Australia. She also tells you in this clip that she changes personas when she's stressed out. Remember that?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
A triggering event?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to play the next clip now, okay? We're going to go to, just have a second. We're now going to jump to People's Exhibit 731, which is your interview. What's the date of this? Would be on November 16th, 2022 in the morning. We're going to start this clip at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 50 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 1 hour, 47 and 22 seconds. No, that's for the record, doctor, just so the record indicates what we're playing. Okay. Go ahead and play.
They're being projected as some monster and like you don't know, and you're like looking around and you like, this is not me. I don't do these things and I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
This made this more. Is it possible that you did state?
Yeah. If I did, I didn't know I did or did not intentionally do it. You know what I'm saying? There was no intention to harm anyone. That would be a loved one of mine. You see what I'm saying?
Because, you know,
Yep.
again, I did not see him. What? See him? Where did he see him? As said, I did not do that. I did this, not to put that, whatever. But this is one thing that she keeps saying. She didn't do, or else it gives, you know, you do give some pretty wacky stories about you think. There is a possibility. It's never clear then. What? Do you think that's a possibility?
Oh, I said that from the beginning, but I'm all over the place because I really, same job.
Is it possible you do that when you were on state?
When I was in a what state?
Stay in one of these states where you were never involved.
Oh, yeah, I've said that definitely. I know that, but was not an intention to hurt Gannon. Like, it was never, like, no, absolutely not. I love Gannon. I took care of these kids since they were 5 and 2. I've had these kids from coast to coast, country to country.
Yeah.
Like, that's not, what do I gain out of hurting a child? Absolutely nothing. Like, I lose everything in my entire life. And not only is it about me being hurt, but other people around me. And if I'm sitting there telling you that I care about all these people, there are other people hurting in this. If I was going to hurt somebody, why would it not be these people that are hurting people? Right? No, it would not be to hurt a child. You see what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not. It would not be an intention to be like, okay, that's it, you're done for the day. No, like, that's not how it works. I don't feel like I'm doing things right, you know, to do that. I don't work my whole life to do things right, to just be like, today's the day, I'm just gonna ruin my entire life and everybody else. That's not how it works. These people in here do this stuff, I don't. You know? There's just no attached. I mean, you don't take somebody out to go shopping, to do this, do that. You don't go buy somebody Valentine's candy to knock them off the planet.
Is that day you were born?
Yes. So I don't I don't even understand this. That's just not how it works. You don't lay somebody out to close for this amount of time. You don't go do this, you don't go do this. Like, I don't get it. I've had these kids in Mexico, Alaska, all these places, not a scratch on their body.
Tell me what's going on. When you were in Australia,
Yes.
when?
I think I told you 2017 or maybe 18. Maybe.
How did you find it?
I went with people. Get my records to see where I went. But I went with there's, I think it was Sam. Oh, Christina, Sam. Other people.
And took care of Gannon's sister.
I don't think they live with us then.
So, time to time, they want to get away from this place.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially like they're gone for the summer. I just be on.
If you get some of
Because why I'm bored. Yeah, like that was my life. I would rather packing up all the stuff, just taking everybody back home to South Carolina, and taking care of everybody. Her life was much easier.
I heard it, Wardo.
Because I could go there. No, they're, no, Landon's mom.
Landon.
Which was Gannon's mom's.
Yeah. Gannon, this is Gannon's
Grandma.
grandmother. Help with.
She helped me when we lived there and I had the kids. She helped me. She's the only person helping me. But I also had other people there that could help. Support system, yes. Everything. If I could call ID, I could help. I had other people who programs that I could be like, all right, I need to go do this. I could drop them off here for the day. I had support.
My first talk with John, I asked him what and you know, he's well, by the way, what you would say, and was there, right? And he said that In fact, list gave a list of 12 explanations that were gave for what happened when went up.
Because then I'll have a flashback or something, but I don't know if that flashback is a cool flashback or not.
Yeah.
And I'll have a nightmare about something, so I don't know if the nightmare was a nightmare, but the nightmare becomes real. So then I wake up with things that's really going on for hours and hours and hours and hours. Then sometimes I'll have something and I'll try to put together something and it's like, it's really happening. Because then I told you earlier that I didn't know if something's really going on, or if this was real or not. Remember I said, I thought this was just one big nightmare. But so, any of it, it's all running together, because sometimes I don't know what's going on, and what's really not going on, you know what I mean? Then 1 minute it's something that happened, and I'll switch personality, and someone will say, in the other personality, no, this is what really happened. You know what I mean? Then I'll hear like another voice, still not schizophrenic voice, no, not crazy, and it'd be like my other voice, tell me this. So it's like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and I drive myself absolutely nuts. So when you ask me why people tell you 100% that I remember, sitting on the couch, hearing somebody knock, being in the garage, you know, I remember I being in the garage, I go look at the windows, look at someone outside, seeing someone downstairs. That was the things I could 100% remember, but running around frantic, not knowing what was going on. So that's what I guess the greatest dream or fantasy or weirdo that you have that influences what you think about. But I know I think was that you told. But I don't know. How do I know? It could be. How do I know? There's people or something. I don't know. But I'm saying though, but you don't know because, well, one person's telling me this. How do I know? Because this person could be trying to go for that person. You see what I'm saying? Because who knows what that person was really doing? You see what I'm saying? Maybe it doesn't matter. Told me. I know, I'm not talking about them, I'm talking about what this person was doing. How do you know? Because 1 minute I was doing this, next minute I was doing this, but another person was doing this because I was doing something else. So how do we know? Whether we're in some computer state. And it is not possible. What happened? It's not gonna work for me because I'm not like that. I have to know answers. Dude, I wouldn't care if it was just a random person on the street who was a bad person. Yeah, I wouldn't care. Because they would just be a bad person. Yeah. I don't care. But you're like that. See the news every day, bad people, bad things happen to bad people. But when bad things happen to good people, it's hard, especially when I'm sitting there lost. You know,
Oh my God.
you're sitting there lost. Because there are probably little things that you should remember what happened to get rid of. Yeah, where he's tossed and this or that, if I can't do this. But in a sense, she's a good memory for.
Yeah.
And there's probably a good reason for why you don't. And, you know, you got that stuff, sense and you've been through a lot of friends. But let's try to find out why. I absolutely believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What makes you cry? Because I wish I would have just lived and eat my sweet just a kid. I don't know face. I don't know about face kid charges.
whatever last weekend. Gannon wanted me to leave and not even tell our, God, should have just did it. Isn't that a really good idea? No, but at least we've been saved, at least we've been on the East Coast saved, everybody saved. He wanted to go with me, he knew I was leaving, he wanted to go with me, he did. He said, you're going back, mommy, and mom, I could stay with you, and stay with mommy, and who's fine. His mommy, his nana, his poppy, and whatever. The East Coast, yeah, to the East Coast. Is that with your mom? No, his mommy, whatever. No.
His family.
Yeah, his family lived there, so we had.
Yeah, his mom. They were away.
Yeah, he knew I was leaving to go back home to the East Coast. He was like, just take me with you. And I said, son, it cannot. It's kidnapping. Your dad would have me hand over kidnapping because even though I'm your primary caregiver, I can't just take you. And if I would have just did that, everybody would just be fine. So I said, what? So what? No, you gotta add that to the mix. Add that added on to me, trying to figure out I was trying to be. But yeah, I have to make sure that they were safe. Because I didn't want to leave them safe. You don't realize that the kids, Lena and Gannon, if I would have left them, they would not have been taken care of. Yes, money's not everything. They would have had what they needed financially. They would not have anybody to take care of their academics. They would not have anybody to take care of their school stuff like, oh, it's just a day at school. Oh, it's this. They wouldn't have had that. Without me, they had none of that. So they would have lost all those things. They would have just been thrown in babysitters. Who would have babysitted them? Did you ever cross your mind that maybe Gannon was there? No, absolutely not. This was my plan. I could not just take them to South Carolina and drop them off with my mother. She said, drug addict. And if I did that, they were in just as worse hands as the guard I've taken care of them. Right? So the plan had to be add more to my plate to figure out how am I going to get them safely to their mom so she could get custody back. But at the same time, she needs a house. And in order to get custody back, a woman can get custody back if I help her because I'm the one that reason we got custody was because of me. So I can help get custody back to her. How am I going to do this? Do it correctly. Make sure she has a home. But if it's killing again. Gannon doesn't need to die. What are you talking about? Gannon dying has nothing to do with that. I didn't come up with any idea of Gannon dying. My point is getting him safely to his mother. I would have been the plan. I could not get him that day. I told him Wednesday I would have worked out then with her. But talking to her, getting her a home, I can't just go buy her a home. That's not simple. You see what I'm saying? She was a drug addict. Drug addicts don't listen. They repeat the same cycle over and over and over. So I didn't lose the battle. Should have just took them with me, started with school cross country, and then just been like, oh, well, one of y'all need to figure it out how to become better parent. That's what I should do. Love that day. That's what I should do.
Okay, we started at 1:47:17. Thanks, Mr. Toomey.
Absolutely.
That's right. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about this clip we just saw. And I want to kind of start where we left off, where she's talking about kidnapping and Gannon wanting to go to South Carolina. You remember that?
I found the entire thing. And incredibly confusing. She had to take care of Gannon and she had to protect. At that point, I was kind of, what in hell is going on here?
Okay, and Dr. Lewis, Mr. Tolini is going to ask you some questions when I'm done. If we can just focus on my question, and then if there's other things you want to add, I'm sure Mr. Tolini can ask you about that, okay? Is that
I
fair?
thought I was responding to what.
No, I want to talk about, well, is it that unusual that an 11-year-old boy wants to be with his mother? And you think that might have an impact on his stepmother, Miss Stauch? The fact that Gannon wanted to be with his real mom?
I don't think that this demonstrated that. But, there was something incredibly puzzling.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, 'cause you're awesome. Happy birthday.
The boy says, I want my mother, not you.
I don't think that this is what heard there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think we heard that. It's a possibility in another story, in another world.
well, let me just ask you, do you think that's a stressor? The fact that an 11-year-old boy tells his stepmother that I want to be with my mother, not you.
It may or may not, depending on a relationship, depending on mother, depending on so many factors. It's just speculation.
And do you remember in the clip her saying that I couldn't leave them by themselves. I was the only one taking care of them, or words to that effect.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know that she had been searching on her phone about moving to Florida by herself, looking for one bedroom apartments and looking for another man, that kind of stuff. That was well before Gannon was killed, right?
I don't.
Several times during the interview, you look to your right and appear to be talking to Mr. Cellini about this is evidence that she may not remember anything, things like that.
I was trying to figure out from what do you make of this? Is it possible she doesn't remember this? I'm trying to see if he understood better what was going on there.
Well, and Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, right?
I beg your pardon.
Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, just like we could.
Absolutely. It was,
And she had already been evaluated by the state hospital and found to be legally sane, right?
they had said that she was
And she already went through this process where she talked to two psychologists explaining what happened and things like that. And now she's talking to you after that. And you think it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened in front of her.
Yes, it was kind of an open question to Mr. Toohey, and also really it was open to her also. Do you remember what was going on? In my mind, it was incredibly wasn't clear that she was making complete sense.
And a couple times in this clip, you asked her what we refer to as a leading question. In other words, you said, do you think it's possible that you were in a peculiar state at the time of this? Remember asking those questions?
Yes.
I think it's dangerous to plant those types of words into a defendant's mind when you're doing a forensic interview.
Well, I think that if this has not come up previously and it has not been part of the common knowledge that she did go into these kind of, it was sort of broken. What do you think was happening when we were thinking these things? It did not make sense. And what was making things so confusing?
Okay.
And was evidence questions, other data that she did seem to. Prior to this was the rush. Knew already, it wasn't adding, oh gee, you go into these states. We already knew from that this happened. I think is it possible? It's really seems possible this really did.
Well, but she's never heard it from a doctor who's doing an evaluation for her insanity, that the doctor thinks that she was in a peculiar state. That has an impact on someone, doesn't it?
I believe that I was reflecting what we already knew from previous
Okay.
discussions, and that I was not introducing a new idea, but that this was an established occurrence, and that possible that this or you are in a fun. I didn't know.
Okay. Your Honor, the next clip is about 7 minutes long. We can play that or whatever the court wants to do as far as lunch goes.
I assume you're going to have some follow-up. for
Probably.
that clip. It's probably better to play the clip nearer in time to when the follow-up is as opposed to.
I would appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. I have everyone back in the jury room at 1:20. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
Stand up!
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So, Dr. Lewis, what can we do to make sure that you're here and ready to go at 1:20? What do you need? Right. Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is because you were supposed to be here yesterday at 9, weren't. We're supposed to be here yesterday at 1 o'clock, weren't. We're supposed to be here this morning at 9 o'clock and weren't. So we need to start. We need to have everybody, whatever it is that needs to be done in such a fashion so that we're here ready to start at 1:20. Is there anything that I can do to help make sure that that happens?
I will make an effort to.
Okay.
The attorneys, Your Honor, I did call last night at 4.
I understand that.
Take it.
Okay.
That was why there was a difficulty, because I thought maybe I didn't want to be late for you.
Right.
Make it in the afternoon or tomorrow, because I was quite ill.
Feeling better now? Are you feeling better now? Right now? Good. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will hope that that will continue. Do whatever it is that you need to do. Communicate with Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook in whatever fashion that you need to communicate so that we will have everybody here in place, ready to go at 1:20 because the jury's waiting. Everybody's waiting on that. In addition, counsel approach, please. Court will be in recess until 1:20 then.
All rise.
Holy smokes. Happy birthday, Jen P. Every day is Prep's birthday. Every day is Prep's birthday. All right, let me get this up and ready. Give me a couple seconds, guys. I wasn't expecting them to break. I thought they were going to do that video first. Okay, so my Alex, I actually edited the Alex body cam and it didn't finish uploading. So I'm going to play. We're going to go Valo still. And you may have seen some shows about her friend Echo. Her name is Echo. Well, I interviewed Echo and I'm going to play it. March 16th of 2020. So a little over 3 years ago, Echo's daughter was Tylee's bestest friend in Hawaii. You've probably seen pictures of her and Tylee together in videos or seen pictures of them together and in videos, like always on the water or because they were in Hawaii. And she's a dark-haired girl. This is her mom, Echo. And I just think I want to listen to this again because she was really good friends with Lori as well. They spent a lot of time together. And she talks about Lori, the kids, and Lori's life as a friend and a mom. And it's interesting. It's interesting. Funny prepper. I can't hear you. There's the echo.
I don't know.
Y'all are so fucking funny. I almost forgot to laugh. But no, I hope you enjoy this. She really sheds some light. There really isn't an echo. Yes, thank you so much, all the gifters of the memberships. So generous of you. And welcome new loungers. Welcome new loungers. I'm going to put the live chat replay up. That ought to be interesting. That's always fun. But this is your midday entertainment. I mean, it looks like you guys are just fine entertaining yourselves in the chat, honestly. Eagle 8 is flying over at the Mo. And pardon the biatch on the screen. You know, it is what it is. Okay, so yeah, let's just go like this, and then we'll go like this.
Okay, it is what it is.
So it's going to be 3:20 p.m. Eastern. So everybody knows. And so everybody knows, it says on the screen, exclusive Lori Vallow's friend live. And there's J is for justice. Hey, crazy cat lady. Hope you're doing good. Thank you, Flower Girl. All right, here we go. This is my interview with Echo. This case. Be kind. This was 3.
Someone said in chat, I only hear Melissa.
Oh my God. 3 years ago, guys.
Hello, J is for Justice fam. How is everybody this lovely Monday evening? Now you can hear Jay.
I was muted.
If you are new to my channel, please click that subscribe button and that notification bell. If you are already a part of the fam, welcome back, and welcome back to Melissa B. We're starting right over. How are you, Melissa?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So far, I've dodged the coronavirus. And, I'm not supposed to say that. We're not supposed to say that. YouTube is demonetizing anyone who says that word.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Anybody but the big news corporations like the ABC, the networks. The big networks aren't getting that, but the little channels like me are. And the reason why is because there's people giving a lot of misinformation and like scaring people, making them panic. So instead of weeding through all the CV lives, they just demonetize them all.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So we are waiting for Echo to join, but in the meantime, I'm sure everybody here has been following this case. If you haven't, Melissa, would you mind giving like a little brief rundown before she comes on? I mean, we can kind of...
Honestly...
Oh, you know what?
I have joined the meeting.
She just joined us. We don't have time. Hello,
Say it by
Miss
the bell,
Echo.
because that bitch didn't know shit.
Hello.
Hi, this is Jay.
Hi.
And I
Hi,
have...
Echo. This is Melissa.
Yes.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us tonight and taking time out of your evening. We appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome.
So I saw that you were on the Dateline episode about Lori in this case.
Yes, I was.
And we were on Dateline as well in January. How was your experience with that?
They were very, they were sensitive and they were kind and nice about it. So it was a positive experience for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, considering everything that's going on, I'm sure that your family and yourself are worried about the kids.
Yes, we were worried. We're still, very hopeful, but concerned that they haven't yet appeared. So.
Right. So let's go back, and if you don't mind telling us a little bit about how you met Lori, when you met Lori.
Okay. Well, I worked at the small little charter school where Kylie and my kids attended, and also Colby attended there too.
Mm.
So I worked there for a couple of years, and I was working the front office when they brought in the kids to register them for school, and Tylee was going into kindergarten.
Oh wow.
So I met them at that point, but not didn't really, become friends or anything. But I've known Tylee since she was in kindergarten, and it was a small little school, so I pretty much at one point, knew every single kid in the school, their name,
So you, I mean, pretty much met her right away when she first was putting the kids in school.
Right.
And
yeah.
Did you guys strike up a friendship like pretty much from the get-go?
Not immediately. It was, the first couple of years, my daughter and Tylee didn't really know each other because Tylee came in as a kindergartner. My daughter was already in first grade. But then we left that school for a couple of years, came back, and by this time Tylee had been bumped up to fifth grade, and so my daughter was in fifth grade with her, and they became best friends at that point. And so then I officially met Lori. I mean, I met her, when she was, because I was working at the school, but met her as a fellow parent, with our kids being friends, when they were in fifth grade.
So they would do like sleepovers and stuff like that, like most fifth graders do.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you guys, did you ever do anything together with the kids?
No, we didn't really, because I had several other kids. I have several other kids, so we didn't do anything together with their family or with our family. Not really. Plus, we were in totally different financial situations. We were poor. They were rich. So,
oh, really?
Yeah. So it was, it was one of.
You felt like kind of two different worlds, a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
They were always nice to us. Lori and Charles were always nice and kind to us. We were just in different
brackets, social brackets.
Yeah.
There you go. I understand. So she was married to Charles when you met her, or was she married to Tylee's dad still?
Oh no, she was married to Charles.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So she was married to Charles when Tylee was little. She had married him. Okay. Melissa, I know you had some questions about Charles or the previous husband, Joseph. So she was married. Melissa, did we lose?
Sorry, my mute button wasn't unmuting.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, we were talking about this before we went live, and we were wondering who Lori was married to at that time, and we weren't sure if it was...
and I thought it was Joseph at the time. Now Joseph is the father of Colby as well, too, correct?
No. Colby has the last name Ryan, but that's not his father.
So she wasn't married to Colby's dad. She married Tylee's dad.
Well, I think she might have been married to Colby's dad. I didn't really know anything. That never came up in conversation, other than I knew that Joe was not Colby's dad. I knew that.
Uh-huh.
Well, Colby and Tylee have the same last names, right?
Right. Well, oddly enough, at one point, Joe Ryan, because I talked to Joe quite a bit too, back in the day, he said, yeah, I don't know why Colby still has my last name, but he does. So, yeah.
Wow.
Colby is not. Yeah.
There is a question. I don't know if you know. Why did Colby seek emancipation from Lori?
I don't know anything about that, honestly. I wasn't aware of that.
See, I had never heard that either. That's something new for me.
Yeah, I never heard that, because I know that he was around a lot. I mean, he lived there.
How old was
my daughter? Actually had My daughter had a crush on him.
Oh. So how old was he when you met her? Like when Tylee was in kindergarten? How old
He
you
was.
been?
I think he was going into 6th grade because he and my son are. They weren't best of friends, but they were in the same grade and they knew each other and they were friendly. Because I have a son the same age.
Okay.
So I believe it was 6th grade. I think they were going into 6th.
So like 5-6 years difference in age.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much. So, did you have any other questions about the husband, Melissa? As far as well, I wanted to ask. I mean, I don't know if you know anything about it. I don't know if you heard anything about it, Echo, but everyone's talking now about all of these mysterious deaths, which I'm sure you're aware of. And one is Joseph Ryan and his heart attack. But there was something that happened, I think, prior to his heart attack that is now making all of this look suspicious. And I don't remember exactly what that was. That I don't know if it had to do with her brother Alex or
that Alex stun gunned him after a custody hearing or something.
Oh, that's what it was. Yep. Alex stun gunned him, and then he ended up dying from a heart attack. Now
years later.
It was years later after the assault with Alex.
After the stun, yeah, it was years later after the stun gun thing.
Oh, okay. See,
yeah, because Joseph died in 2018.
Oh, just a couple. Okay. So when was the last time that you spoke with Joseph?
It was probably 2016 or 17 because Tylee at one point, I believe she was in Hawaii. She actually told Joe that she didn't want to see him anymore, and she called Vicia right after that because it had been an ongoing thing. She wasn't fond of her dad, and she didn't like she had to go see him. It was required custody wise, but she never wanted to, and we would always finagle ways, like when it was her visitation with her dad, and she would always ask her dad if she could come over to our house and like sleep over or whatever. And of course we're always like, yeah, because we knew she didn't want to go to her dad. So, right. So finally it was a big deal when she finally told him that she was old enough now. She didn't want to see him anymore. I think she was 14 or 15. She's like, I can make the choice now and I don't want to see you anymore. And she called Vicia right after that and told her, well, I did it. I told him. And yeah, so she was 14 or 15 back then at that time. So, and I think they were still in Hawaii at that point. So she had cut off all ties with Joe. However, my daughter and Tylee lost touch a couple of years ago. So if they patched things up or I don't know.
Oh, okay.
In the last 2 years, well, like just before Joe died, I did find out, like Tylee called Vicia too and told her, I remember my daughter telling me that Joe had died and I was like, oh my gosh, wow, that's crazy. But, yeah. But as far as I knew, Tylee had broken off contact with him.
Did you know why she didn't like going there? Was there a reason?
There's a lot of reasons that I don't really want to get into.
Oh, okay.
But she
had legitimate reason for not wanting to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's really sad, actually. That's really sad.
Yeah.
And then so her dad passed away in 2018, and you didn't have any contact with them then, so you're not sure how that all ended with the two of them.
Well, I know that Tylee. I know that what Vicia was concerned about was that Tylee didn't get closure with her dad. She didn't get whatever closure that she wanted. That was the word that I heard from my daughter, was that Tylee was sad that she didn't get closure on that. So
yeah, that's really sad. That's especially for someone that young to carry that around. I mean, there's grown people that have to carry that kind of stuff around. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Right.
But let's go back to when your girls were friends and they were hanging out, and they talked a lot and they were probably on social media with each other. Like, did your daughter like Lori? Did she like
My
being
daughter
around
loved
her?
Lori. Yeah, my daughter loved Lori as much as she loved Tylee. She felt as close to Lori as Tylee, and she would tell me sometimes. She would say, "Gosh, I spent more time with Lori that time than Tylee. Tylee was off doing whatever." She's like, and even if Tylee wasn't home sometime, I'd still want to go hang out with Lori.
Wow.
So my daughter loves Lori. She still loves Lori to this day. So that's why she doesn't understand. I mean, she understands. She doesn't comprehend.
She's just like, what
she can't
happened
process
there,
what's going on.
right? Like, what
Yeah,
happened there?
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Lori was okay. Now I'm trying to piece all of this together myself because this whole thing is kind of confusing with all of the players. There's a lot of players involved. So correct me if I get something wrong, you or Melissa. But Lori. Okay, so your daughter liked hanging out with Lori. Lori was a good role model. Lori was not strange or weird or anything like that, because I know I'm hearing a lot of things about her religion and her beliefs here, recently. And what I'm trying to figure out is, when did that start?
Well, it would have started after. I mean, my daughter didn't think that anything was strange. Of course, my daughter grew up LDS also, so the religious talk. My daughter was used to that. So Lori, she was interested in all of the doctrine about the last days. The church doctrine about the things that would happen in the last days.
Now, did Chad get her onto that? Because it seems like he was the one that was mostly into it.
Well, it doesn't sound that way.
Chad wasn't in the picture. Chad was not anywhere in the picture at this point, other than she may have been reading his books. I don't know, but
I think
she was
that's
just
where I
interested.
read, before she met him, she was reading his books, and I think that's how she got into it all.
Right.
Oh,
But she may have just had a general interest in it. Like I had an interest in it at one point. I'm not active in the church anymore, but when I was, I had an interest in it too. It's interesting. It is an interesting part of church doctrine.
But did she seem over the top with it, in your opinion?
No, she wasn't over the top with it. She just had an interest in it. Like, she would talk about it more so than maybe other parts of church doctrine.
That was more of something that she focused on. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. But there's a lot of there's a lot of church members that are just general mainstream church members who have an interest in the last days. It's just that when she talked about those things with my daughter and Tylee, and she didn't have any sort of personal role in it. It was just the general, this is what the church, says will happen in the last days. It wasn't like, I have a personal role in bringing these things to pass,
Mm-hmm.
That was not part of it. That's what apparently changed. If all that's true, we're getting that mostly, I guess, from divorce papers that Charles filed, right? If that's all true, that's nothing that we ever heard. My daughter never heard any of that, and I never heard her say any of that. So, yeah.
So your daughter, go ahead. Sorry, Melissa.
Oh, I do have a question about Charles and JJ. Now, JJ is a biological son of Charles.
No, not a biological son, biological nephew of Charles.
Oh, the nephew. Okay.
He was a great nephew that they adopted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he was unable to be cared for, I believe, by her great niece. And then he went to her parents, and it was too much, or his parents, and it was too much for them. And that was when they offered to adopt him. And I think that his grandparents were ecstatic, because he was a handful for them. It was he needed more attention than they could provide. So from what I saw, and I think it was on Dateline, they were ecstatic when Lori and Charles stepped up to take care of him. So, I
Mhm.
mean, there were no red flags then about Lori as a mother. I mean, and from everything you're
No.
saying, she was a good mother. Your daughter felt so comfortable around her that she'd be around her and not even have her little girlfriend there.
Yeah. I mean, Lori even invited my daughter to move with them to Hawaii when they moved.
Oh wow.
So, and we even thought about it. And my only issue was I'm going to miss my daughter, you know.
Yeah.
But my daughter wanted to go. Vicea wanted to go. Of course, you know, moving to Hawaii and that would be a huge adventure. So, but because we ended up saying no to that because I would miss my child. But in exchange, they flew her over there for a couple of summers, and then like I think it was like a fall break and then a spring break. I think she went over there like several times. So, yeah.
And she never said anything about the interactions with Lori and Charles. They seemed good.
Well, I mean, I heard things here and there, but to me, it wasn't anything out of the ordinary because I mean, I went through a divorce at that time, so to me, it wasn't
just your
anything
normal,
strange. That
your normal stuff.
Yeah,
that people
just the
fight
normal,
about.
just normal. Yeah, just normal stuff. And if anything, it was more that Tylee wasn't a fan of Charles. That's more what I heard than anything else. Yeah.
So, had you ever heard of Chad before this whole debacle with Lori?
No.
You never even
never
heard his
of him.
name. So you hadn't heard of his books, or I guess I heard she was working on a podcast with him. Is it like an end of days podcast or some end of times?
I
or
guess,
something?
and I never knew anything about that either. I never knew any of that. I didn't know none of this. We didn't know any of this until the news broke. I didn't know that Charles had died. I didn't know that they moved to Idaho. I didn't know it. We didn't know any of that stuff.
Oh wow!
We didn't know.
So you learned
we
all
didn't know
that from
Alex
the
had died.
news?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! What were you thinking when you heard all this?
Well, it was shock. Well, we had a little teeny bit of a clue that there was something wrong because a detective pulled my daughter out of class, like probably the first week of December, and was asking her about Tylee. And my daughter came to me and just said, "Gosh, the weirdest thing ever happened. You know, some officers asked me about Tylee." I'm like, "What?" So she tried to get a hold of Tylee at that point, and the text didn't go through or whatever. So she assumed that Tylee had a new phone. And then she tried to get a hold of Colby, but Colby didn't respond because apparently he was just learning about all this stuff too. And then, so a couple weeks later on the news or on Facebook, I saw, you know, missing and endangered pictures of Tylee and JJ and just freaked out, you know, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this
is happening.
You know, this is real. Like, yeah, it was crazy.
So I know they originally did the welfare check on November 26th. So they were at your daughter's school then in the next couple weeks. You know,
yeah, maybe a week later. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, barely a week later probably because it was early December because it had been a few weeks. And we learned about it all on like December 21st is when I think I saw it.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So the welfare check was on November 26th. And the first story was that Alex told the officer that JJ was with his grandparents, Kay and Larry.
Yeah.
But Kay and Larry, then they let Alex know, well, Kay and Larry were the ones that called. They wanted the welfare check because they hadn't heard anything.
Yeah.
Then Lori said that JJ was with a family friend in Arizona. And then that was a lie. Then the next day, that was when Chad went missing. He was gone.
Yeah.
So it's just so strange. What do you think about Lori's demeanor that you've seen? Like, you know, what does your gut tell you about her demeanor and her children?
Oh, gosh, honestly, I don't know. I mean, to me, she wouldn't be all because I saw the wedding pictures on the beach and everything, and I saw, to me, it's like if her kids weren't okay, she wouldn't be able to be that happy,
Yeah, she
So,
seems really relaxed and like
yeah,
okay, she's okay.
Like
right,
even when the cameras
right,
were following her all in Hawaii, she was going shopping to the store,
yeah.
laughing. Like she just seemed like everything was perfectly normal. Nothing was going on.
Right.
Now I want to
So,
ask you like a little bit about her beliefs. Um, and maybe you can explain a little more if you know more. How does she view death as far as her religion?
I honestly wouldn't know, because anything I would know about Lori's beliefs about religious wise, because we didn't really have a lot of religious discussions, her and I, not any deep discussions. So it would have been my daughter, and that didn't really come up. So I couldn't really speak to that.
So
I don't know.
So is it not a typical belief then that if you die, you're free of everything? It's not necessarily a negative thing. Is that how it's
Well, in the LDS, in the LDS belief, it's just, you go to paradise for a while, and then there's a judgment day eventually, and then, but obviously it's still, people still grieve for missing their loved ones, but
Right. I've talked to people from different
here.
religious backgrounds, and I've spoken with someone who was Seventh-day Adventist, and they believe that when you die, you're straight up just sleeping. You don't have any, and there's it's so different for each religious background, each culture. So it's interesting for me to learn that because I don't know a lot about a lot of religions. So I like to learn about that, and it interests me. That she had these beliefs, and do you think that possibly she could feel relieved if, God forbid, the children aren't here anymore? Would she, in your opinion, what you know of her as a mother and as a person, do you think that she would feel relieved or have this look of I'm okay?
I just really, I couldn't speak to that. I mean, the Lori that I know, no, I mean, she would, I couldn't really speak to that. Although that's one of the doctrines that is taught to people, like if they lose their children through, an accident or illness or whatever, and they lose their child, then in the LDS belief system, it's like, well, you will get to raise that child in the next life eventually. You'll see your child again.
That's their
when
solace.
You die.
That's their solace.
Yeah, it's like your child. You'll get to raise that child in the next life, basically.
Right, but she probably wouldn't feel. I mean, the Lori that you know and the Lori you've described and have come to know, would not feel that way. Would not feel like, oh, I'm going to take my kid's life and then I'm going to feel relieved because they're in a better place. She's never shown any signs of being that extreme.
The Lori that I know.
Mm-hmm.
Right. No, absolutely. Yeah. The Lori that I know, the Lori that my daughter knows. That wouldn't be
so
her
basically
mindset.
You're coming from a place where you met this wealthy, pretty woman who had these kids and lived a great life for the most part. I mean, minus, relationship issues, which everybody has.
Right. Yeah.
And then you see on the news years later, all of this, and you're like, whoa, this is not the lady that I know. Cause I mean, we all, as mothers, we all have parent friends, and our kids go to their houses and we see them in passing, and our kids tell us what's going on with them and whatnot. I just can't imagine from your standpoint where you're sitting back going, oh my God. And now this is your daughter's friend who's unable to be found.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
all the
it's
things
just impossible.
All these things I've seen about Tylee, being kind of motherly with JJ. Did you witness that too?
Yeah, absolutely.
She seems like a really kind
she
girl.
loves JJ. Yeah, and she Vicia would tell me that, yeah, Tylee loves to teach JJ things, and she'll distract him. Like if he's having a meltdown, she'll say, JJ, spell, some word, and then he'll get distracted and spell the word, and it would help him get over his meltdowns. And so she was right in there.
She knew exactly what to do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's really sweet. And I have to think that she was probably shown that. I mean,
yeah,
it sounds like from what you know of Lori that she was sweet too. And I mean, it's very nice to sit with your daughter's girlfriend and chat with her. And I'm sure that all the girls, looked at Lori and she's pretty, and they probably enjoyed being around her. And I think that says a lot to her character.
Yeah.
That these girls felt comfortable with her. That says a lot for who she was then. In my opinion.
Right. Right. And my daughter has said she wouldn't be the person she is today without Lori and without Tylee and this family and the time that she spent with them and all the, they gave her some of her best memories in life,
Yeah.
So it's just unbelievable. It's just not real what's going on right now.
See, what I find weird in all this is the brother Alex. I think it was the day after Tammy was exhumed, he came up dead.
Yeah, that's very strange. True. It's very.
I mean, I think they even called him on the news. I think they called Alex the family hitman.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question for you was, oh my gosh, like what did you think when you heard all this on the news, right? And then you're like, oh my gosh, Charles died, Alex died, all these things going on. Did you think this sounds suspicious?
It sounded, it sounded crazy. Just, I don't know, just unbelievable. It just, one thing after the next, and it was kind of crazy. And my daughter Vicia knows everyone. I mean, she knows Kay, and she met Kay. She knew Alex. She'd met him several times. She also knows Mel. She babysat Melanie's kids with Tylee. She knows Brandon. She knows
she knew the whole thing.
Everyone.
Yeah.
I feel for your daughter. I'm sure she's worried about Tylee. And what is your daughter saying? Like what? It's got to be heartbreaking. Like to even explain anything of
it. She's dealing with it by not dealing with it. In her mind, she's like, well, Lori. I love Lori. She must have a reason for hiding the kids. They're okay wherever they're at, and I'm going to wait until Tylee comes back, and then I'm going to reconnect with her and find out everything that happened. That's where she's at. So
I hope she's right.
I do too. I'm hoping and praying and crossing my fingers that she's right, and as long as there's a reason to hope, we'll be hoping for that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's just also bizarre.
It is.
Melissa,
now, do you think this is just a question. Do you think you'll ever talk to Lori again, or maybe write to her, or try to get some answers from her, or reach out to her at all?
I actually did write to Lori. Vicia wants to go see her. I don't know if that'll be allowed. I don't know if she'll see Vicia. I don't know anything. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I did write to Lori and ask her. I haven't received a response yet, but it was just last week. So
that would probably
but
be
I did
hard
write
for both of them.
Yeah. And she doesn't want to ask her any questions or accuse, or she just wants to talk to her because she's heard so many horrible things about Lori lately, and she's just like, the things that they're saying are not the Lori that I know. So I want to go talk to her and see if she's still the Lori that I know
Oh, yeah.
and love.
See if she's changed.
Mhm.
Oh, poor girl.
Yeah.
You know, and that's something that's going to be hard for her, you know, being a teenager and then realizing all of this and who knows what the outcome's going to be. So it's maybe best that she kind of sticks her head in the sand until there's some resolution.
Right.
You know, she's almost like
what she's doing
protecting
right now.
herself. You know, it's almost like subconsciously she's protecting herself from all that stress and worry.
Yeah, she is. I mean, on my computer when Lori was transferred back over here to Idaho, not here, but to Idaho. I had her mugshot picture up, and I just was trying to get my daughter to say something, you know. I showed her the picture. She's like, "Oh," and she turned around and walked out. She couldn't even look at it. She couldn't, you know, she just couldn't deal with it. So
It's just too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess you kind of just have to follow her lead, you know, all you can do.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, well, my thoughts are with you on that because, you know, not only do these things affect, you know, the people that are directly involved, but indirectly involved. And I think that's a good example of it.
Yeah.
You know, these kids had friends or have
Mhm.
friends.
Right.
So it's really sad. I just can't get past the whole Alex, Charles, you know, all these deaths, and then Alex ends up dead, and Tammy, they exhume the body. The next day, Alex is dead. It's just like one thing after another. And I was reading up on Chad Daybell, and I started to get this mindset, like, especially after watching Dateline and hearing from you, and then there was the other girlfriend. And I was thinking to myself, is it possible that maybe Chad brainwashed Lori into a certain way of thinking? If they were working on this podcast, and if she was reading his books prior, she probably admired him in some way. And admired
Well, that's what I
his
was
work.
saying earlier. I think that's how she got into all this, by reading his books. I think she got a, you know, kind of an obsession with Chad
or with his beliefs.
Right.
I mean, this is all pure speculation, but you know, it's just crazy to hear of a mom who acts like she did, and then to be like what we've seen on the news.
Right.
And how nonchalant.
Yeah. See, and we can't help but speculate a little bit, like, how did it get to this point? And that's the only thing that makes sense to us. Of course, I don't know Chad Daybell at all, but knowing Lori, it's like I cannot blame him for everything, you know? It's like
it had to come from somewhere, yeah.
Right. Like he must be I don't know. It is speculation, but you know, she is gorgeous, and maybe he saw that and saw her admiration for him, and you know, I don't know. Maybe he's very manipulative, and
I'm sure he was smitten with her.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So again, that is all speculation, but that's
so it's really
kind of what we've been thinking.
Yeah, what's really crazy, Echo, is that they're not releasing any information on Alex's cause of death and no information on what they found out after they exhumed Tammy.
Well, they did say for Tammy, they wouldn't get any results for about a year. The tox reports.
A year?
Yeah, I read it would be about a year till they can get any tox reports.
Strange too.
Well, I think maybe because she's been deceased for quite some time, that, you know, everything
maybe
would be out of her system. Like they said in the article, pretty much they have to know what they are specifically looking for because she was flushed out. After,
gotcha. It's probably more intensive, but it's interesting though that they're keeping a lot of this under wraps, and I feel like there's more to the story with all of this, and they're putting pieces together. Has anybody contacted you to ask about Lori, or just your daughter?
Just
asked about Tylee.
Well, nobody's contacted me other than media people. I mean, not
Yeah.
the police or anybody.
Right,
no,
right. No
they
investigators.
just my daughter. Mm-mm.
Did
Right.
you hear this?
Also,
Go ahead.
what I want to ask is why didn't they have a funeral for Joseph Ryan?
Yeah, I don't know who would have been in charge for that, but I mean, Joe
Well, she was
kind
the
of
next
a
of
he was
kin.
kind of a loner. Yeah, but I mean, they'd been divorced, right? Yeah,
Right.
Tylee for sure was, but she was just a kid at the time, and she wouldn't be able to put together funeral arrangements or anything. And Joe was kind of a loner sort of a guy. He didn't have a whole lot of friends, and Tylee was basically his whole life.
Wow.
And
Was he in bad shape that he would have a heart attack?
I hadn't seen or talked to him in the couple of years, but I'd heard that his, when Tylee cut off ties with him, that wasn't good for his health, but I don't know. Again, I wasn't in touch with him after that, so.
Also, what I found weird was I watched the body cam footage when they were talking to Alex after Charles was shot. I mean, I want to know more. Like, they said Alex was saying, oh, I cleaned off the back of my head, when he hit me with a bat, but it looked like he didn't have anything on the back of his head. It was weird. And they didn't go into further questioning or anything. I mean, it was just self-defense.
That's what I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of strange.
Did you hear the story that Lori had a pool party the same day that Charles was shot?
I heard that story, but I don't. As far as I know, that came from the landlord. I guess, but I haven't seen any proof or evidence of that, and I do find that who would go to the pool? Who would go to a pool party after that? I don't know.
Wasn't there
I find that a little
shooting on camera or on footage or on video?
A party?
No, the shooting.
The shooting.
I want to say it was on Colby's page. Like he had like a snippet. They were doing a video, and then they heard like bang bang, and they cut the video.
The neighbors complained about the noise.
Yeah, but I don't. I never saw a police report on that, or the only place I heard that from was from the landlord saying that they had done a pool party, but I don't know. Honestly, I find that whole story a little suspicious because I don't know who would have been at that pool party. It's just kind of weird. So I'm not inclined to. Yeah, I'm not inclined to believe that there was a pool party that day. I don't really believe that because I haven't seen any actual proof other than just the landlord saying it. But I haven't heard of like anybody who was at that party or, yeah. So I'm a little skeptical that there was a pool party that same day. Yeah, there might have been one maybe a couple of weeks later. I don't know, but I'm a little skeptical about that whole story.
Someone in chat is saying that they called police about the noise that day.
Yeah, so there should have been a police report then on it or something.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, there should be. If they
I haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah, if they came out, there should be. The Dateline episode though, I thought was really good. It was 2 hours, and I mean, what were your thoughts on it when you watched? Did you feel like they focused on certain things more than they should have, or what was your thoughts on the show?
To be honest, I didn't watch it really, the whole thing. I saw bits and pieces here and there.
You didn't watch the whole thing?
No, I didn't. I don't know. It's hard to. It was just
too much.
Hard to watch it all. I watched bits and pieces. I just didn't watch the whole thing as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Do we know where Lori's parents are?
Well, the last I know, they were here in Arizona, but I haven't seen her talk to them. in a very long time. So
And did she have a decent relationship with them?
yeah, I thought so. I've met them before. I actually met them at Melanie and Brandon's house one time when I was picking up Vicia from there. So I think I've only met them once. Vicia's met them. I mean, she's met them several times, but I only met them once.
Do you mind taking a couple of questions in chat before we let you go?
Not at all. If I can answer them,
Yeah,
I'll try.
I mean, if you can answer them, if you can't, you can't. How did
Yeah.
Lori and Tylee get along? This person said, I felt tension when the police were interviewing, asking about height and weight.
Lori and Tylee. Well, again, my daughter wasn't around the last couple of years. You know, they drifted apart at the end of their sophomore year. But before that, I mean, they got along great. They had little arguments here and there. Tylee could be super sassy. This is my daughter's opinion, that Tylee would be really sassy about things, and so they would have arguments here and there, but like normal. I mean, you know, like normal, nothing crazy. But in my daughter's view, they had a good relationship, and
So
Lori
Tylee
was-
wouldn't get upset if like your daughter wanted to hang out with Lori. She wouldn't be like, oh, I don't want to
No.
hang out with my mom.
Well, no, oh no, not at all, because they would all hang out together and have a good time.
So she was totally cool hanging out with her mom.
Oh yeah,
That says a lot.
yeah.
Do you know anything more about her parents? A lot of people are saying this is the first I've ever heard about Lori's parents.
Lori's parents.
Yeah.
You said
other than-
someone in chat actually just said Lori's dad served time for tax evasion.
You know, I don't really know any of that. I met them one time. My daughter met them several times, but she liked them a lot and thought they were pretty cool. But I don't really know. But they seemed like they had a really close knit, tight family to me, because they were always together. You know, the fact that my daughter met pretty much everybody in that family. She met Charles's boys. She met Alex. She met Kay and Larry. She met Mel and Brandon and their kids, and she met Tylee's grandparents. You know, she knew like everyone in their family. So to me, I got the sense that they had a really close knit, tight family with everyone.
Now you said when the investigator first came to the school and talked to your daughter that she reached out to Colby but didn't hear back. Has she heard from Colby since then? Some time has passed now.
No, she hasn't really been in contact with Colby.
I know
No.
he's done an interview. I didn't see it myself.
I mean,
Melissa-
he's done several YouTube lives too, like trying to reach out to his mother, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of them
Yeah,
up there.
he has.
So his mother's not
Yeah,
responding to him? Is that what I'm understanding then?
I think, yeah.
He's trying to get a hold
I
of her.
think he put out those videos when she was, missing, when she was
Yeah,
gone.
this was at the beginning.
And he still
Yeah.
hasn't talked to her though? I mean, as far as these interviews go?
Well, in my understanding, he was there, in Idaho. He was there in the courtroom at that hearing. I've heard that he talked to her, and it was just an emotional meeting, but, that she couldn't say anything. She's, you know what I mean? But they did meet and talk. What they talked about, I have no idea. But he did finally get to talk to her.
Okay. I'm seeing, everybody in chat is confirming that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that
Yeah.
he went and visited her. Okay, so on Dateline, back to the Dateline episode, I noticed they kept saying the cult that she was involved in.
Yeah.
I know they weren't talking about the church. Is this kind of like a spin-off of the church? Like some people go a little more to the extreme side of things? Is that kind of what this is about?
Yeah,
I'm trying to understand
well,
the
that's-
cult a little better.
Well, I mean, in my understanding, and there's people that are putting out videos and things about it. It's just mostly LDS members that have, sorry, I'm back into my house here, that just take things really far. And they get, they come up with their own ideas and kind of go outside the church a little bit with their own doctrine and their own opinions and ideas. So to me, that's what it is.
Kind of a
I don't know, though. I'm
spin-off.
not a part of any of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand. Melissa, did you have anything else?
Not that I can think of at the time.
Gosh.
I mean, I have so much I can go on and talk about this forever. It's just,
But
there's
she's
so
not
much.
going to know. Yeah.
Right. There's just
Yeah.
It's like,
so
well,
many
ask
unanswered
questions.
questions. And,
Guys,
I
guess we're
did just read in chat that, Colby did go visit his mom. She said, I love you, but I won't answer any questions.
Yeah.
And then I also
yeah,
did
if
read
you've
an
heard that-
article that was released, I think maybe last week, that Chad said he'll eventually speak about the kids where they are.
Yeah, I saw that too.
So what's going on with him?
Hopefully.
He's just free?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Looks like it.
Huh.
I mean, they're Lori's kids, so I don't know. They don't have anything on him yet because they're still investigating Tammy and her death.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Did
for
you-
all we know,
oh,
they
that was one
could
question.
have her, in a bunker. The kids in a bunker somewhere because they are the end of the world people. So they think the world's going to end
Yeah.
soon.
It's definitely possible. One question I did want to ask you, Echo, is did you ever meet Alex?
I never did. My daughter did several times, but I didn't.
Did she have an opinion of Alex at all?
Yeah, she liked him. She thought he was funny and kind of a little bit wild and crazy, but she liked him a lot. Thought he was hilarious, and yeah.
Wow. So does she know about him shooting Charles?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gosh, that's a lot for her to digest. I feel for you, man, because you're gonna have quite the road ahead of you, just with your daughter putting all of this together. Just what we know now,
Yeah.
See, and another thing
Right.
that bothers me too is, if they are hiding the kids just because end of the world, blah, blah, blah. All they had to do was put them kids on FaceTime. Tylee and JJ.
Yeah.
To show their faces. And this would have not blown out of proportion like it is already. I don't know why she's
Right.
making it this difficult.
And that's why I think
Yeah.
maybe she's been a little bit brainwashed. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And then we know, yes, Kelly just made a point in chat that JJ doesn't have his meds as far as we know. That those were not filled. So
Yeah.
that's concerning.
Yeah, but if they're in a cult, I mean, I'm sure they get their means. I'm sure, I watch
sure
stuff
they
on
can-
cult.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's ways to get around that. I mean,
We're gonna keep
and I
hope.
do know, yeah, for sure. And I do know some church members that have gotten into the last days prepping and stuff, and they've built like tire homes out in the desert and stuff. So if the kids were totally off grid somewhere, she wouldn't have been able to, to contact them or to put them on FaceTime because she wasn't with them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So if they were off, if they are off grid somewhere without, just in a bunker somewhere with no Wi-Fi or anything, she wouldn't have been able to put them on FaceTime or anything. You know what I'm saying?
True.
It might seem far-fetched, but you never know with these prepper people. You just don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's coming in handy right now with this Corona thing, isn't it? My
Yeah.
Lord. Talk about a lot of stuff going on at once, huh? Mello Harsher has a great question, and I think if Melissa doesn't have any more questions, we can kind of end on this. Do you have anything that you said that Dateline didn't include that you wanted to put out there?
Not really. Yeah.
No.
I don't really know, but just the only thing is that I would say is, and I probably already just said it, but that as long as there's reason to hope, we're hoping that the kids will be returned soon, hopefully soon.
Now, them
And
being
that
at
they can-
Yellowstone, I mean, that was the last location. There's the picture of Tylee and Alex.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what, I
Right.
don't know. I mean, I'm sure they've been out there. I'm not really 100% sure the extent of searching they've done at Yellowstone.
Well, I mean, JJ was seen in school after that point. So I can't fathom that they would leave Yellowstone without Tylee, and then how, JJ wouldn't, what would they tell him? Like, I just can't. I think that was just a vacation or a trip to see Yellowstone because they hadn't seen it before. They were always going on adventures. I mean, when they were in Hawaii, they took they went on this crazy boat ride in the middle. I mean, there was a storm and they barely made it out alive. But they went paddleboarding and zip lining, and they went to different, adventures all around. So that doesn't surprise me that they would go to Yellowstone as a trip. I just can't fathom that they would leave without Tylee, and then JJ would just be okay with that, because yeah. So I'm not thinking that that's anything but just
a trip they took.
Vacation, just a trip. Yeah, just a trip.
I just hope that there's somebody in Lori's life who can maybe talk to her, and if not her son, I mean, somebody that she can talk to, and they can get some answers for these kids. And I mean, this is just, it's gone on long enough.
Right. Right.
Well, I want to thank
here's
you
hoping.
so much for coming on. And I mean, you came on here for an hour. I really appreciate that. And giving us, some insight into Lori's life and what you saw and what your daughter saw. And my thoughts are with you and dealing with that whole thing that you're going to have on your plate too.
Well, thank you. Thanks for asking me to be on.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, take care. And again, thanks, Melissa B., for putting this together.
No problem. Thank you, Echo.
You're welcome.
All right. Good night, Echo.
All right. Good night. Bye.
Bye.
Night.
Melissa B., are you still with me?
Yes, I'm here.
We're still live. Wow. It sounds to me like
there's a lot of stuff I didn't know. Like someone said in chat just now, ask her if she met Lori's sister before she passed. Now, I didn't know Lori had a sister that passed.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Neither did I.
Who said that? Oh my God! Look at Georgia Dog just gave you a message in chat.
Oh.
Strike 4.
Goodbye, Georgia Dog.
Lori's sister died years ago. Do we know how she died? Maria, you are like the expert on this case.
She knows a lot.
She does. Maria, can you maybe email me and we can pick your brain? You know a lot about this case. She had a seizure?
Did she have a disorder, or was it common? There's so much in this. This is a diabetic coma. No, Mel.
Georgia Dog, he was here earlier. Oh my God, Mel, did that just happen? Okay, so a diabetic coma. She is Melanie's mother. Oh. Maria, yes. Do you wanna call in now?
Is she still in jail?
Yay, good for him, Christy B.
Is she still in jail, the niece?
I don't know.
And then what
Melanie
about
is the daughter of the
this?
dead sister.
Yeah, that's also what I wanted to know too, was about JJ's special needs dog.
Yeah, where is his dog?
I don't know. He was left behind, and I was going to ask her if she knew where the dog was.
Alex used the sister's credit cards after her death. Look at Christy B was hidden.
Yeah.
He doesn't time out. She gone. Yes, they have turned it in. The dog?
Who returned the dog to the owner?
Oh my God, who's Dork 82? I don't know. Lori sent it back?
Gave dog back to trainer.
Lori tried to sell his dog?
No, Lori gave the dog back to the trainer.
But they said that she tried to sell it.
There's so many,
And the agency caught her. The dude did an interview, says Deborah.
The owner found a listing of the dog online.
I cannot.
Wow.
Okay. Why would she sell her son's
special needs
dog that he loved? Let me slow down chat. It is flying. Why
She
would
tried to sell it for $2,500.
Okay. Why would she do that?
Oh, Maria said, who do I call?
Oh, go ahead and put the thing in chat if you want the Zoom.
I gotta put the number in, right?
Yeah, just give her the phone number and then the meeting ID.
I don't remember the phone number. Oh my God.
Oh, you don't?
No.
I'll look it up.
408, maybe 638.
Look at our texts and look at your screenshots. I think I screenshotted it. Didn't I?
Yeah. I know the ID by heart.
Happy Harry says, thank you, J for J. Hey, did you know Alex was charged and convicted of assault on another husband? Good. Georgia Dog's calling us Yankees.
Did you slow down the chat?
I did. Do I need to slow it down
Oh my
more?
God. I think so, yeah.
Y'all are all chatty now.
I don't want her to miss the number.
Oh, let me slow it down more then.
All right, I just put it in.
Oh my God. Jay, I'm Dork 84. I just didn't want to pay for premium. Okay, there's the number. It's okay. So Maria, you're going to call 408-638-0968. And then when you're asked to put the meeting ID number in, you're going to put the 529-587-8423.
Oh, so this is Lori's full names with all her married names. Lori Noreen is her middle name. Cox Yangs Lagoga Ryan Valo Daybell.
What?
She has 5 married names because she was married 5 times.
So it's Daybell?
Lori Noreen as her first and middle name. Her maiden name is Cox. Then it's Yanes, Yanes. Then the second name is Lagioia. Then Ryan, then Valo, then Daybell.
Jesus. When do you finally realize that marriage is not for you? Wow, she was quick. Hey, Maria.
Hey, it's Maria. I'm calling from San Diego.
Oh, hey, girl.
Hey.
What's happening out in San Diego?
It is rainy, and we're doing the same thing you guys are doing with the virus.
Yeah? You're in quarantine?
Oh, yeah. Where are you guys? What
I'm in
what
Florida.
state or city? Okay.
And Melissa's in Illinois. She's in Chicago.
Oh, great. Hi.
So
yeah, I was
I've been following this case since the beginning, and so I know I'm kind of crazy about it, but I'm actually trying to put it all together into a book. I don't know if it would go anywhere, but I'm so fascinated by it.
Well, you seem to know a lot about this case. So
what would you like to know?
Okay, well,
If I could help you.
first of all, where did your interest come into this case to know? I mean,
okay, well, because I'm a single mom, newly divorced. I have a 17-year-old daughter who is 1 month, 3 weeks older than Tylee, and I have a special needs son who has the same situation as JJ, but my son is 15.
wow. So you relate, basically.
So I've been, yeah.
Okay.
And
so
I just,
what do you know, Melissa? What was it that you mentioned that she said in chat that you were like, I didn't know that. I wanted to know more about it. Now I can't remember what it was.
Oh my God, neither can I. There was so much.
The sister?
Yes,
Yes,
the sister.
the sister.
Yes.
Okay, so the sister. Now I think there's a brother named Adam, and then there's Alex, Lori, and there's a sister. I don't know what the sequence is.
Stacy.
Stacy is the mother of Melanie, her niece. We can go back to that in a minute. But so Stacy, the diagnosis of why she died was that she went into diabetic shock. However, apparently Alex was on the scene or nearby at the time, and he was known to use her credit cards after.
Yeah, I just read that.
Seems like when Alex is around, nothing good's going to happen.
Exactly. That's why I'm sorry, but that's why I kept saying, can you ask her what her opinion was of Alex? Because he just is like such an oddball. I mean,
that picture, him being in that last picture of Tylee, but, Echo said her daughter thought he was funny and, a goofball.
So I don't know if you've seen it, but on YouTube.
She has two sisters. So she has two brothers and two sisters, and Alex is dead and Stacy. So then her other brother is who? Adam?
Wow.
Is he still around?
And then,
where is Adam?
I don't know about that, but I do know that so there's the mom and dad. They're in some of her pictures, like on Facebook. And do
you know her parents' name? Because everyone keeps asking, because no one can find anything.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think her dad's name is something like Jason Cox. And apparently in the 90s, he got caught for not paying taxes and apparently had to serve time. And then you had asked Lori.
Picture that was posted in our Armand chat of all the siblings. She has two other siblings besides Alex and Stacy. She has a brother named Adam and a sister named Summer. And she's in the picture, I think, with her parents and her one sister and two brothers. Alex, do you see?
I mean, they look like the wholesome family. And someone had asked if she was always religious, and so this was on Inside Edition. She was a cheerleader, and they interviewed another girl on the cheerleading squad in high school. And so I guess I'm not LDS, but I understand they go to like a morning Sunday school every day before school for it's called seminary. They go let's say school starts at 8, they go to 6:30 to 7:45 or something. And so she said she always did that. She never talked about religion, according to this cheerleader, but she was very into it. And then she married her high school boyfriend, who he was not Mormon. And the marriage only lasted a year. And then she married
the first Mormon husband.
The first, I'm not 100% sure I'm still trying to look into that. His name was LaGoya, and he was Colby's dad. So the first kid she had was Colby. He's now, I think, 24.
Yanes, Yanes is the first husband.
Okay. And that was the boyfriend, the high school boyfriend. She married right out of high school, and it only lasted a year, and he was not Mormon. And then, somewhere in the I don't know what year she graduated high school, but somewhere in the 90s, I'd say the middle to late 90s, she married this LaGoya, and then they had Colby. But then it seems like she kind of divorces him pretty soon after the kids, and so then she, Colby and her, they met Joe Ryan, and then she married Joe Ryan, and then Joe Ryan, from everything I've been able to research, adopted Colby, and that's why his last name is Ryan. And then they had Tylee, and then she divorced Joe Ryan. I think Tylee was just like 1 or 2. It was so Tylee was born in 2002. So, and I think she married Charles Vallow at around 2004, 2005, somewhere in there. It could have even been 2006.
Well, yeah, and that kind of goes with what Echo said, that Tylee was in kindergarten and she was married to Charles at that time.
Yeah, exactly.
I just wonder why Tylee didn't want to go to see Charles or to see her dad, Joseph.
See, I think that honestly, I think there's more to this. I think there's like a parental alienation going on, and that's just my opinion. I don't have anything concrete, but I know that's a real thing. And I just kind of, I don't know. I'm concerned. But Tylee seems like a real sweetheart. If you see videos of her with her little brother, who she's 10 years older than, but she just treats him like, and that was another thing, is that I'm the oldest and I have 4 brothers, and it was like the other mother, and she's kind of like the other mother to her little brother. And it's so sweet, you know. There's a video of, and you just see Tylee going up to her little brother who's like playing with the truck or something at the table. And Tylee is saying to the person taking the video, which I think is Lori, she says, "What are you doing taking a video of my boy?" It's just so cute, you know?
Yeah.
She was so loving.
She was. And, you know, part of me has to say she maybe had that in her upbringing. You know? I mean, I have to go with what people are saying about Lori, that she was a good mom.
Well, I think, I don't know the whole story, because, you know, Lori, so then Lori met Chad, and I think it was somewhere in 2018. And then did you ever read the letter from Melissa Gibb or Melanie Gibb?
I saw you put that in chat. I did not.
Oh my God. I'm going to send you a link to that. That will blow your mind off. Oh my God.
Is it long?
I mean, it's like a 1-page letter, but it's just like the things that they say in there are just like, oh my God.
And who is it to?
I'll send it to you, and then we can talk about it if you want.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. I want Melissa to explain this picture that she had me put up on the screen real quick. Who's in this picture, Melissa? Sorry. No, you're fine. Who's in this photo?
In this picture, on the right is obviously Lori. Her parents are in the front. That's Alex, Adam, and in the middle is Summer. And Stacy is not in this picture because she already passed away.
Died. Yeah.
Good find.
And they're a nice looking family. I mean,
yes, they are.
The girls especially.
Yep. Wow.
But yeah, it's but what I was going to say, you're saying about the good mom, and she probably was a good mom. I'm not going to say she wasn't. I don't have any information to say otherwise, except for the last
I think she was brainwashed.
Couple of years were a little sketchy. But the one thing she did that was, what was that?
I think that Chad has brainwashed her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people are saying that Chad is a mastermind in this whole thing. And to think, did you read the letter that they whipped up?
Well, yeah, we think that Chad brainwashed her, and I'm sure she's probably.
Here's what I think.
They probably knew each other way before, probably when her first husband died.
Well, you know, she was into the end times thing, and then I think she was reading his books, and she went to a conference that he was talking at. And here's what I think. I think every time I look at Chad, he reminds me of the dad from Peter Griffin from the Family Guy.
Oh my God.
You know? And so, you know, he's kind of, I don't know what to say about that, but he sees this, you know, good looking chick. And I mean, I could see that as a pickup line, right? You know, the end is coming in July 22nd, 2020. And, you know, God has told me that you're a God and you're going to help Jesus, you know, gather the 144,000 to go to heaven or whatever they're believing.
Someone's asking, are her parents still alive? Yes, they're still alive.
So that's her sister as well, the brunette?
That's her, yeah, her sister Summer, and then she had another sister.
So she
who
had two
passed.
sisters and two brothers.
Yeah, her sister Stacy died in 1998.
Wow. Her mom had 5 kids.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a good Mormon family for you.
Yeah, yeah. I just, you know, it just something doesn't add up about the cult thing. It's like Lori got deeper in, like after Echo lost touch with her, I feel like Lori got deeper in with Chad with his books and his podcast and all that stuff. And I think it's possible that she could have hid these kids away. Call me crazy. But what is she hiding them from? What would she be hiding them from?
But think about this. Think about this. Okay, I hope you're right. But think about this. Okay, first of all, they moved up to be with Chad in Rexburg. After you read this letter, you're going to be like, oh my God. There's a lot more going on. In fact, and I thought it was a conspiracy, and I really looked into it and asked a lot of people. Apparently it's legit. Who knows? Everything I took with a grain of salt. But apparently they even got sealed in the temple, Chad and Lori, while Lori was still married to Charles. And I don't know if you know what that whole thing is, but that's a Mormon thing. And then, but think about this. So she's up in this apartment in Rexburg. She gives away she has Tylee and JJ in the back of the car, and she's giving away his service dog, which Charles had paid apparently like $7,000 for the training and everything else for him to have a service dog for his autism.
Yeah, why would she be selling that dog?
Right. And then they go up to Yellowstone. And next thing you know, Tylee is not around at all. And she is like completely obsessed with taking care of her brother. They're like, you know, I mean, think about this. So now she gets rid of the dog, and then he gets rid of the sister. And then, you know, I don't know what JJ is thinking. And then JJ disappears the day before Tylee's 17th birthday. Now, if you have a 17-year-old daughter, you don't miss that birthday. It's just bizarre to me. And then, you know, the police come and they're checking out to see what's going on, and you know, and they escape. They say, "Oh, we were already planning on leaving to Hawaii." I mean, I'm sorry, if the police are going to come knocking at my door, I'm going to stick around, and I would be worried where my kids are. But say, okay, if she devil's advocate, if she were to hide the children somewhere, wouldn't you put the service dog with the boy? Because you want to make, as a mom, you'd want to make it convenient for whoever's watching them, right? I would think so. Apparently JG had these problems where he would just get up in the middle of the night and like go out the front yard and stuff. And that was part of the reason they had the service dog, is to help, you know, comfort him at night and keep him in bed.
Right. That's very important. He wasn't sleeping at night without the dog before they got the dog.
Right.
So that's really pivotal. You're right. I mean,
your dad, you get rid of your service dog, you get rid of your sister. I don't know. And then Colby, she's not answering Colby's text. She's masquerading herself as Tylee when Colby's texting her.
Yeah, tell me more about that. Tell me more about that. The text.
Okay, which part?
The text.
Oh, well, so Colby seemed to be in correspondence with Tylee because Colby and his wife just had this little girl. And I think Tylee was a doting aunt. And she used to actually send, the story is that she sent little bits of money to him to go buy little outfits and stuff for the little girl. And remember, so Tylee is getting Social Security because she's a minor with a father who's died, Joseph Ryan, of the supposed heart attack. And so then she disappears, and Colby says that he was getting some text, and it wasn't. You know how girls are when teenagers, and a lot of things are like written in emoji, and
yeah,
you know, they write kind of a funny shorthand. Well, it wasn't written like it. It was changed, and so then Colby is saying, "Listen, please call me. I want to talk to you." And she'd say, "Oh, I'm just really busy this week." Colby's like, "What the hell? Just pick up the phone and say, this is Tylee." And so it went on like that. And then Colby when the Rexford police went and they, went through the house, and Lori and Chad had left the night before, I guess. And then they go find, I guess, the Chandler police down by Colby, go to his house and ask where the kids are and everything. And he has no idea except for this weird texting situation, and she's not answering his calls. And so then he goes, "Wait, hold on." And he calls his mom, and Lori says, "Oh, don't worry about it. I've got it handled." And she hangs up. So, and I've been actually corresponding with Colby a little bit. And I'm just like, honey,
call
listen,
20
as
CR
a mom,
1358, People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't think we put this on the record at the time, but I could be wrong. But if the court recalls, I was asking for notes and documents that were used during a portion of the interview that we're watching now this afternoon that the doctor had. Namely, there was a so-called confession that was written in Latin. Mr. Cellini informed me that those documents were lost, that they don't know where they're at, and that the Latin confession was gibberish. I just want to, as a precaution, I don't want something to come out of Dr. Lewis's box regarding these notes for the first time while she's on the stand, because I'm under the impression they're gone. I'm going to ask her about it, but I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here. Or words to that effect. And so I, like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Cellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute. So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of, if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. But your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, "Oh yeah, by the way, here they are." Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow is relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll ask her if she has those. We can she can tell us what happened, or if she had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it. Absolutely. And then it's a different issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So
sounds good.
Okay.
I hope I understand why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I do. All right, and I know Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think we're just waiting on her, and once that may be her.
And for you, For the video, it's probably easier to just have her. Than that.
As opposed to transferring, yeah, that makes sense. Is that,
Yeah,
that's
that's
what we're doing,
do.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And, yeah, Mr. Cook, go ahead, bring her on in. And we were thinking, Mr. Tellini had suggested, I think it's probably accurate to place her where she was when we ended, because we're still not done with the videos yet. So, yeah, that's fine. It's her.
I just need my bag and pen.
Okay, bag. And your notes are just the
Yeah.
bag.
Everything.
What else, doctor? We're late. We saved a jumping spider at lunch.
Just waiting you to get back.
Audio's working fine, Judge.
Audio's working fine. Okay. Dr. Lewis, I just wanted to double check. My understanding is that at some point during one of your interviews with the defendant, you obtained from the defendant a, as I understand it, I think it was a confession that was written in Latin. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I have been looking for something written in Latin. I didn't receive it, but in my notes it says, get hold of a letter written in Latin.
Okay.
So somebody has it.
Let's, well, I want to focus on that for just a moment. You understand that there is that document, or it was created at some point in time, and you may or may not have had it at some point in time. You never had it. Okay.
I became aware of it very recently.
So it's fair to say then that it is not in your possession now. It's not in the stack of notes and things that you have now. All right.
Creek Town, dude.
There's also some documents that she used, that she exchanged back and forth with the defendant with signatures and things like that, that we didn't get. I don't know if she has any of those documents either, Your Honor.
Do you have any of the signatures, the other signatures that the defendant made?
For me, what could have it available to anybody. Draw a clock and you
Mhm.
have that.
We have that.
We got that.
Very important. And also, I have here, and I made this available to others, something called Ray's complex figure. It is
We have that.
thing, and it takes a bit of explaining in terms of what it is, the best I could do.
Okay.
But I do have it, and if you wish, you could copy it, perhaps you give it back to me or give me a copy.
We actually have the raised complex figure, if I recall correctly.
You should her copy of it and her memory, from memory, she did. And I have.
Right. I think we have that. I think what Mr. Young was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
That's what you'd rather be, you want to with that, or do you want to look at this?
Well, so far, this was.
Okay. All right.
And
Audio.
the audio is the same. It is. It comes out of the speakers in the ceiling.
If we had to have the ring lights off, Judge, I don't know.
Yeah. And that'd be a good idea.
The greens, right?
Yeah. Just the green ones.
Your Honor, I was given materials from tens of documents that had been signed by Letecia in the past. of
Okay.
different kinds
But you don't have any in your possession now
that they gave me.
that anybody gave you.
Well, I may have them.
You don't have them with you now.
But they have.
And I can clear, but I think there's a little bit of confusion. There were some signatures done by Ms. Stauch that were found like in and so forth.
Okay.
That we provided to,
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, and those have been provided. Ones we provided to Dr. Lewis have been provided to the district. It's the ones that were at the jail that we can't locate at this point.
Okay.
And it'll become obvious when we play that portion of the
That's
video,
fine.
what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Mhm.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll play People's Exhibit 732, which is the interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 with Dr. Lewis. We're going to start it at 55:30 and end it at 102:37.
About 30 minutes.
And it's about 7 minutes. 55:30.
Oh,
So we're
I'm
starting
sorry.
it.
I misheard you. Okay, go ahead.
Again, not me, but someone else could take over and hurt someone, and then that's not where I want to be. Yeah, because I don't want to do that. Like, that's not. So why is it much? You know, it's so intense. Yeah. What your picks? I gotta say it's for good intentions, so, you know, it's not like it's just like just some random person who don't cause problems. You know, it's for good. No, maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good. It's for someone for me. Really that into pretty bad fight or whoever is taking over. It's really bad, but carrying away. What's happening? What's going on here? Can you see? I am not violent. I am not violent. I am not. I am not a violent person. I am not violent at all. But I am not gonna let people be tucked into bed. So I'm not gonna let people be hurt because I don't do this to me. Okay. If someone is trying to hurt people, I'm going to make sure they're okay.
Her hair.
Because that is what I do each and every time. I'm going to always make sure that people are going to be okay. So I know what. Could you just let me understand why I'm always being asked what is going on in here? Because this is my job to do things for people and to protect them. Because it's what I have to do. That is who are the protector. I'm going to always do that because if people are molesting kids and people are hurting kids, this is what I do for them. And if people are hurting elderly people and people are always doing this to people, this is what I'm going to do. And if people are inside your home or inside my home, I'm going to protect them. Do you understand that? But you don't want to make about everything. To protect. Where do you still let you protect? Can you look at me now?
Where? Do you know where you were?
Yeah.
And who have I talked to? Taylor. Taylor. Say. And I'm questioning. Taylor, do you know what just happened?
Yes, ma'am.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
What just happened?
You asked me about my grandpa.
I asked you to do grandpa, and then
We were talking about Fred.
I don't know. It's Bruce and Fred here. Prison though.
Yeah, he did work at a prison. I think it was in Lumberton, North Carolina.
Where?
Lumberton, North Carolina.
Yeah. But do you know what just happened with you?
Fred.
No. Something really sketchy. Then I spoke with you, with someone who said, I protect them, I always protect them, I don't have anything.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, who was I talking about? What was my son?
Oh, I don't know. I just think,
Who was the protection?
oh, sorry.
I don't get it.
I was saying sorry. I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about Fred. That's all I remember.
You know, you told me that it was a kind of phase. So that's things. Who would be the protector?
Oh, my protector is Maria.
Maria, I would like very much to talk with you.
If you want to talk to Maria, I don't know. Sometimes she'll talk, sometimes she won't.
Whatever it is, I love it for you, Taylor.
Yeah.
Taylor, you look at your kind of stay. Taylor, where is your selection when you go when, say, Maria's in
I like to go hang out and drink some wine and be by the beach and hang out with Tyler.
well, I would like to go there and let me come with Maria. And we'll do it on. But now I'd like you to go to a special place and Maria, I need to talk to you. Because Maria, you have a lot of control. What people do, is that correct?
I think she does, for sure, but
I need to talk with you.
yeah.
I know you're doing, and you know I am.
Okay, we paused it at an hour and 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you mind if I turned you around, Dr. Lewis? Okay, here we go. Is this the magic you were talking about yesterday?
Well, that was a joke. Technique, in which we learned how to get to talk. Self, with patients themselves, by Mark. He did get to was told me or used hypnosis much. Whether it's known that dissociative individuals very suggestive. So you always the That's this. So if you're talking with a kid or with somebody who has a problem, let's say, what do you suggest that we trust or that we're find out more?
Mhm.
You know, we try not to say separate aspect of your work. And we learned, and this is not only from aggressive patients, but from a private. That is, that by and large, they have a special place there. Because it is known that, say, there are 3 or 4 individual entities. Sometimes they can hear what's going on if you're. Sometimes. They don't. And what we learn from our patients is to simply, what happens to you? Where do you go? Where do you go? When I'm talking to so-and-so, Maria, where do you go? What about a special place? When you have a special?
And let me stop. I get that. That's why you're asking at the end, tell me about your special place, so that the persona that you think is Maria comes out.
If you, like, someone can say, there is no special, I don't have a special place, but when it is very common.
But when we started the video, Maria came out, right? The protector. That's the first time in the entirety of your interviews with Ms. Stauch that you think Maria comes out.
I don't recall if that is. You've watched it more than I don't know. That was the first time, but
Well, and
I
let me
know that she existed, and I did want the opportunity to learn more because I suspected that if indeed that perhaps it was in the guise or in the wanted to talk to the.
But you didn't do anything to have Maria come out. She just came out and started talking to you, right?
Sometimes
Well, that's what happened in the video, right?
I watched kind of carefully, and I think I said, you know, I really would like to talk to Maria. Very commonly, but at the beginning,
And was that the Russian accent that we heard on there that you were talking about?
I don't know, that appeared, and I'm not sure whether that is typically Maria or it's an entity or it's a combination. These are not well-defined, distinct.
Well, she said she's the protector, and you followed up and said, hey, we just talked to the protector. And then
Well, she said.
she said, can I finish my question, please? And then she says, well, yeah, Maria's my protector.
Yeah.
And then I'm Taylor. That's what she just said,
That's
right?
right, yes.
And there was no accent when the protector was on there, right?
Right.
She was speaking just like she speaks all the time.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not sure what the point is.
the point is she didn't have an accent when she came out as Maria. That's the point, right?
You're not dealing with logic. Doesn't have. This is not a total different unit. Not a consistent person who remembers it or who you would always be a certain way.
How do you know she's not fooling you? How do you know that?
Well, watch, listen, see what is consistent, see what isn't. Is there any benefit? So far, speaking with a Russian kind of accent, not really Russian words. Advantage, disadvantage, something.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent.
You should.
Is that logical?
Your logic. It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
So you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name. What happened to that piece of paper?
Thought that I had anything that. I will certainly find it for you.
Well, wait a minute here. You just told the court that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you just.
There's probably, this is probably it.
Your Honor,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway, back to the jury room, please. Guys, for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I hate to say I predicted this, but this is exactly what I predicted was going to happen. That somehow she pulls these documents out when confronted on them. And that's why I wanted to get on the record that she lost them. And the record should reflect that the witness is now giving Mr. Tellini a series of documents that she has on her lap. And
Let's finish it out. What's the record? What is it that you're being handed?
These are documents that were already provided.
Okay, so show them to Mr. Young. And let's see if
At least.
they are what he understands them to be.
I haven't seen those. I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that.
I don't know what this is.
Mr. Young?
3 of the 4 documents that were shown to me by Mr. Tellini, we have in discovery, which talk about the test that the doctor had told the court about over the break. One of the documents, it looks like a series of highlighted colors and different colors. On the top of it, it says Letecia, and then below it says red. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's the document that she has up there on the video or not, because I've never seen those documents.
So what are you requesting as a remedy?
If she's got these documents, I'd like to have them. And I don't want to be surprised by them when I'm asking her, when she's already told the court she didn't have them.
All right, well, here's the easy solution to this. We'll take about a 15-minute recess. In the state of Colorado, Dr. Lewis, in case, because I know you testify in other places, in the state of Colorado, anything that you relied on, any piece of information, document, anything that was given to you by the defense counsel, anything that was given to you by the defendant, anything that was given to you by CMHIP, anything and everything in your file, without exception, must be provided to the prosecution. In addition, in the state of Colorado, anytime somebody takes the witness stand and is starting to testify, and all of a sudden is looking at some documents in their hands or something like that, counsel is entitled to see what they are. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 15 minutes. You look through everything she has in her lap, then we'll see where we are. And we can go from there. There's a number of remedies from there. And we can deal with all of those remedies once I have a better idea of what it is that you think she has that has not been provided. I know that certain things were taken out. I want those taken back out. And we're going to put them in the court file to be sealed so that we have something for the appellate record, as opposed to he showed me 4 documents and I had 3 of them, but not the 4th one or whatever. I want it. I want in the court record what it is that we're referring to when we talk about that. I also will have the documents if you find any documents that you've not previously been given, take those out because A, you're entitled to see them, and B, I want those in the record as well for appellate purposes in the event that that becomes necessary. Obviously, you would also be entitled to have either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray look at those and render opinions about that in rebuttal if you choose to do so. So let's start there so that we have at least a starting point. So court will be
I
at
just ask
recess.
that Mr. Tolini join me in that, so
Yep,
we're looking at the same
that's fine.
things.
So court will take a recess until 2 o'clock.
All rise.
All right, so let's do our dinner talk. Mika started it. Mika's making hot dogs and fries. I'm having beef tips and gravy and mashed potatoes. I can't with this lady. For real. Mic dropping. I cannot. Grilled cheese. That sounds good, Lucia. Ooh, let's get the Cox family off the screen. I figured that would scare you. Wake up.
Okay, it is what it is. Oh, whoops.
Chicken wrap. Sounds good, Cole. Barbecue chicken with mac and cheese. Potato, you always make the best foods. Stew, that sounds really good, Anne. Mimi's making empanadas and rice and beans. That sounds good. I had nachos last night. Salad is always good, Suze. I like a good salad with lots of veggies. Ensure milkshake. That sounds yummy, Mandy. Mandy. I like yogurt. Olive Garden chicken. Like the pasta. And wait, I am making that Olive Garden chicken like the pasta in the crock pot. What is it? Sexy empanada. Shake and bake chicken is shake and bake, and I helped with a pasta side. Yummy. Jersey Mike's. That sounds good, Franny. I've never had Jersey Mike's. Look at Angie B. Homemade Italian hoagies. Bryce getting chicken nugs and fries, and Bryn doesn't want anything. She has strep. I hate that. Give her a popsicle. Schmicky, you're going to your favorite bar in Mount Clemens if you ever get out of work. What's your favorite bar in Mount Clemens? BLT's on a croissant. Yummy. Jen P says she's having a jet fuel OG pre-roll. We're all coming over, Jen P. It's your birthday. I know everything sounds good. I'm hungry too. It's a Facebook type 30-second recipe, the Olive Garden crock pot. Oh, I've never heard of it. Have you, somebody was making that soup from Olive Garden last week. I forget what it's called. Oh, the Zuppa Toscana soup. That's my favorite. You got a Jersey Mike's sub in a tub instead of a roll. It's in a bowl. So it's healthier. Quesadillas. Daisy Dead, go make yourself a dang quesadilla. Yeah, it is Jen P's birthday, guys. Let's wish her a happy birthday officially.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, 'cause you're awesome. Happy birthday to you.
We hope you have a great day, Jen P. Happy birthday. Summer Rue and is singing to you. She's out there barking. I guess I cut that off too soon. Sorry. I can't tell when it ends because I can't hear it. I cut into court and wished her a happy birthday earlier. Mike Droppin' Bomb is our Olive Garden chef. Oh, all right. Grandma Spud Bud. She wants to shout out Lexi for bringing me into your wonderful channel today. Thank you, Lexi, and welcome, Grandma. I see that you were gifted a membership. I hope that you've been comfy in the lounge today and it's been enjoyable. Our lounge is pretty chill. And Lexi, 2002, thank you. That's really super cool. How do y'all know each other? How do y'all know one another? I never really had an official referral like that. Like, that was pretty cool. Thank you for speaking up. Cox on the Cox is gone. Can this doctor be impeached? I don't think that the judge, I think you heard him. Let's just get through it. He's keeping his cool. I'm sure he wants to strike the witness and tell her to wheel her the fuck on out of there. But you got to think about appeals down the line for this bish. It just makes me sick that they're making a mockery. And, none of this is about Gannon. None of it. It's just disgusting. This old bag I'm just sick of her. I can't even believe that she's been in documentaries. This woman, she can't use oh, I'm demented. She can't use dementia. She's not demented. She's only demented when she doesn't want to recall something. I think she sat there and coached and groomed Letecia on how to behave. Yes, I think so too, Flower Girl. On how to behave. To fool a jury. And that tells me this woman loves killers. She does. She lives for killers. It's what she's dedicated her entire life to, are killers. Because she sure is sharp when she wants to be. And rude. Look at all the green in chat, you guys. Look at all the loungers here. Love it. Mandy. Oh my God. I can't even repeat that. You know Lexi from a whole corner of YouTube, equivalent to a bad reality show, but it's real. I think I've experienced that a time or two. But welcome, Grandma. We're glad to have you. Yeah, she's proud of her kiss on Ted Bundy's cheek. I mean, you're jelly of what, Anne? You know I don't just hand out wrenches. They're not novelty items. You don't grab a dart and hit a balloon and get a wrench. Come on now. But maybe one day I'll do that. I'll have Candace Wells be the carny. She'll hand out the darts. Oh, I love that, Britt. Look at the couch. That's our lounge. I wonder, has that lady ever been married? Did anybody find out? Anybody look her up to see if she's ever been married before? Anne Chenoweth's like, what? Lexi has only had a wrench once. Grandma Spud has had many wrenches. Who have you wrenched for? I don't. Hey, her son's in the back too. Did you guys notice that? Aren't they supposed to be back at 3? Or, sorry, 2. Has she ever testified as a expert before? Did they ask her that? I don't even think we found out anything. Schmicky, I hope so too. I don't know if it was her son. That's what we heard. But he's in the very back now. Angie. Yeah, where'd he go anyways? I missed what your favorite bar is in Mount Clemens. Where is your... Did I miss that comment? The one, Mishki. You said you're going to your favorite bar. You didn't tell me what it was. Smoking in the stairwells is allowed. We're pretty much cool here. Like, you can smoke in the lounge. She's testified more than 200 times, and she doesn't know that she has to give every single document pertaining to the defendant. She doesn't know she has to give those over to the other side? She was married to Melvin Lewis, a professor at Yale. He died in 2007. How long was she married? Absolutely, for the record, Your Honor. If you guys are interested in being wrenches when we do our next roundup, you can send an email to the team. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I never saw him say that. A Hitchcock movie. Oh, here in the lounge, though, you can smoke. Just not at the courthouse, no. You think Grandma thinks that she's having some memory issues? Maybe. Maybe not. I think she's very conniving. I think she's very intelligent. And I think she knows what she's doing. And I think she likes teaching killers how to get away with it. Because she likes to excuse their behaviors by putting a label to it. Yeah. Her almost F-bomb was yesterday at 7 hours, 21 minutes, 46 seconds. All right. Let me write that down because I'm going to look at that later. Well, come on in, Lucia. Come on in and sit down. 7:21:46. Oh yeah, I can, and I'll tell you what, she can be a mean old lady too. I bet you. She gets up there and she tries to act all sweet, and when she doesn't want to answer something.
People versus Letecia Stauch. Record
Here
should
we go.
reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. How are we with the review of notes?
Uh-oh.
Mr. Tellini and I had an opportunity to go through them very quickly.
Okay.
Obviously, I would need more time to go through them thoroughly. The remedy that I suggest on behalf of the people is that she's not allowed to have notes during the remainder of my cross and during Mr. Tellini's redirect.
Oh my
We'll keep the
God.
notes over on the table.
She's not going to remember
Someone
anything.
can make copies for the court file and the appellate record later. I don't want to keep the jury waiting any longer. I want to keep going.
Okay.
And I think that's a reasonable remedy under the circumstances.
Mr. Tellini? Okay. All right. So, Dr. Lewis, you can have your reports. I don't know that she has her reports. Okay.
I have copy of reports and I can.
Okay. Mr. Tellini is going to provide you with copies
These
of
two
your
are
reports, but you
idiots.
cannot have copies of your notes or use them during your the remainder of your testimony here. So we'll leave it at that. And prosecution, as this may or may not have something to do with rebuttal, I'm going to impose the burden on the prosecution to
You're
take
being a
those.
Karen.
You can just release those in discovery to Mr. Tellini and also upload them. Let us know when you're going to do that, and we will need to do that as a sealed file.
Want me
And
to take those and have one of our people start copying it now?
yeah, that would be fine.
He's got a lot more pull than I do, Judge.
Okay. And I also want to, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but please, everybody, be patient with me. I know that this matter is being broadcast simultaneously with what's going on in the courtroom, and I know that I have a lot of people in the courtroom. Regardless of how you view this case, remember what it is about. There is a child who lost his life and a woman who may be facing a life sentence. Okay? So remember what this case is about and remember the decorum. My order is that there are no cell phones to be used in the courtroom unless you are with the press. And we know who those people are because they're sitting in the front row. Remember what this case is about. None of these people in here are actors. They are all associated with this case in some fashion. It's not television. If if something's going on with your phone and it's really important, I get that. Go in the hallway. You will not be allowed to have your phone out unless you are press. If you have your phone out and someone sees you with it, you will be asked to leave. You will not be permitted back into the courtroom. Also, please understand, and I know that sometimes people say that I can be really direct, but I try to be that way so that there's not a lot of confusion. This is not a guideline. This is not a suggestion. This is the process that we're going to follow in the courtroom. And it applies to everyone. So unless you're press or you're associated with that team or this team, put your phones away. Don't get them out. So I understand we're ready for the jury.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay.
just real quickly, Judge, gave that entire pile of documents to our investigator, Cecil Weir. He's making 3 copies. One that
Perfect.
will get to us, we'll get one to the court, and then it'll be released in discovery to the fence.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Ma'am?
Copy them. It's essential that they be copied in color, because to be interpreted, the colors must be copied. It was absolutely, it's inaccurate. Black and white.
I'm leaving it up to the prosecution for that, and it may be an issue on another day, but it's not one that we're taking up today, and it's not one that we're taking up now. Let's bring the jury back in. See if we got any response on getting another security guy up here to stand right there looking back. Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lewis, we just took a break and Mr. Tallini and I just went through all your notes that you had here in the courtroom. Is that right? Having gone through those notes, we see no documents that you were using during the course of this interview with Ms. Stout, correct?
Not yet. You know, because I don't know what there is. There, in terms of that interview, if you have the whole thing, you will see those documents in the.
Let me just ask you a simple question. Do you have those documents that you used in the interview with Ms. Stout? Yes or no?
I gave them to you, yeah. They are there, but they haven't.
You know, at this time, I'm going to ask that the court take judicial notice that Mr. Tallini and I went through those stacks of notes, and none of the notes that she's referring to are in the stack of notes that she has in the court.
Mr. Tallini? It's not a judicial notice thing. It sounds like it's a stipulation.
There is the complex figure drawing that has not been referenced, that were notes that was a document that was turned over to this attorney, and that was in there, and I think that's a little bit of it is having, as far as the signatures or the alleged.
Okay. All right.
I would accept that stipulation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis. You know the importance of turning over notes that you use in a forensic interview, especially in a homicide case. What did you do with those notes that we just talked about, where you had Ms. Stauch sign something?
Whatever she signed there, what I had was turned over to Trulini, to be copied and shared with you.
May I approach the witness?
Oh, yes, you may go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 735. Have you take a moment to look at that document?
This is not, this is a different patient with. What do you have a question about it?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, sure.
Because-
You recognize that People's Exhibit 735?
I recognize that it was a communication line to
An email between you and Mr. Tellini, correct?
the best of my knowledge.
And does that document accurately reflect that email that you had with regards to the EEG that we talked about yesterday and whether or not you had knowledge that you were withdrawing your request to have an EEG done?
To my mind, it was not simply dropping it, it was saying, this is not right.
Dr. Lewis, just answer my question.
I-
Does the document accurately depict the email exchange
Oh my
between you
God.
and Mr. Tellini with regards to your knowledge of whether an EEG was withdrawn? Yes or no?
Whether it was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
Withdrawn, your request for an EEG.
It was not a permanently withdrawn thing, it was saying right now.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to direct her to answer
Dr.
my
Lewis,
question.
the question is simple. Is this an email that you sent to Mr. Tellini? Yes or no?
Yes, it is
Okay.
sent to him.
Mr. Young?
We move to admit People's Exhibit 735.
No objection. Exhibit 735 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And did you say in that email, go ahead and withdraw the EEG? We'll address it at a later time.
I said, may now, if we could address it later, this did not mean it's not important, it was just organizing in my head is most important. Like, that became less important than something else.
Well, the email speaks for itself, doesn't it? You're dictating in the email why you didn't think it was important at that time.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things have arisen that we should also address.
So why did you yesterday blame the attorneys that you didn't know anything about the EEG being withdrawn?
Oh my
I did
God.
not consider this withdrawing it permanently, but simply, I did not wish to fight with the court over, are you getting this, are you not? The court refused to get it, and I was saying it can be addressed again. But I did not think of
Okay.
it as a withdrawal.
Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Why did you yesterday tell this jury that you never requested to withdraw the EEG, that the attorneys did it, never told you anything about it?
Because I did not request to withdraw it. I said you could kind of wait and do it, and I did not think that they had.
Can I retrieve your document from you, please? This is what you said in your email, and you can explain what it means after I read it, okay? I have been reading more on Letecia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. What does that mean to you?
Rest of it, know the timing of it, and know what I was thinking about at that time that was most important. But this was not something that I was supposed to, I can't possibly assist you if you don't have this. I think it's, I think we should have it, but we can wait. Get it later. In fact, it may be, I could be mistaken, but I believe that, Mr. Tellini had said to me, there will be appeals on this.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that be.
Your Honor.
Dr. Lewis, I would like, Dr. Lewis,
Hold on.
please
Wait,
stop.
wait. One at a time. One at a time. Dr. Lewis, please confine your answer to the question being asked. Mr. Tellini will have an opportunity to ask you questions on redirect. And if there's anything that he thinks you need to bring up, he can bring it up then. But just confine your answer to the question being asked. And Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I would ask that what she just said be stricken, that the jury be instructed to disregard it.
You're
Mr.
being
Tellini?
a Karen.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're instructed to disregard Dr. Lewis's response to Mr. Young's most recent question. Mr. Young?
Oh my God.
We're going to play the next video, okay? Would you like me to turn you around towards the TV?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Turn her around.
And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 732.
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
We're going to start at 1 hour and 7 minutes and 8 seconds and end it at 1 hour and 40 minutes and 8 seconds. So this is roughly 33 minutes. And so we're going to play it continuously through, Dr. Lewis. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you some questions when it's over, okay?
Date of this again, please?
It's November 16th in the afternoon, 2022.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
My initials there. And who said that? She said that she didn't know who you were. Who was it? Okay. Because you know, Taylor, I can break out. You did not. Finding them together, but I can let her know. Again, it was just for tea there, baby TA, it's also a Thailand, right? And here is so ginger, when I was, this, with a lefty, Letecia, who is Letecia, that is Letecia. And so, Taylor, that's why you said, wouldn't you? What was Letecia? This, she's a lefty. Okay, you said you need to talk to her, Letecia, all. Yeah, but, Letecia wrote that? Yeah. Okay, and Letecia, I just want to say the left hand, because, you Taylor are right. Just give me a number. And he said, Taylor, okay, I am, two. Oh, I don't know if they you're important. Important. And each of you seeing to the vision. Yes. So, yes, she does not know. Is that true?
Creek Town, dude.
Maria said she will come on her terms, but don't think that she has to anyone. Who said that? Was that, doesn't So Maria said she'll come on her terms, but don't think that she answers to anyone. Letecia can only talk to her. Not me. Not Taylor. Yeah, but I can talk to. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I can't tell what to do. But she can, because I don't curse and do bad things. You see what I'm saying? I don't curse and do bad things. I don't live through that world. Yeah, so that's why. You see,
But I need to talk with Maria, because I think that Maria knows a lot more what happens when Letecia.
right, see, so like, because I'm a good person. Sometimes I kind of like get in arguments, you know what I mean? She gets like, because I'm like the good, not the bad. Letecia is the bad. You see what I'm saying? They get along with my better. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking to Maria.
Yeah, because I do a lot more good. You see what I'm saying?
You do a lot more.
Yeah, she don't always agree with good.
Or what you think is.
Right, okay. Well, normally, I just need to get good. Just, you know, do good to people, do right by people. You know. You think I
Sometimes I work bad.
No, I'm saying, I think some things are good, you know what I mean? And so
You think something's good, then maybe they don't.
right, and so that's why sometimes she doesn't like talking to me.
Well, yeah, so seems to me that sometimes you think it's good. To be the strong do fight for things under your control, and then they don't see it's right.
I try to like be the mediator or try to be calm. Everybody, let's get along, communicate. Do good to people.
What happens when you, what happens when you temperance, so that's what happens to them.
When you really want to take over. And then takes away from like the good part of Taylor, you know, like, the good part of Taylor is being like a good communicator, effective, you know, like not a bad temper. I can communicate effectively with them. You can help them too. Like if they come to visit me and I'm as myself as Taylor, then I can sit down and talk to them and be like, able to like be nice and be like, oh, okay, how you guys doing? They don't even know it's you. Oh, if they come and they see I'm not like whatever, I'm not Taylor. Because then I'm just like, leave me alone. But then I'm not trying to be mean, but then I can take it if they're like that. I'm not scared of it. How straight are you with me? How honest are you? I'm honest with you. If anything was asked them, you're really to have it. Well, you can change your mind. Maybe. Taylor. No, from Maria Taylor, someone signed Taylor and Maria, but it's not there. I think Maria sometimes Taylor, you see his claim for stuff. You kind of put, where? And it's with you. Taylor, really mixed her. So what happened was, you don't play what happened? Sure. Okay, so the night of January 27th, 2020, I had reported Gannon missing because he was. You had non-notice. I had, so it was January 7th, 2000. So you reported that he was missing. Because I was calm first, because I didn't think anything was wrong. I thought that he was just playing like a hiding challenge and that he would be okay. And I thought that he would eventually come out of his hiding spot. He would eventually, everything would be fine. He wanted to have a bunch of followers on YouTube. So I thought that just the whole practice circular, so I wasn't in a panic mode. I wasn't in any kind of like anxiety or like not yet. I was not there. Something had already happened to me. No, nothing had happened to him. But we were saw that after what? After you were there. Right, he was missing. He was already, yeah, he was missing, but nothing had happened to him. He was missing. He was. Well, I was in. Guess he was the house or he was hiding it, I'm not sure. That's why I moved to go to the room. I think all of you, right now, talk to everyone. Talk to everybody. I think all of you have been covering for each other. And, you know, I think that you all want to, you want to do right by the TCN. Actually, you're really preventing them from getting help. Not always these kind of sort of that. But I think you're afraid of telling what happened to Gannon. Should I tell you? Do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to keep going? Or? Really? Really? Yes. So as a speaker, I'm just keep going. Like, I'm just gonna keep going. So he was missing, and then I called 911. And I really started to panic. After a couple of minutes, that's when I started to get worried. Because I realized that it started to rain, it get cold outside. And then when was the original name was born. And do so. I did try to bring it back. And started praying over him. I'm trying to bring him back to life. And when he didn't come back to life, he didn't. Where was he lying? Well, in my house. In your lungs. Where had you found it? I don't remember where I found it. Just I don't know. So you know he was in your lungs. Letecia, if you don't understand why it was like that, it's like that because he wasn't supposed to die. He was not supposed to. No, no. What was supposed to? He was not supposed to die. No. So someone had made one person that she something else. No. What was what was the idea? What was not supposed to be him? It wasn't supposed to be him. It wasn't supposed to be. Wasn't supposed to be. But then, no, it was Gannon. No, what did you think it was? I'm not a monster, okay? I'm not a monster. Somebody any. I'm not a lesbian, and I heard people thinking that I'm just a mass murderer that just killed someone. I didn't know that was Gannon. Okay, under no circumstances did I think it just Gannon was. Were you doing something? It's not hard. Did you do something with what was your? Did it? It was something. Just look like something. Oh. You know, you don't know what it's like in my life. I have to see when I realized that it was Gannon. I never knew it was him. What did you say? Someone was in the home, we don't understand, someone was in the home, okay? Yes, they're in the home, yeah. Someone big, okay? They're going to hurt everyone, they're going to hurt everyone. Everyone that was in the home, someone was going to hurt someone, everyone was going to hurt someone. There was someone in the home. They were going to hurt everyone that was in the home. What I did was grab the gun. What you do? All I did was grab the gun and fire the gun because it like someone was in the cage, okay? So all I did, all I did is grab the gun. And what happened? I saw someone who looked like they were in the cave and I fired the gun. That's what I did, okay? All I did is you don't understand, I had to protect the people that were in the house, okay? Because if someone was in the home, they were gonna rape someone, they were gonna molest them, they were gonna kill them, I had to protect them. All I did, okay? And I fired the gun. I did not know, didn't have a safety, I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do, I'm trained to do that, okay? I'm trained to kill, okay? I'm trained to kill, that's what I do, but trained to kill, I'm trained to kill, that's what I do. Trained to kill, okay? That's what I do, I kill for a living, okay? Anyone that tries to hurt you, I'm trained to kill, okay? That hurts anyone or no? That hurts the people that I care about, okay? So you kill, I'm trained to kill. Yes. Yeah, that hurts. You do care. Yes. And that's what I did. I took the gun, I fired the gun at someone. They had a cape on, they looked like a dangerous man. Fired at someone, yes, a dangerous man. Man, yeah. I am a dangerous man, okay? That's what I do. This is how I go. This is how you old. Yes. And then. That's what I did. Killed the man, okay? Yeah. Who? They come to the home, that's what I do. I will protect the people that I love. I always do that, okay? I don't understand the problem. When did you realize it was not the person? I don't realize anything. I left immediately. I left immediately after I did my job. You, like, this, I left immediately after I did my job. So what did you think you done? Did what I was supposed to do, which is, I killed a threat. I killed a threat. The threat was there for Letecia and her family and for the Sarahs. So short. Because Letecia, her family, they were missing and I had to protect them. Who was this? Letecia's family. Really? Who was it? Letecia's son was missing. To protect him, which is what I do. She was upset, everyone was upset. Little baby girl was upset, everyone was crying. That's what I do. And then I left. I don't know what happened after I left. Who did this? If I deserve it to the police, what? If I deserve it to the police, I went to the police. I'm just, it's so well. What do you want to try? What do you want me to try? Just you.
You know what I think? Right, I think the thing we sit with your it's no value. You want to become us invisible. No. No, I have jobs to do. I do job that are. You do jobs. Only what? What does he see? I always have, I always have perfect. For which? Who do you turn this information to? Us. You see people. I don't answer to them. No, you don't answer to me. I'm just trying to, I want something. I think you can tell, I don't think you would have. No, I know too. I'm working my ass off to do all of this. It's so very tough, you know? Because if you're kind of strong arm thing. So. Right. This is very much. I don't know. Okay, I can say that not free. Even my cabinets when I try to play this. I don't copy them. I don't copy them. You don't do that or you don't like them? I don't know. You don't can't see this. Why don't you? Just tell me. You just know. The favorite. A favorite. Times a favorite. Ever strong Gannon. You see that. I think we all have a fantasy. It holds from me. I'm going to help my defender. Do you need anything else from me? You don't need anything. Do you need anything else from me? Do you need anything else from me? No. Absolutely. You helped. You got rid of what looked to you like something as nice and Letecia. You shot from where the person where it was went down and you didn't let it. The job done, correct job. Well, the job wasn't really done because as I understand it, I haven't seen. And then I think about it. How do you do sort of not never that you do it every time? But in general, multiple times. Like to go. Yeah, so. What did you do? So. Well, you had to bring it in, so, and I certainly not. I don't have any contacts in my stuff. So you don't just work on the Letecia? Okay. But I had to protect her before Mexico. You did I had to protect her before Mexico. You did. I did. You protected her before Mexico. Wow, how old was she when you first started? Well, my days is different than yours. Your what? My years are different than yours. How old are you? 28. You're healthy. 28. 28. So she was without you. So I'm always 28. I always look this way. Yeah, she's very young.
So my ears are really different than yours. You cannot even comprehend my ears. They're different. Don't even try. And the mysticals. Yeah. Yeah. They're different. So have you been teaching protector from the time he arrived or what was happening to her when we protection? Who's going to get his information? Please. I don't see anyone else. What? I don't see anyone else. I did not without her permission. Her permission means. And we'll talk about it. Would you, are you guys game to talk about stuff and how you want to use the information that Maria gives? Sure. Yeah. Okay. So they will do that. And I think I know these people don't agree. I think none of us here would ever do anything like if we use this, these would only be in Letecia's paper to get Letecia's help and some training, some education, but probably only use them. Wouldn't they do that?
No, absolutely.
Yes. Take a look over there. Got a group there. Can I see that one? You always see that one? Yes. We do. Yes. You. Seriously. I don't, it never told me. So, you know, just one of the things. You've been very great yourself, Maria. Do you surprise yourself putting the spray? No, I'm very good. You are. This is what I do. Well, you do it. I know you're very great to trust us. But we will only use what we talk about. And if it does not help Letecia, I'm not going to use.
Just stays here.
I think, my goodness, you worked pretty hard today. Do you think we should take a rest for maybe an hour or something? And let's come back into it. And let's look. Is it her? Sure. Okay, so let's see you between 2 and 3. I do need the promise.
I don't need promises. I don't
Okay, so I have a request. I know I would like you not to hurt anyone and to remain safe and strong, but not hurt anyone. If you say this, whatever, tell me. You'll only have me to tell today and tomorrow. But you have, do you know who they are? You can talk to those people. Well, maybe later on, maybe you would come forward a little bit and let Maria meet you. Yeah. And she doesn't just talk to him. I noticed only when I went with them, right when I talked with her, that she got a feeling. I hope it's really, was I, you know, and they asked, and that I don't know. But I would have met, like, and I would have been myself. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take a and some. Maria, I have something that I'm very much to the well, it's been a rude. I don't. Where is that? Yes.
Hey, the camera or the video stops at 140 and 08 seconds. Who was that other person that was leaving the room there, Dr. Lewis? Well, Mr. Cellini went out the door and then some gentleman with a mask on followed him out. Who was that person?
I don't recall, and
Can we just play that portion back? We're going to play the portion back. You can just look at this TV right here. Okay, we're not talking about him, Dr. Lewis. Please keep watching. Freeze it. Who's that person right there?
I don't recognize him.
That's not your son? You don't recognize your own son?
Because he was running the camera, but I don't recognize.
Well, running the camera, Dr. Lewis, he's going out the door when the camera shuts off. What is your son doing in the interview room?
Particular interview, we had asked, her, and I'd asked her. Could have been. No, I didn't.
Is that recognized within the field of psychiatry to do forensic interviews with people who are charged with first degree murder and bring your son along?
Stand it. Here. Cameras be on us and that there be company. I had said I'd like to have them on. I believe it was Josh who told me have to be.
Well, this investigator seated in the back courtroom was in there, right? Mr. Cellini was in there. Why was your son in there?
One was asked to run, if he knew how, could he run the cameras?
Why did you stop the interview?
Tired. Seemed to try. Probably. Not at all.
Well,
You don't go on endlessly.
you spent a day and a half, hours of talking to her, trying to get Maria to come out. According to you, I'm assuming you're saying this is Maria who comes out that we see?
Here, I'm asking myself, who is this? If you look at the characters they're talking, there are times that apparently she goes by Maria. Her expressions change, she looks different, she sounds different, she does different things, she protects. That I think that there was a back and forth over how she perceived herself, what's going on in her head. But I think that there were times when we saw I don't think it was always Maria. I think that there were changes there as I watched as a clinician. There was not a consistent.
Okay, and so you're saying that Letecia could have came back and faked the Spanish accent while she was faking to be Maria? Is that what you're saying?
That is not, I knew it's the truth. You did.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying, I don't think it's faked. I think that she switches back and forth and her identity and who she is clear.
What'd you talk about after the camera was turned off, doctor?
I beg your pardon?
What did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off?
I have no recollection of talking with her after the camera was turned off. No idea. I don't know for sure on papers, but I can tell you sometimes if things seem that they're down or that patient would be improved, sometimes I will write back and forth. those were preserved, but I don't know who she was at different.
You didn't preserve those documents. We've already gone through. You did not preserve those documents that you see her writing on, did you?
I do not know. I'd have to look, but I don't have a recollection of having preserved them. They were kind of a communication device there, and I may, they may be there. It might be, and they may have been handed over. I don't have perfect memory of what happened to those papers.
Other serial killers that you've interviewed that you've diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, for instance, the ones that are on your HBO documentary, when you ask them to change personalities, they do. Some of them do the same neck roll thing.
What?
Do you remember that? And when they change personalities, they confess and they tell you how they did the killing, correct?
Some, when there is a real definitive kind of different. This is a fluid kind of, as I told you, not on again, off again, perfect, logical.
But what Maria says to you is a mistaken identity. I didn't know it was Gannon. I shot the gun one time, correct?
Gee, someone says this, at another time, someone there with this very odd demeanor says, I'm there to protect them. I protect them. There is a fluid kind of.
Did she, doctor, just listen to my question carefully and just answer yes or no if you could, okay? Did she tell you that she mistaken identity, didn't know it was Gannon, fired a gun one time, did what she had to do? Or words to that effect?
Early on,
In this portion we just saw.
at the beginning, I believe at the beginning of the, then she's talking about other things, says it about defending
And you know that's not how Gannon died. He didn't die from one gunshot wound, did he?
No.
Why didn't you confront her on that?
It does not make logical sense, and not how you conduct psychiatric interviews. In fact, it's amateurish to say, oh, but you said this at that point, how come you're saying it now? This is amateurish work, if anyone does that. Not do that. Follow what is going on, and you saw in front of your eyes without asking anything, or her expression change. You saw what this person said, change. I take care of them. I hurt the people who are out to hurt them. And I have down here, as I'm looking at that thing, is this dish,
And Dr. Lewis, I just want you to respond to my questions, please.
I
Okay?
am trying to do that. I'm
Can
saying.
can you listen to my next question, please? Robert De Niro did a pretty good job at that in the movie Cape Fear as well, didn't he?
No,
He didn't.
No.
Okay.
no, Robert De Niro.
Actors do a good job of acting, don't they?
No, Robert De Niro was not an outstanding, in fact, he was not dictating a multiple necessarily in his year. No, he did not do.
Did he?
Again,
All right, I'm gonna.
yes, he did probably, but no, it was not a wonderful.
Can we agree to disagree on that? Please.
See the first game.
All right, we're gonna go to the last clip, Doctor. Okay, and this is longer. This is going to be, I want to say about an hour and 30 minutes or so. Okay, so are you comfortable there, or do you want to go somewhere else? This is going to be a longer clip.
5 minutes has water and.
We can get you a drink of water, and we're probably going to take a break in about 20 minutes. So find a
Okay, so
good
there
place.
will be a bit of a break.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to have the jury sitting there for all of this. So find a good place in about 20 minutes, and then we'll take our break there.
Sounds good, Judge. Thanks. And this is People's Exhibit 734. It's the afternoon of November 17th, 2022. It starts at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and we're going to go to the end.
Find a reasonable breaking point.
Sure.
We just leave the TV on.
Oh, sorry.
And this is the confession. This is unwritten balance. I, Maria, confess.
It's not English.
Confesso pro para magna we say alendente. Ante Rodriguez Letecia say Gannon Maria say Lena Sana in Conversano Vetera Desunt. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Well, what made you say it's a confession?
Because I saw this.
As an confessor. I, Maria, confesso, we don't know what she's confessing to.
I know, I just told you it says foundation on that.
But hold on, did you ever take Latin in school?
No, I really figured it was that, just to be different in Spanish because of the way the thread accurate.
It's not Spanish.
Yeah, I knew it was not Spanish, but I don't know Spanish. Yeah.
We would be once. They did.
Some Portuguese. That's what I said, maybe like
Gannon. Maria, then Sana. Maria isn't, that's the same mind, I think. It's not. Then Sana in Conversano. Vetera son. Well, maybe kind of these and photocopy them. Because here it does look as if she's saying, and I'm Maria, and in the same state of mind. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. Yeah. Maria, AKA. What is Aleia?
I don't know. I don't know.
We say defendendo, something about defending. And for us to do this is updated, I think, which would be kind of a free.
You take a lot of languages.
Like saying French, so. And we also sang the Requiem Mass and Requiem Mass, and that's not. I get by. So anybody here? No.
I don't know.
You were so nice here.
Oh, that's the lady there, it's been her for a while, she keeps going back to her husband, she gone.
And why did you get back here?
She gets the domestic violence. Yeah. And I keep talking to her guys, she's like a young lady. The young, like, the man who's sleeping in her house. Yeah. I know, old, she keeps getting in trouble when she.
Let's start.
Yeah.
Yeah, we listen to.
Yeah.
Well, it could have been a choir. Oh, I always looking it up. That's but Requiem started Patrons, I think, from the Mass, you know, resting peace, right? That's about it. But you believe that that is a confession from Marie?
Well, I was the one where I thought it was the O.
Yeah, and confess.
That's the other West.
Says that.
Well, because of that's why I say it rather than be, and that's why I thought that would be different in Spanish because it wasn't. So, other than that, that's why it was Spanish.
Yeah, well, it's a little mess. Right, so she can tell me that it's from wrong.
So I was the only one Spanish, so I figured out something.
Do you think that Maria did it?
Well, I didn't.
See,
I remember it and just had little flashbacks or what I mean.
what are the flashbacks?
Just remember blood
Yeah,
and
take from the appointment out to the cave. Oh, okay. Tell me about the cave.
just remember seeing someone in my cave.
Pardon?
I remember seeing someone in my cave.
You remember seeing
I heard a baby crying.
Have you maybe crying with them?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Really?
See this, I just remember a baby crying and seeing someone in my cave.
Okay, this is second interview. So tell me about the person in the cave.
So the person was in like a red and black cave.
Yeah. How big a person?
I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 foot.
Man,
I was a man.
a man. Tall. 6 feet. And sleep. How would songs? Well,
I just remember being like in a road in a corner or something. I hate it.
was he in the corner or women?
No, the man was in the cave in the corner.
The man was in the cave.
And the cave was red and black.
I thought yesterday, I think Maria said that Gannon got up and was in the cave. Is that
I don't remember Anthony. No. No.
Josh, do you recall? Yesterday, I mean, I thought that the picture was of Gannon in the cave.
Otherwise, I never wanted to begin.
Yeah, it was a man.
Yeah,
It was a man and a
Yeah.
kid who rose up. And where was Gannon during?
I don't know.
And you know, it would help if I talked regularly with Maria, because she relates. And she could probably control this. She said, I thought. So that, yeah, it's been two years if we talk, even.
She would have never found. She
You were there? Or did you say? Well, let's. I mean, would you want to just kind of fade into the background of the launch? And I'm going to go to. Is there someone putting on, sure they all have the same thing? That's really terrible. Really good here.
No, they just always be.
Oh my God. Yes.
It's a good spot to pause it. We pause it at 17:30.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the blue room at 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you back at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:30.
All rise.
Stand up!
Guys, I literally cannot with this lady. Holy. Come on, Belle. Come on. Oh. Come on, Bella. Thank you, Ann Johns. This is the longest day ever. You know, I gotta second what Shell said too. It's a damn shame that this is done. And Gannon is just lost in the bullshit. I can't imagine how Gannon's parents feel. I think we need a little reminder of what this is about.
But I'll see you when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you, and I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. I remember it like it was yesterday.
I didn't have anything to do with it!
Letecia Stauch was taken into custody in Myrtle Beach.
Why are you saying Gannon is dead? I didn't have anything to do with it! Why are you saying this to me?
You've seen my little man. Because I want to live this earth knowing that justice was served for my boy.
That's what this is about. And I don't think that the jury is buying any of this bullshit. Yep. You guys are making me cry. All the blue hearts and that on that intro, it just... I agree, Mike Sanner. That would be awesome. This is an absolute. It's an atrocity. I mean, in a case of a 11-year-old boy, is this really necessary? Aw, Britt. Gannon was precious. Exclamation point justice in chat will get you all those big blue hearts. Yeah, she like overkilled him. And this lady's gonna sit here and play games. Don't think for a minute she doesn't know what she's doing. And Mary P., I appreciate your defense of this woman, but quoting her documentary and her own description of why she's a hot mess, I can't. I just can't with this lady at all. She's playing games for the mighty dollar. Cha-ching, 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 $300 an hour to sit here and blubber and have to be moved around in a fucking wheelchair when she stood up. She stood up with her cane like bright-eyed and fucking bushy-tailed. Did you guys notice that, or was it just me?
What?
And then she has her son in the interview room. What? And then he says, "Who is that guy?" And she's like, "I don't recall any other guy." And then he has to replay the video. Meanwhile, the minutes are ticking. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. She's horrible. She's a horrible person. That never came out in trial, for the record, Your Honor. And then she's like, "I don't know who that is." She's just a liar.
Because you're a liar.
She's just not a good person, you know? Professionalism aside, she is a scary person to me. She's one of those people that she got into this study and she studied it and she put her all into it. She's smart enough to not have committed the crimes, like she said. "Oh, you don't go back to the body." That's stupid, because she's smarter than the average bear. She made a career out of her illness. All I see is a sickly woman, and I don't mean by elderly, in that wheelchair. She's gross. Like, she did that instead of killing. She's so obsessed with this shit that she was smart enough to make it a profession instead of killing. She's gross. Blech. She did, Suze. She's lied a lot. She lied about her documents. And then they had to, like, strike a whole section of something she blabbered on about because she didn't have the documents to back it up or something, or they didn't have the documents. It was horrible. The break will be over in about 7 minutes. Oh, I forgot to put it up. Sorry. 5:30. I think so too, Quartz. I mean, even just doing testimonies like this, she's dangerous. Kristen, I agree. The jury's got to be seeing through this. I mean, they're in person. We're on a WebEx, and they're seeing more than we are. You know, we have blurry pictures and stuff like that. I agree, Cole. She's a villain. She didn't hand over notes. Then she had notes that they had never seen. I mean, to start her whole debacle off, she was supposed to be introduced 35 days before trial. And then it was a big surprise. She went and visited Tisha on Sunday and has a 3-hour tour of grooming her on how to be a psychopath. Because if you've noticed, ever since this woman took the stand, Tisha has been sitting up, changing her faces. I'll show you. Look at this. Here's just a couple while she testified today. It's absolutely ridiculous. Look at her. Oh. This woman, this freaking doctor is scary. Because if you had a different defendant, you just might believe this doctor, you know? Look at this. She's the best LC could get. I think the multiple personalities was probably the worst thing she could have done. She looks like a fucking idiot. And then knowing that this doctor trained Robert De Niro for a movie on how to act, it's all sketchy. It's all sketchy. And I don't think the jury is going to take any of this into consideration. I will be surprised to see if they ask questions when she's done. Because I bet they can't wait for her to get off the stand. Or out of the wheelchair, or wheeled around, or whatever. Oh yeah, T knows that she's being paid to agree and being paid to egg on what T started. For $300 an hour, I'm sure they could have found someone else. Right, Desiree. And then she said that De Niro wasn't a good actor. Oh my God, he was a lot of work. Because you guys have to admit that Letecia's not intelligent. We know that she's able to get degrees. See, to me, I'm not all that impressed with people's degrees. I mean, I know they're needed for, you know, certain jobs, things like that. I understand that. But I don't get all googly eyed because this lady went to Yale and has a PhD. I still think she's batshit fucking crazy. I don't care if she has a degree hanging behind her or not. She batshit crazy. But I think that people can be equally as intelligent without a degree. And you're whether you're, I mean, if you're crazy, you're crazy. Obviously, the woman has an eating disorder her whole life. She's got issues she hasn't dealt with. She's got no fucking business sitting in death row prisons, trying to get inmates off the fucking hook. Don't you think? I mean, take care of your own issues before you start trying to free murderers. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here. But it's not the point, though, Mary. The point is people hold this quack in high regard. I just think she's shady enough and sketchy enough to just want the paycheck. You know? And to me, that just says she's a POS. And I don't care if she's old because, you know, it's just like when people die. If you were a POS in life, you don't die and then your memory becomes an angel. That shit don't happen. It just doesn't happen. I couldn't hear what she said her reason was, Cheryl. And that's why you have to live and be a good person now, right? It's important to be a good person in life. And that's what we've lost track of. And I'm not a religious person, but I notice as more and more people turn away from any kind of faith, they have nothing to hold in regard. They have nothing to be accountable for. It's sad.
Court will recall
All right.
20 CR
Saved by
1358 People
Werner.
versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is the plan just to continue with the video?
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play and then I'll have some questions when the video comes.
Okay. And how much longer is the video?
Looks like it's about an hour and 11 minutes. 17:31. An hour and 20 minutes or so. My math is terrible, sorry.
Okay.
Your Honor, the parties have talked about maybe going a little bit later today. If we think he'll get done with Dr. Lewis, that would be the typical report.
If we can, I would have to check with the jury because
Sure,
some
no,
of them
absolutely.
may be done at 5, but, and we have one juror who,
I know with the accident.
right.
Yes.
So,
She said good.
okay. So, but if we can check with them, it's okay with me. So, all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Wait, what did I miss? How long? Oh, look at her. She ain't looking crazy now. Look at now she's gonna look down and then get in.
So I can put this down.
Get in for
Maybe
him.
move you a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
All rise for the jury, please.
Stand up.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. People that Letecia Stauch, record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, we'll start the video at 17:31.
Yeah, the horrible here does say really bad. Maybe let the sideburns on.
There's something in front of the camera. Oh, there we go.
Let the sideburns on they leave. And he has that sit down for a minute. And so. Marie? Marie? What is caught your attention? What do you see? Did they go? Maria, I think it's time for a meeting. Which story is letter? Yeah. Right there. Yeah. Maria,
Look, it's the same act, the head roll.
tell me that. And Maria, do and what will I just say? And what is that? How many? Kind of important. Is really. It's which is and you want me they when you want you should read that. No, just the four up here. You see my hand? What do you want? I want you to tell me what it says. Can you translate it? Of course I can. Okay. Can you translate? Would you translate it? This. Those. With the letter, like photography and photography. And when here, there was a too fast. I'm going to, yeah, what is the, I voluntarily took the best. Self-defense, yeah. I can bet in self-defense, what did you do? You I had the impression that we don't want Letecia to be blamed for what happened to them. That you feel you are more powerful and more in control than she. David was fun. He's told me for who is her name? Or what is her? Do you think, harmony sometimes means people not sounding out of key with each other? Just wondering whether is in part of the negative soul, but harmony was arrested, harmony was left. And how will lose her? And who will listen? And who's it? In that, pardon? Leticia's dad. Leticia's dad or Leticia's dad is first of all. You said, well, let's do harmony. As in the Letician. And who's harmony something? And it's just just for the words of the Didn't you sit already as a baby? She's 10 years old and she's molested by her step Gannon's husband. And Gannon was molested by stepmother. By who? Which who like molested Gannon and Harmony. I think I understand molested Gannon and Harmony. And Harmony was 10 years old. When was Gannon molested? He was 10 years old. And what was last? I don't know. How do you know about this? Letecia Stauch. How did she know? And she wasn't going to hell. She was going to heaven with herself. Letecia, yes. She's demanding so. Oh, she did. Like killing prostitute. It's all about. Well, I'm just kind of putting two and two together. Michael. She's been happy with herself. I'm confused. What is life? What is life? What? I did not know. You don't know this, but you know his first name is Mike. Yes. And who bothered again? How did you find it? I got it wrong. I thought you said that you left it wrong. No. Harmony spelled that in the thing. I thought mine was the same one. No. Who was the Harmony standard? James. Oh, my James. The one who molested. Letecia. Tell me about the trip. I did not go to Florida. Pardon me? I did not go to Florida. You didn't go to Florida. I thought that you, after Gannon died, you said you were the one shot. And then I go to the
Why?
because I go to the
To Florida? Because, Letecia went with Gannon after he died.
I had a to
What work did you do while they were in Florida?
I was doing jobs,
Like what?
taking care of other people,
Really getting rid of them?
you know,
What? What?
we're gonna have money. But I think a lot of money.
I really do.
I'm money laundering.
How do you want to win? Through what?
I can tell you, you'll see this.
Have you ever killed anyone?
In Mexico,
Yeah, but
I snapped on his neck.
who?
Someone who was going to Letecia.
Who is the
Someone who was going to Letecia.
holding? Her. Who?
What is it? John was gonna go around and John was gonna.
So you've really been her defender for a long time. Yeah. Nothing, of course, about it. Not too many do that.
The dog.
Do you have family?
I don't need them.
You do?
They all die.
Really? Who?
You should know this.
What?
You think I would go around with 50 people voting in without having a backstory?
What's that story? You don't say.
Of course.
So, why did Letecia take Gannon down?
She did not know.
How much did
No, she did not.
what makes you say?
Because I already know you. I mean, you did not know.
Pardon?
I mean, you did not know.
As I understand it, was down here.
I mean, you're wrong.
I think,
Apparently you're wrong.
well, that,
You do not know.
pardon?
You do not know.
No,
You don't know.
do you know?
I know a lot of people.
Yeah. Why did she get rid of Gannon's body?
She did not do that.
Who did? Did you?
I know a lot of people, like I said.
Or,
I know a lot of people, like I said.
so did you get something? So you got something to
Like I said, I know a lot of
tell me, Maria, after Gannon was shot, how did Letecia get into what is that kid? How did you manage to?
If I didn't get to the hospital.
But him, she was not strong.
Lena tried to help her.
Her
Lena tried to help her.
lady tried to help her. Really. Was he in the bed when he came?
And of course, Lena was better.
And what did Lady do?
She helped carry him to the farm.
What about her?
No, she was sleeping.
She was what? She was a child. They grew up.
No, not the picture. But she see blood. She wondered why there was blood everywhere.
Yeah. So she wasn't there when you were shot.
No, I'm mistaken.
She stayed asleep. It's my understanding that You shot the man with the cape. Is that correct? Correct. Did it turn out to be that? Not later. How did it happen later? How did it turn out again later? Later on, it was happening. But it was supposed to be. I didn't get it. I had to figure out what to do with it later. Once it was Gannon, figure out how to do it. To call some friends, for the puppies and some dogs, figure it out, you know. So there were two people. No, I had to call some friends to go me out, you know. You had to call some friends to help you out to do what? To get the bottom. Where the man in the cave? We both found the man in the cave. I thought it was the man in the cave. It's not. It was again. But after the PCM. Do you have any idea why? Yeah, in your recollection, you were at the time, seemed to be a man in a cape. I don't know. That's wonderful. Just like you figure out the news. Here, I think Letecia showed that Gannon was on that language. Do you see? See, Gannon on the right. Do you think that he could have stood up and put the blanket around him so that he looked like the man? There could be a possibility, but to me it was a cape. What? But to me it was a cape. Yeah, but I was wondering if then it turned out to be Gannon. And you meant to only shoot a man with a cape. What did you think he was doing? What to shoot? He's going too far, but he's here. I think that purpose. And then it was here. Why would a man be in a house with a cape? No. Do you allow men in normal to be? I think I've ever had a man with a cape. Or don't you prove her now as normal? That I didn't know. Probably well like no. When did you try to do different things? I didn't. You mean he was shooting the husband? Correct. I'm special training. In my past. Who were you in your past life? I already told you I can't tell you about my family. And that would tell me if you told me about your past life. Can you put me in touch with somebody who could tell me about why they took Gannon to Florida? Tell me some of the reasoning behind it. Because I haven't read Letecia first. You have to. Protect Letecia. Yes. That's not a long job. So if somebody were to tell me that Letecia was someone else perhaps put her in the car and went to Florida without being protected. That would be getting rid of them. I cannot get rid of the trouble. The protector first. Yep. Associate power. If you not have emotions or feelings. I think we take it emotion. Doesn't matter who it is in the end. We're not gonna cry with the So what happened? What is going to do? But then they did it. How do you feel about talking with me? Are you a director? Am I what? Are you a director? Oh, what? A director? Dirt? So, correct. A threat. You're a director. This. Yeah. I do my best to help. So I do. And then but if I had emotions, yeah. I can cry. You can't cry. You lose your power. So as bad as myself to you, get rid of the body, it's easy to
That's how. Can Letecia Stauch? Sometimes. She tried to look on that and she cannot check. But when did you first come to Letecia? A very long. How old was she? Maybe there was maybe 16, 15, 16. It's about that long. She's pretty old. What was going on with her when you came? She didn't have to listen. Pardon me? She didn't have to listen. That doesn't quite explain why you came. She puts herself in a lot of trouble. When everything came over, she worked herself into where she lived in the back and done. Yeah, and what she do? Then I have to communicate effectively. Yeah. Gives herself in one of the problems she should be involved in. She's covered. What is going on with her thing was you say that you help her. So there must be something she needed help with. What's that? You sizing me up? Interesting. You don't really know. I don't know what. You don't really know what's going on. No, I can kind of wonder if she has a lot of mistreatment by men. So it certainly makes me wonder if someone was mistreating her. Is that? Do you really know why she does the drugs? Why she does? You do really know why she does the drugs? Why she does? Why she doesn't like drugs? Oh, why she doesn't like drugs? Why doesn't she like drugs? Because our stepdad trying to start selling them drugs. Yeah. Selling her. Selling her for drugs. Oh, geez. Which is. No, it's it. James the jackets and selling her. They tried to and did not succeed. That's not. What was that, Ranger? He was making her drive around the car and getting drugs for him. But to try to get her to spam her drugs. His dad used. Did she not do? Did she? No, she did not. Did she? She didn't know us to have the board. She hit him with the board. Who? James. When you saw that boy, when the man was with the kid, he had a hole tucked with him. What I was wondering is if you were anything, I didn't mistake him or see, hit him on the head with a board or with something. No. He hit his head on the road. He hit his head on what? On the road. On the floor? I don't think you've seen the picture of that day. He hit his head on the road. There was a baseball in the floor in the wood. He had been jumped up something. It was on the floor. There was baseball sticking out on the floor. That's where he hit his head. This is the good thing. Just trying to tell you this happened. That's what happened. He hit his head on the baseball on the floor. Doesn't fit. Okay, let's just look up. Let's get the picture. He hit his head on top of this guy. And then that's all that is. That's all it means. So James was trying to sell Letecia. What was it? What would you do? You go down cocaine. Yeah. And you would rather around with cocaine. You didn't go out either. Which is right. There's kids in the family. Food. Yeah. There's babies in the back. What are you babies? Well, that's, she has siblings. So, Letecia has siblings. Letecia has siblings in the house. She has siblings and she didn't work. Julie. Julie. How old is she? I don't remember how she was. I wasn't there so good. For how long did she have to? What's to do this? Change for the year. And then just beat him with a board. So she beat him with a board and he found it. Beat James with board. Where was it? In his home, he's with. Did he die? No, James was a man. He did not know anymore. Was it really you? Yeah. What makes you what? Because he did not know it anymore. So you had to do that very time. Came to sleep. Took on board. Went to sleep, I took on board, just leave it on. They say you don't go when you're drunk or when you're high. At least you had nothing to show for it. How about, public trainings? That was changed. That was changed. Yeah, of course. And that was when I was trying to follow everybody's hand. Something was surreal. Very exciting around that time. It was, people got confused. Who was the person for the queen? You know, say Letecia. James were our case. James were our case. James were a lot of things. Yeah, darkness and stuff. Did he expose himself? Funny. You don't know about the case because he thought he was a hero. He thought he was a superhero. He was problems. He was far from somebody. Oh. Probably blind, you know. I'm sorry, didn't follow go along when they were going to Florida. Harley went along with her, did she? Isn't she? I think she did. What? I think she did. I think she did. How did she know? Nothing. She not having nothing. Did you know that Gannon was in the back? No. There's no Gannon in the back, no one. Someone else help. Someone else got my rate to go to, like all different people to know. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand. What? From what I understand, you see, you're over there to Florida, and then after she got her suitcase, And she said, "Did not do that. I already told you, I had someone else to do that."
Okay, well, whoever. Put was put Gannon in a suitcase and kept him there, and then went to Florida, and then he tossed him off the side of the bridge.
I said, "I have nothing to do with this." Yeah, and she did not do that. And I had someone else to do that. I already told you that. I think that's someone else. One time, I already told you this, but if he knew that, she wasn't aware of that.
But she was down at Florida.
Of course she was.
So what was he doing?
But she was going to move to Florida. She was going to move to Florida.
He was going to move there? Say what?
That's her same place.
I've never said that.
I don't know who made last card out, I mean,
Do you think she'll tell him?
I don't know, maybe.
If you let her, then I think we can let her.
What would you get away from? I mean,
That's good. And when
I remember.
and if he was in his
Everyone.
he was the worst of us. Since she's in the Florida. Yes. You know, you think you don't have any works. I just Letecia about what happened to get.
I've been trying to go to every day of the night.
New stuff. And it feels to give us because of what happened to
Every day.
oh my.
You got the questions of the company. So she's so different. This is cheap.
There's multiple things involved things.
Does it mean that they had any hard most to head over?
If she does to fill us in. Would you make a deal with me and keep her safe and not let her?
There was some of it making.
Is all of that. How old is she?
That was saving the food.
I thought
We tried to put Visine
Lysine
for food.
in.
The poison and stuff.
Here.
And
What happened? Did they find it?
no, but then the email.
Pardon?
Another thing found him.
Another related, they tell.
No, they did not switch.
It's probably.
Should I be jump all the way up there?
To jump all the time too.
Yes.
And what happened?
I did.
And what did you? What did you
Just threw it down the way.
Where did you?
I threw it down the step.
Yeah. So that she would hurt herself. Why did she hurt herself? That would happen.
Why would you think so, man? You got someone like me who doesn't care, don't care what other people. This is for good. She was someone I grew up, but she thinks that she did it. Right? You know, someone I grew up don't work. Yeah. So, yeah. Maybe, yeah. Here, how do you do it? I was driving to run, that was someone else's hand. Yeah. You know, someone really good shoot on. You? Oh. Perfect. I need to kill. But I didn't practice shots. Well, did you feel was the person in the cake was Gannon. It's not, my first thought was to get rid of the ball. My first thought is to get rid of the bottom. That the shoot versus the correct. And incorporating. And so they. I don't need my social life. I don't carry my social life, cinch on my socials. And probably. So something about student, you know. I think you read a lot. No, I don't read it all. You don't read it all? No, so where do you get your kind of psychiatric conclusion? So I did. And I got training in Russia then. Long time ago. Different life. How many months? Here's a professional we should find that out. Are you? Yeah. You know, it seems to me that sometimes when you want to do right, like you seem to care about Letecia, that your thinking is kind of wacky. And she gets blamed for stuff that is really pretty well. No, it's very rarely. This is pretty serious. What are my odds? They're very, very slim. What odds? Usually I never call client things. Well, in this case, she takes the blame. That's perhaps why we don't get caught, because someone else takes the blame. But I always take over her. You take the times that I take over her and I rescue her versus the time that I make a mistake. Say outweigh. You take over her. And the good outweighs the bad one. What if you tell me the good parts? You take it over her. From the very beginning, I'm gonna save her life multiple times. The good outweighs the bad. If I had not done those things, she would not even be here today. So why does it matter? If I make a mistake, why does that matter? I mean, you have special powers, but I'm not perfect. Was the opposite. Oh, I mean, this is a. Right. Do you think I had to make a mistake? I think. Do you think I had to make a mistake? You. Do you think I had to live when I make a mistake? No. I can't understand everything. I have to live when I make a mistake. Yes. Do I like living when I'm going to living? Do you? No. So what do you do yourself? Try harder this time. But you say that the good you've done for yourself. Correct. When she was in, what did you do? I didn't start helping her until she's old. I didn't start helping her until she was old. How old was she? Still a teenager. And what did you do for her? took her from James. And how did you do that?
Hold up. Wait a minute.
She
Something ain't
threw her
right.
in the pool one time when she could not swim. And said, she threw her in the pool when she could not swim. You threw her in the pool when she couldn't swim. She could swim really, really good, but she had cramps. Leg cramps. Yes, how do you say it? Or her leg elbow, she would float. Did you? And he threw her in the pool. Tell me, Maria, does anyone else know about this? Like the pool? Happened in Georgetown, South Carolina. Who was there? It was at Miss Earl's house. And Brenda went there to Pearl's house. I said, Brenda went to Pearl's house. Brenda, we all went to. I don't know Brenda. I don't know anyone. I don't think so was Brenda. She's come through Louisiana. She's came from Louisiana. She tells her. Does she sometimes take over? No, British family. Do you know any Brenda?
Yeah, that's for the teacher's aide.
And she says that Brenda has been helpful. He went to her to Pearl's house. Pearl's house is where they got Pearl. And do you know Pearl?
No.
And that's where she's swimming her. And he was with James Kirk. So who would know that? Besides you? Maybe I speak to Pearl. Can you do that? Do you know Pearl?
We don't know.
Pardon?
I don't know.
We don't know what you do. Okay.
I can ask for it.
And she lives in Georgetown, so they have a house. What have you done? Stay there. He laughed, and thought it was funny. Even he's crazy. He's dead, right? So he was great. Of course. What else did you know? You're in the car and tried to kill herself. When was it? When was that? Tell me about the car. She tried to kill herself in a Jeep, and she learned how to get a free. And did you do anything to help? What did you do? I helped her get out of the car. Get out of the car to safety. What do you do when she wants to kill herself? Well, she's been part of that she wants to live. So how come she tried to kill herself and she thought she saw her in her car. She saw her ex-husband in the car. Was he in the car? She thought she already saw him. Really? So she told him that he. Who knows her about her? She's very old before you came. Who knows about her? Does anyone know her? No, so it's getting. I don't know. She had friends. Could I have some friends when she doesn't? Why did you so fun? Because she did not have any. She did not have everything. She did not have a problem. Maybe no one might remember. There you have other info. Yeah. And you? I didn't think of it. Of what? What they did. Ready to the other now, tell me. Did you do it? No. But not what you should. Sounded fun. You have lots of secrets. It's kind of understanding. You know, this time it looks as if Letecia's going to get the blame for stuff that you were involved in. I'll still predict her. How will you protect her? Somebody wants to hurt her, I'll still protect her. And so, what's going to try to work her, I'll still protect her. But how will you protect her from taking the blame for all of this? That can't hurt her. It doesn't cause her physical pain. Is that the only kind of pain you can protect her from? Yes. What about mental pain? I can control that. It's interesting. And you too have limits. Can we do anything for you? Or, no. Think about it. It's a pretty good call. May I ask these people here if they have any questions? I can answer to them and let me see the last. Do you have anything you'd like me to ask?
Who are the people that helped get Gannon in Florida?
That helped.
How did Gannon get to Florida?
What's that?
Special right. What is the question?
Who helped Gannon get to Florida?
I called them from that I already told you.
Of them.
I called them friends that I already told you.
Well, I remember they asked her. And then she went up to Seth Rowan.
Who is she?
TC.
I told you my involvement in this.
I'm sorry.
I already told you my involvement in this. And I don't have to tell you who I called.
Why?
This is not important.
Well, it's
That's what you already said she would take the blame for that. But I'm not going to tell you who was involved.
Well, Harley makes it.
That has something to do with me.
Because they may charge Harley, there's something you can charge Harley.
how do you feel about it, Harley?
That has nothing to do with me, ma'am.
I'm just asking you how you feel about it.
Except that he's here.
Even from Harley. Excuse me? Even from Harley?
I'm going to visit Carly if she needs me to, but I want to live with Letecia.
You would protect her.
Correct.
You did someone toss Garrett out of the car? You won. What was it? It's ready to unwise that.
There wasn't trying to toss him out. I already said that.
They were under you.
They were not trying to toss him out.
What were you doing? What do you think? It's just a violence. We were not.
They were not trying to toss him out.
But we went.
So you want me to give you a good say what the person told me? Even though I'm not going to get it for what?
Absolutely. Yeah, so why did you hear?
Person was saying because they did not get the money. To get rid of the bottle.
Yeah. There you go. With it, for money, would have cut me.
Correct. It would have been supposed to be on the one. So what did they miss up there? The money didn't come out. So, like I said, I'm not giving you names, so the money did not come out. So, as far as you know, she went to Florida to help other people. She was not in the right mind. She did not do what she was supposed to do to get the money. She was not in her right mind. What kind of mistake with you? I don't know how to control it. Well, you said she wasn't in her right mind. Because I told her to do something that she did not know. What did you tell her? She was supposed to meet the guy to get the money. Yeah. And she did not do that. What did she do instead? She was crazy, driving wrong routes. Was not the correct route she was supposed to drive. No, the correct, she was supposed to be in the right place. She did not need at the right place. Okay, it's the wrong route. Correct. Yeah. So it was, no, the deal was on. Perfect. But then I made it. So you made the deal and where couldn't even from. But still, I don't think she did get rid of the bottle. She tossed it. I just told you, she did not need the people. People are here, they did not have their money. I know, but somebody tossed the body out of the car. Correct. And they didn't have their money. There was no money. If they tossed the body? Yes, she never had the body. Maybe she did. She did not take the body to bar down. Who took the body to bar down? You just asked me this question. Yeah, they're not accepting the truth. Well, I'm confused. Okay. They're not accepting the truth. She never had the body. So she was stupid. But there is no thing, there is no evidence of her having the bodies there. Wasn't there evidence? No, suitcase wasn't a big, that's not evidence of her having the body from her missing time. No.
Suitcase with the body, according to Harlan, was in the van.
No, that's the thing.
That's what Harlan says.
Well, I don't know what this is.
And then the suitcase was found wrong away from the hotel that she was staying in.
She did not think it from 2020. There was no bill. The people did not meet.
How did Gannon get all the cuts on her?
I don't know why.
No, they cuts.
There was no bill.
There were cuts.
I don't know anything about it. She asked me here. She doesn't know. I think it's something personal about being on home. I don't know anything about it. I don't know what that is.
That's a cut.
So there's stuff that even you don't know.
I don't know this. I did not cut anyone. I don't know. No. I did not cut anyone.
No, that's somebody hit him with something. That's a cut. That's the bull.
I already told you about the bullet.
That's somebody hit him with something.
When you shot them,
I already told you about it.
when you shot them, did you know that?
I already told you about it. I hope it was like what? I already told you.
You did not.
Correct. And I thought it was something.
Yeah, but who was it? Did you think it was the devil?
No, I don't know what was. And then she drained by and he gave you the answer you worked out. Yeah, so you went on as a foot.
Yeah. But the person you know I did. No, no. How did you feel when you realized it was Gannon?
I told you I did not know it was, I know that I recognized it. And I told you I did not have emotions knowing that bit.
I don't
know what it is, but sure pain.
No, I think that you do that.
I don't have feelings.
What if it feels better than I want to?
I don't have any spot.
I can say nothing.
I'm sorry that it happened for Letecia.
What?
Because of your hair. And if she's upset, I'm upset.
She's upset, you know. It's suggested. Underneath that, trying to believe it's fine. You do. You're acting with you, and you're so good at staring at puppets. Every time. But, I think that if you feel better when that things happen to Letecia. Yeah.
Maybe.
It's a good sign, you know? It's a good sign. Do you know anyone who knows, why they didn't have to farm and who helped carry the, do you know anyone who could help you or?
No, I didn't brought it. I told you I didn't.
I told you I didn't. Because of these people, but I mean, do you know who, like, who helped carry the plants? You don't.
She already told you that she will take the time of that. She already told you. You do not understand. She cannot know who the people are. You don't understand how serious that is. You think this is a joke? It's not a joke. Those are petty charges. Do you think this is a joke? That is a, you cannot tell on these people. I don't think you guys are understanding how serious that is.
You mean they would kill me?
You don't understand. It's not funny. It's not made up. It's not a delusion. It's for real. The money wasn't there. You can't snitch. I don't understand why you don't get that.
Can you tell me what's in Letecia Valley? We were involved with research.
She doesn't have a family. What is wrong with you?
Among friends.
Do you think she went about a teaching salary? What is wrong with you people? What else do you think she was doing? Do you think it was legal?
And so that's how she got off money.
Do you really think it was legal? You don't want me to sit here and talk with us?
No.
Okay. Okay. She didn't do bad things to bad people, to good people, bad people, none of those.
I know.
She's definitely not going to tell you.
Yeah.
She's not going to definitely tell you that. Most other people die. No. That's a part of the peace that you cannot ever know. Because when they happen,
Do you get a judge for the situation?
No.
Because I think I'll say that
you guys live in a perfect world and it's
kind of big time.
you live in a perfect world. It's not a game. I don't do games. Games are stupid.
But you're saying that there are very powerful people behind.
Absolutely. When it comes to that part, absolutely. Give you answer to what you want to cover. But I would never give you answers. Cannot.
Well, we don't really want to know. A lot of we just want to know how. Yeah. Got into these things. Yeah. Who assisted you? So I was trying to do all that. So,
Because I'm strong enough. But Maria has enough powers. You not see me? You not see the muscles I have? So you're saying that you could, I could do anything. Do you have any other questions regarding this?
Do you know anybody who could help out getting that cut?
Whatever it's called that, again.
Yeah, it cuts on his hands and his arms and his chest.
And he's back.
She's gonna look up and
You
go,
don't have to
"Go
have
away."
No,
your promise.
absolutely.
He had enough in his head. Then I didn't know it was him. I was someone in the cave. But this sound moved like a name. If I did it, I saw stuff. That's why I want to say this. It wasn't a bad game. You won't believe it was bad. You say here? Yes. What kind of? Is it a clever stick knife? The kitchen knife? Yes. How did you get it? I don't know, but I didn't know here inside. It's her name. It's what I was in it. I was down to
How did you decide?
starting stuff doing this. Pull with the gun. Southeast. You pulled it with the gun and then pulled away with the gun. Sideways moving on. She's on the killer. You put it with the gun. You dropped it out and it was ever found. I don't know. Do you know? Was it bad? Was it probably in the picture?
They weren't necessarily looking for that, because they didn't know that he had the cuts on him when he was about a month and a half.
Had they noticed when we would put that over there, it's blood on the thing, probably.
Yeah. Who could have worked that?
Because if you ever guys said it was Gannon. And she was screaming. We have to listen to that. Clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, we figure it out. It's not real. This thing really happened. If we just clean it all up, this thing really happened. She don't just fix it, make everything back pretty the way it was, nothing was real. And she said, we have to go to the hospital, we have to go to the hospital.
Yeah, and
she was trying to take him to the hospital, and Lena was picking up the spine, and go to the hospital. So Lena was taking the body instead, that's what it's doing. Lena, is that Lena? Lena was taking the body to go upstairs to the hospital. It was just laying there. Was making that sound. I was making this sound. Trying to breathe. It was trying to breathe. They had out because could not breathe. She was, nothing seemed to take it off, so she didn't mean for him to be dead. No. How did I? What did you? When you struck the gun, who did you silence? And now, what did you say? When he came back, I was talking. But you didn't recognize it. No, I was really calling me.
Did you think it was James?
Thought it was someone in the cave. You could have been a monster. Anyone.
Who was the one who kept case?
James.
James, yeah, but
I think it was James.
Big Harmony.
pardon?
Big Harmony.
I still don't understand. No,
Harvard thought it was James.
what,
Did Harvey come out?
That's the baby cry was for me.
the baby from
It's Harmony.
Did Harvey hit in with anything?
Shit, I don't know. So nobody just forget at all.
But with Harvey trying to hurt James.
but Harmony was a little baby.
She's 10. Nobody was trying to.
Her questions might seem odd. You know, I don't know, but, as you were would you ever hear
Was not with her.
yeah. The reason I'm asking is, it is very, very, very common for someone who extends from all things Letecia Stauch, because they usually start much of their lives, they hear a baby crying. Sometimes I think you saw, don't know if he referred to baby, but he was always crying and baby energy. But very early on, toward forever, time here, they will. And it seems to me, have I never heard the name Harmony? What did
Can we talk?
what?
Can we talk?
You have to ask Letecia.
They will, or you go back to New York City, what do you,
It's going to be so mad at me.
where did it?
She's going to be so mad at me.
I
No, she'll be so mad at me.
why would you do that?
She didn't want me to tell you that. Yeah, and she didn't want me to tell you because she doesn't want me to be painted as a bad boy.
You must have felt he needed it. And indeed he did.
Why did he have the knife?
Sometimes got the knife when you think it was like. Do you reckon he's some burdens?
Would he ever act like he was gonna hurt me?
No, he would say he's like a man. He was going to cause me for it. Even though it's the kind of place for that.
For the night.
And then he's a lot of mother always tried to get him up for it. So she's going to cause me. So she didn't want anyone to know about it. She didn't want anyone to know.
Well, it's all good is that we need else.
But then I know he was bad, but he was not bad. Then when you see what happened. Yeah. Again, it's my only is regular, like Spanish practice just to grab a weapon. It's not. Spread. What is this? She's not going to mark on him. No, she'd never mark him. You're next. What is this thing like to be able to share?
Stop the tape. The time,
Okay.
so that we can get some questions.
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, how are you doing? Yeah, you want me to help you?
I got it.
Okay.
Did you want to turn the TV off? And I'll turn the lights back on.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, I want you to do the best you can just to answer my questions so we can get through this quickly, okay? Is that fair? This Latin confession that you talked about in the beginning, you lost that, right?
And I don't know where it is.
Even though you asked to have copies done, you never found that confession again, correct?
So I was unaware of it. So it was on.
Okay. Now, do you still think, having watched this video, that it was a good idea to have Mr. Cellini in there with you?
Yeah.
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cellini to plant the seed with the defendant that it was James that she actually shot?
I don't think that he planted any seeds. I don't think that she came up with that. I think that I appreciated watching all of it was how extremely confused it was, how confused it was. I think that it did help for him. It's so complicated for someone who knew much more of all of the details.
It helps his theory. And when he asked, do you think it was James? That helps the theory of the defense, right? That
Wake
somehow she mistaken a little 11-year-old boy for the stepson that's been, or the stepfather that's been dead for since 2004.
I'm not aware that this is his theory.
Can you explain why at one point the defendant could not see or hear Mr. Cellini? You had to repeat a question that Mr. Cellini asked. And then when Mr. Cellini asked about Harley, she answered it no problem. How does that happen? Did that not go as according to script?
I don't know what the script is or what you're referring to. I don't know why it's, what meaning that has. Who did not know what had happened.
When she was pretending to be Maria, she said, I can't see them. Do you recall that?
I don't recall pretending to have, by the way, seen a couple of cases where in one iteration or and either blind or also true other sensation.
And then she was somehow cured and could see him and answer questions, no problem.
This happens. It is well
It's fluid.
described in literature, and I've only seen it.
Why did you ask the defendant if she thought it was a devil or a demon?
Simply wondering. What did you do?
Looking for evidence of psychosis, perhaps?
No, I'm not looking. I am not looking for evidence of anything. Trying to understand what she perceived. Because I know no evidence that she hated Gannon, so that she harmed her in any way that I couldn't find a precipitating cause. I wondered, since it is fairly common for people kind of dangerous or frightening thing, it apparently have some notion of some creature in a cave, that it was neither here nor there to find out did she see something different, and it did not seem to affect what she said. She clearly does not know clearly what was going on in her head.
Or she just doesn't want to tell you, right? She just can't bring herself to tell you what she did to Gannon, could she?
Well, but I think that you're correct that she, something about what had happened there that is unacceptable. Psychologically, I question about it. She did it.
Well, and here's what I want you to consider, okay? This whole story about her acting in self-defense and Gannon having a knife and she thinking that it's crazy ass James or whatever the heck his name is, and shoots him. And then it turns to self-defense. And it turns into someone gets rid of the body. It's just her not being able to tell you what she did to Gannon. Is that true?
Cannot tell us what she did.
And here's the flaw in your theory.
What is my theory? I'm not
The
sure.
theory that she had a different personality and Maria, the sociopath, did this murder, okay?
No.
You can't explain,
No,
doctor,
that
you
is not my
cannot.
theory. Do not.
Well, what's your theory? You're saying she's legally insane.
Yes, my really psychiatrically ill, and that she hallucinates, that she's delusional, and that her line of thinking is confused, addled, and frightened, and but I don't have a particular theory that she killed this person for that reason.
Why didn't you ask her about why she gave Gannon an excessive amount of hydrocodone?
I didn't know that she gave that.
Do you think that's important?
Only if I know for sure she gave somebody that.
You read the autopsy report, you know it's there.
I know that he had this. I don't know who gave it to him. I've many cases where children have excessive amounts of poisonous things in their food. But there are many different reasons for it.
Your Honor, those are my questions. Thanks. I have no further questions for this witness.
Your Director, I'll try to go. Dr. Lewis, how are you? I'm going to rehash everything, but I do want to clear up just a couple of things with you. One, in regards to the EEG and the emails that were shown to you, as far as you saying that let's hold off on doing the EEG, that was at that point in time. Then you indicated that you wanted to do the evaluation first. Recall that from the emails?
Well, that there were other things to do, and it was not something that I was going to get hung up on at that moment.
At that point in time. And then in a report that you did for the court on February 12th, in that report, you put down the need you thought for both an MRI and an EEG, correct?
Correct.
And you recall in relation to this court, the issue being that this court would not give us any more time to get those things done. Me relating that to you.
I'm going to
What I
object, Your Honor.
heard was that the court refused to
Sustained.
raise it. I was told.
Yeah, I have an objection.
Stop.
Okay.
The objection was sustained. The witness will stop responding to a question when an objection has been sustained. The jury will disregard the witness's answer. You can ask another question.
All right. Moving on to some of the other stuff. What? The district attorney on his cross insinuated some stuff that the motive for killing Gannon was somehow that Ms. Stauch wanted to move to Florida. Does that make any rational sense?
Not to me.
Can you think of any way that brutally murdering Gannon would enable her to move to Florida? Can you think any sense how that would fit into any plan to move to Florida? Does that make any rational sense whatsoever? If the definition of insanity in Colorado is that a person is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to an act, would that change your opinion on Ms. Stauch being legally insane at the time of Gannon's death? That last part that we were there, the interview, that was the last kind of part of a long 3 days of interviewing Ms. Stauch. Stop. Had I expressed my frustration that she wouldn't account for taking Gannon to Florida, or she wouldn't account for the stab wounds?
Objection, Honor, calls for speculation as to what Mr. Sweeney was thinking.
Had I expressed that to you?
He said expressed, so I think.
It's hearsay.
Well, can't repeat what Mr. Pelini has said, but maybe you should move to your next question, and I can see where you're going.
Stop. Was there ever any attempt by myself saying by myself to try to get her to say something specific or some type of theory or anything like that I had done with you? Okay. If you were aware that those videotapes were all going to be turned over to the district attorney, you're also aware that I have had years plus of confidential communications with Ms. Stauch. Are you aware of that?
I assume that assumption.
And if I was going to do something unethical, as they seem to be implying, wouldn't it make, I would have just been able to do that confidentially instead of on an open video.
I'm going to object
Stop.
to the form of question.
Sustained.
If I was trying to feed her a story, it wouldn't make any sense for me to do it in that setting where it's recorded, would it?
No.
In any of the materials or anything else that you have looked at, is there any other rational explanation as to why Ms. Stauch did this other than the psychotic episode? Any type of motive?
I'm unaware of any or any motive that makes any sense. Why he became a victim.
Stop. The state hospital has diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Oh, allow it.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those similarities?
Well,
Stop.
there are many similarities. The reality, what is real, what is real. Difference in ability to way between or you.
If Ms. Stauch had sometime in the years preceding this event had Googled, "I don't like my stepson." Will that possibly explain the rage in which this homicide occurred? Yes. Are you still firm in your opinion, your expert opinion, based upon almost well over 50, 60 years of practice, that in your expert opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the death?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you learn, have you learned lots of things over your experience in interviewing and evaluating people with DID? Over the, what, is it, 40? Yes, over 40 plus 50 years. Have you learned at picking up on subtle cues? Have you learned, or on your experience, that is it unusual for alters to have almost fantasy type lives?
I would say it's a definition of the. It is a fantasy.
Are, in your experience, are the alters perceiving reality as a rational person would?
Thinking of oneself as someone other than the everyday person that we need to know. This is a fantasy, often a very changing, different, altering kind of entity. It's not a consistent, a typical life history with ordinary relationships and family ties that go on. As you saw here, it can vary within the period of time you're talking with.
Absolutely. And Dr. Lewis, we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything last that you think is really important for this jury to know or understand about your diagnosis?
That what you call it. What you call it is so much less important than what you understand about it. What you understand about it is that this individual has been living a psychotic life unrelated to reality, related to the way you or I or the rest of us experience reality, that it changes. It has been often diagnosed as schizophrenia when people
Hello, Judge.
question whether association
Well, hello there.
has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors as what we call schizophrenia. Visual, their very odd relationships, inability to sustain going. I don't care, call it. But in some psychosis with dissociative. It's that the person is living psychotic life and stimuli that by and large are typical of her, that not stimuli that the rest of us perceive.
I have an objection based on that last answer with regards to what we received in her scope of her that had been stricken.
Mr. Tellini?
I mean, I think that was in her report, and she was expounding on what she had seen in the video and what was going on.
Well, I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to end this answer.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Lewis, just one other question that I had. Would it then, if somebody was suffering that type of mental illness, would it be possible for a daughter who was been with them most of her life, not to be aware of it?
That's a tough question because to be aware of it would respond a whole. I can answer that. It's easy not to be aware of it. To be aware of the term dissociation, not to be able to conceptualize psychosis. That, of course, is possible.
I bet this lady and her son have a normal relationship.
For certain psychiatrists.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Lewis? Looks like we have passed all of them forward and retrieve those and counsel approach, please.
I have a question for the witness. Were you ever sane, or were you just born this way?
Stop.
Creek Town, dude.
It's just a fantasy. It's not the real thing.
Stop.
The damn tinfoil hat weighs more than she does.
You're being a Karen.
A hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin? Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin. A hard time hearing you. Do you a hard time hearing you? Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin. A hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin? a hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin? Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
Sorry.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
Oh, whoops. I'm sorry. Whoops.
You know what I have to say to ANC Taylor, the defense lawyer? Bring it on, woman.
A hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin?
I heard Eduardo with like a G.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
Miss Stauch?
Very greasy.
Stauch. Stauch. Miss Stauch?
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin. A hard time hearing you. A hard time hearing you. A hard time. A hard time hearing you.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
I am over here. I'm so immature, you guys. It's 7:11 on the dot, and we have been live for 8 hours, 24 minutes, and 25 seconds. And there is 151 of you here right now. Whew. I didn't know it was a sidebar. I thought they were reading the jury's questions. I'm like, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Could you point your microphone at your chin and aim it at your chin? Point it down at your chin and then point it up. Yeah, jam it right into your chin. You know that little crease in your chin, Chad? Put it right in between that, like a butt cheek.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
Sorry.
A hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin?
Sorry.
I think he doesn't know he's muted, but I don't know why no one has let him know that yet. Oh my God, she's on the stand talking. Oh, we're missing it. He has us all muted. I don't understand why we can't hear this part. Wow, I feel like we're robbed. They did for every witness. I know someone called the court. They're probably not even open. Ugh. You know, I was just going to say, oh my God, she's wearing the same jacket as yesterday, but that was fucking today. It feels like days ago. Yeah, I can't with this. We sit here through all this shit. Oh my God. How long is she going to talk? Look at Teabag putting on the act. Look. Look at she's got the facial expressions. Someone needs to smack her. Silly. And that guy next door. I can only imagine what this crazy bitch is saying right now. I don't know if he's meaning to be. Oh, she is kind of doing the neck roll a little bit. He's got to know he's muted. She looks like a turtle, like her side profile. Hey, do you guys remember in those magazines we used to get as a kid? And it had a turtle and it had a side profile and its mouth was open and it was like, draw me. And you could win like money to draw it. But it was really like a scam for an art school or something. Do you guys remember that ad? No, John. This is a doctor that they consulted. That freaking, oh my God, look at her nose. I can't even look at her. Oh my God. Jammers, you remember the Draw Me turtle? That is, look at her side profile. It's the Draw Me turtle. Watch. I'll snag it. I'll snag it when she turns to the side again. Dude, her nose. Whoa, she looks creepy. Look at Leticia's face. Look how she's putting on that show. Oh my God. Yeah, jury's seeing right through this stupid twat. It's not hard to catch her with her mouth open because she never shuts it. Yeah, she is ill. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you guys remember the Draw Me turtle. Banjo. Oh, it's a total act. She's so fake. Ooh, I got it. Thank you, John, for the super sticker. Appreciate you.
Just help a brother out here.
All right. Help a brother out here. Thank you, John. Tippy. It is Tippy the turtle. Oh, my God. I found it. Holy hell. It's her doppelganger. This is like a real OG picture, too. I can't believe we're muted either. This is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Redonkulous. He certainly would not have us muted this long, would he? On accident? Is he like allowing the jurors to go back and forth, like follow up or something? And for their privacy, are we muted maybe? I bet that's what it is. Wow, you guys hear that airplane? Coast Guard. Jason Riddle. I think I've entered the Twilight Zone. I haven't seen you in ages, brother. How are you? Dude, tell me that's not her freaking doppelganger. Fight me. Even the freaking neck. And I'm not being mean. I mean, that is uncanny. Jason, where have you been? Oh, yeah, I heard about the big pile of seaweed. I don't think it's coming to my coast, though. I think it's coming to the other coast. Jason's all calm. He's like, I'm fine. Jason, didn't you miss me? Like, I've missed you. Like, it's been forever. And he's like, hey, Jay, I'm fine. I'm like, oh, my God, Jason. As long as you're good, buddy. That's all I care about. Dude, Jason Riddle's been around since the beginning. My neck. My back. Whenever I sing, people say this.
Stop.
Oh shit, she's getting down. Oh fuck, don't fall. Don't fall. Don't fall. Oh, wouldn't that be something? She takes a tumble at the very end. Come on, unmute us, man. What are these clowns doing now? He's always got that look on his face like, bummer. Get up, get down. 911 is a joke in your town. Remember that song? Get up, get down. Don't call 911, it's a breakdown. Something like that. Come on, why can't we hear her? Oh, yeah. Remember that one day, Angie? You heard it in the background. You were the only one that knew that song. You're like, it's the jazz band. That witness stand will never be the same. So there's no court tomorrow, guys, right? No court tomorrow. Happy birthday to your kiddos, Casey. It's not over till it's over. The jury's going to leave, right? And he's not even going to say goodnight to us? I feel robbed. Come on, Judge Werner. Get down on it. Get down on it if you really want it. Ew, quit wiping your nose with your open palm. Nasty creature. She, you know what she reminds me of? Nessie. The Loch Ness Monster, Nessie. Dude, is he not going to unmute us? This isn't fun anymore. Hello, Mr. Werner. Just for that, he gets the hat today. Werner got the hat. What a Karen. And they're going to have this big discussion and we can't even listen. It's been 8 hours, 38 seconds, or 8 hours, 38 minutes, and 16 seconds, Judge. Sorry, Bella. And Grisha's starting to eat her hands. Yeah, and there's nothing you can't like. There's nothing. They have like deactivated all our options. All we can do is view. We can't we can't like interact at all, which is probably a good thing. That's always a shit show. Yeah, I just feel like we got robbed, man. Like I'm gonna leave this like feeling like we got robbed. Because we were here all day long. Who's in the back in the striped shirt? The judge has checked out. He's not even gonna notice. It's been 8 hours, 39 minutes, and 48 seconds since we watched this horrible trial. She decided not to testify. It's just a test. Just a test. I won't believe it till I hear it out of their clown's mouth. Look at her face, dude. Like, I want to convict her just for looking like that. Just kidding. Prepper, stop. Prepper. Holy. Prepper, have you been on any trips lately? Oh, look at her now. Now she's got one eyebrow up. She's acting interested for some reason. Look how interested she is. He asked her and she said no. She'd probably do a better job convincing us than that lady. I don't know. That front row is reporters, so whoever that blonde guy is. With Ted Koppel hair. Is Ted Koppel hair back in? I love it. We're going back to the 70s now. It's swinging around. How do we know if she's gonna testify? It's on Twitter, so it must be real. Is he listening? Because he just tousled his hair.
Paragraph.
So that's paragraph 2.
Oh,
Right.
Okay, then you're right.
I think it's
Yeah.
So, because I agree that's how they have to do that.
Right.
But I think it starts out with, if you found the defendant guilty
Yay!
of one or more, I think that relates to Roman numeral 2. Your next paragraph is, if, however, you found the defendant not guilty of any one of the following charges, then sign Roman numeral 1. And that would be right, because Roman numeral 1 is the not guilty with the interrogatory on page 2. Guilty is Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
So,
No problem making all the corrections, including the ones that you.
okay. I'll,
You want to give me a hard copy and I'll just make all the.
Yeah.
And email everybody?
yeah, that's fine.
I can approach.
Yep.
He's giving him a hard copy.
Yeah.
Let's see, where was it? Here is the Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2 issue. Here is the statutory language.
Now I judicial notice one as well.
Yes, please. And that'll, that should just be stock, right?
Yep.
Yeah. There's the qualified witness.
Field records and so forth of participation by Ms. Strobel.
Whatever you come up with.
Something together and send it to your Alice.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then the only instruction that we'll still have an issue with, that we'll have to argue about, is you have a question or an instruction that says the question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged.
And Your Honor, I'll take that out if defense counsel wants it out, or we can leave it in. if
Put
you
it
want.
in or out?
If you got good case law, that's a good instruction. I think we should keep it in.
Do you want it in or
I'm
out?
fine with it in, I think.
That's
Okay.
what she said.
Just wanted, I think it's a correct legal statement or correct statement of the law. So, okay. So take care of those, then, I want the attorneys here on Friday morning, 8:30. 830.
Directed at me.
Just making sure. So 8:30, and then we can talk about the jury instructions, and we should be in a position that maybe what can happen is rest instruction. And I will take a break before we start into the closings, because I think it's only fair that the jury consider it that way. So, okay.
Judge, the only final thing, those documents from Dr. Lewis, I'm fine with just uploading them. We've had, I don't know how you want them to be uploaded, if you want them to be suppressed or somehow protected, but we've had that issue in the past.
They're covered by CJD, I think it's 0905 or 0509. There's a Chief Justice directive that has to deal with that. And then there are internal regulations, because I'm assuming that it has to do with mental health. It should be uploaded as sealed.
So that's been the problem in the past, that when we've done that, then somebody has then unsealed them.
Okay.
And then they've gotten out. So that's why we've asked in the past for maybe the court to upload.
The easiest way to do, upload it, suppress it, let us know when you've uploaded it.
Okay.
Then we will change the status from suppressed to sealed, and and nobody else should be able to change it except us.
Okay.
That may be the difference, is that if the attorney's uploaded as sealed, maybe somebody else can change it.
I
But
think that's right. Yeah.
if you upload it as suppressed, let us know it's there. We'll change it to sealed. Then it should be fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
All right. We are back for closing arguments on Friday. So I guess we're going to be starting a little bit earlier on Friday. It's going to be 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, I don't know what is up between those two, but here she comes. She's going to cuff her. Ready? Keep the camera on. Damn it. I wanted to get a screenshot too. Yep, closing arguments are on Friday. I will see you guys then. Dance it out, and happy birthday to Jen P yet again. Good night, guys.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time, I ain't got time.
Is it one Jennifer or two Jennifers?